Friends. She grabs a bag that's been hiding under one of the tables before she plops back down on the stool. Which is why this is for you. Holy shit, Lex. Whatever is in here is way too big. There's a joke somewhere in that comment. Get your head out of the gutter, I say, and she laughs. It's not that big, I promise. Lexi waves her hand in front of her face and lifts her chin. You first. No way, you open yours first. If you insist. With a smile, she reads the note on the front and tucks it in the pocket of her jacket. She rips open the wrapping paper, no rhyme or reason to her process, and my eye twitches when she rolls it into a ball and chucks it at the trash can. You look like you're going to be sick. I didn't know you were a goddamn savage when it came to opening gifts. You're one of those people who folds up the wrapping paper, aren't you? No, I huff, offended. But I'm more careful than that. Jesus, you're like a goddamn windstorm. That's why you have your own bag to open. You can do whatever you want with it. She grins and looks down at the book on her lap. Business Building 101, How to Go From Nothing to Something. You, mentioned you thought about starting your own Pilates studio one day. I don't know the first thing about creating a business, but according to the internet this book does. I know it's stupid, but how do you remember all the things I say? Lexi's gaze meets mine. The limes, my dreams for a studio, that I played basketball when I was younger. I listen, I say. Most people, she stops herself mid-sentence and hangs her head. No one ever listens. Because they suck. You shouldn't, I trail off, not wanting to sound like an asshole who is telling her what to do. Don't spend your time with people like that. This is really thoughtful, Riley. She traces over the letters in the title and curls her fingers around the spine as she brings it tight to her chest. Thank you, I can't wait to read it. You could also use it as a doorstop. No pressure. I'm not sure how useful it'll even be, so just say you're welcome, Mitchie. Lexi laughs. It's perfect. I don't want to use it as a doorstop. You're welcome, I mumble, embarrassed she actually likes the gift. It's your turn. She jumps on the table next to me, sets the book down, and scooches the bag my way. There are 2 things in there. Wait a second. We didn't say anything about the number of gifts, I argue. Exactly. We didn't set a limit. Her grin is sly, and it's a shot to the chest. Reach to the left first. It's the smaller present. I follow her orders and reach into the bag. Lexi boos when I pluck the tissue paper out and neatly set it aside, and I burst out laughing. My fingers brush the corner of something sharp, and I pull out a glass picture frame. What is it? I ask. It's your life list from our meal at the diner. I saved the napkin and framed it so you could have something to look at when you get out of bed in the morning. Good days and lots of memories to be had. She shrugs, color creeping up her neck, and her dark hair curtains her face. I figured when you accomplished something on the list, you could take it out, cross it off, and add something new. Wow. I rub a hand over my shirt and touch the glass, smiling at her swoopy handwriting and the ketchup stain in the corner. Everything I mentioned is there, forever immortalized on the unfolded piece of paper. This is perfect. It could also be used as a doorstop if you shut up. I reach over and poke her side. She squeals and bats my hand away, almost falling off the table in the process. She grips my left thigh to steady herself, slow to remove her hand when she's back upright. I'm serious. This is really thoughtful. Thanks, Lex. I'm going to hang it in my bedroom. I'm glad you like it. Open the next one. I put the frame on top of her book and yank out a big box out of the bag. I flip the top open and blink down at a pair of brand new Bauer skates. What I swallow, throat unbelievably dry. Skates. I shoved all of mine in the hall closet after I got home from the hospital. I haven't looked at them since, too afraid the ghosts from my professional athlete past might come out and haunt me if I stare at them for too long. I've been working with their skate rep, she starts, and I hear the tint of nerves in her voice. I mentioned who the skates were for and how you need 2 different sizes now, and after talking with your prosthetist about your foot measurements, I ordered a pair. They're, custom. The left is the size you used to wear and the right is slightly smaller to fit your prosthetic foot. I lied the night of the gala. I know your feet aren't the same size anymore, but I didn't want to let on about your gift." Her smile turned sheepish, shy. "I also like to hear you talk. Shit." A tear escapes from my eye and I wipe it away with my thumb. "Lexi, this is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. It's nothing. It's a whole lot of fucking something. I want you to be comfortable when you get back out there, and you won't be comfortable in what you were skating in before. I also thought new skates, new journey. Maybe." I squeeze my eyes closed and drop my head back. The fluorescent lights above me don't help, and before I know it, my shoulders are shaking. A sob works out of me, and Lexi's arms wrap around my middle. She lets me cry, holding me until I'm out of breath and the tears stop falling. When I woke up after the accident and saw I lost my leg, I wanted to die. I whisper, and Lexi holds me tighter. I thought about it. I wondered what I could use in the hospital room to make it happen. Bed sheets were my plan. Or lying to the nurses about how much pain medication I had taken until I overdosed. It's fucking stupid to say this, and maybe the people who have never been an athlete wouldn't understand, but the minute I realized I couldn't play hockey anymore, I didn't see the point in existing. That's all I knew. That's all I had. That's all I was. I stopped to take a breath. I didn't realize I was shaking, and I rest my cheek on top of her head. It feels fucking good to admit this to someone besides my therapist. I'm letting it out in the open, and with every word I say, I'm lighter, buoyant, so I keep talking. And then you and I started working together. I didn't believe you when you said you could get me to skate again because I couldn't even fucking walk. On the hard days when my head is cloudy and that anger I felt in the beginning creeps up, I think it's all a lie. I won't be able to do it. I'm going to fail, so why even try? But now I'm looking at a pair of skates and I press the heel of my palm against my left eye. I think I really can. "Oh, Riley." Lexi pulls away from me and cups my face with both of her hands. Her palms are warm, smooth, and I relax under her touch. "You can. I know you can. It's not going to be easy, but look at everything you've accomplished the last 6 months. This time next year, you're not going to recognize yourself. I'm sorry." The last time I cried over skates was when I was 7 and my parents got me a new pair. I snort out a laugh and run my fingers over the synthetic boot. I begged for them for months. "I'm glad you like them. I was afraid I was overstepping and I'd never want to make you uncomfortable." "You could never make me uncomfortable." I wipe my eyes again. "This is the best gift I've ever gotten." I, added something after they were delivered, on the blade holder there. She taps the white piece of plastic connecting the blade to the skate. "It's silly. For all the good days," I read. "I fucking love it, Lex. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much this means to me." "I'm glad you like it." Lexi squeezes me one more time and untangles our limbs. "We'll try them out soon, I promise. I can be patient. I'm willing to wait as long as I have to. Even knowing this is a possibility is beyond anything I could ever imagined." "Riley." "Yeah." She takes my hand in hers. "I'm really glad you're still here." "So am I, and I'm really glad we're friends." I drape an arm around her shoulder. "Merry Christmas Eve, Lex." "Merry Christmas Eve, Riley," she whispers back, "and this might be the best Christmas I've ever had. 29 Riley Puck Kings Mavi, can someone host team dinner this week? We're getting the guest bathroom remodeled and there's stuff everywhere. G-money, like actual stuff. That's disgusting. Mavi, no, idiot. Like tools and materials and tiles. G-money, oh, that makes more sense, lol. Sully, I can't wait until I retire. No more social gatherings, no more group chats, no more going places I don't want to. I can sit in my house all day and not have to talk to anyone. G-money, you're still stuck with us for now, goalie daddy. Easy, yeah, and when you retire, we're going to track you down and knock on your window every single day. G-money, ooh, stalker behavior. You know how much I love that. Mavi, speaking of, who's hosting book club this month? Huddy boy, I think it's my turn. Fair warning, Lucy is going to ask to paint everyone's nails before she and Madeline go out for the night. If you tell her no and make her cry, I will not be happy with you. G-Money don't let Sully near her lol. He makes everyone cry. Huddy boy, believe it or not, she loves him. Mavi huh weird. Did everyone have a good night? Me uneventful for me. Easy E, we gotta get you back out there, Mitchie. I'm sure you have tons of DMs from girls who would love to spend time with you, if you know what I mean. Huddy boy, everyone knows what you mean, Ethan. Me, I'm all set, and I haven't opened Instagram in months. Easy E, could you send them my way then, PLZ? I'm getting tired of being alone. Mavi, probably because no one else wants to touch you with a 10-foot pole. Easy E, ouch cap. G, money, someone bring GTA 5 to dinner, please. I can't find my copy anywhere. Huddy boy, it's at my house, Grant. G-Money, thank God. Sully has left the chat. Mavi has added Sully to the chat. Sully, I haven't known peace in years. G-Money, and you're never going to with us around. Me, I can host dinner this week. I haven't had anyone over in ages. My doorman is starting to think I don't have any friends. Mavi, he's going to be in for a rude awakening when we all show up. G-Money, I'm going to make a shirt. Riley and Grant forever. Me, that's unnecessary. G-Money, is it though? I toss a lime in my hand and set it on a cutting board. Grabbing a knife, I slice it into small wedges and drop them in a glass bowl on the counter. Are you a chef now? Grant steals a crouton off the top of the Caesar salad I made and pops it in his mouth. Why are you in here with a knife? I'm making garnishes. I drop the knife in the sink and wash my hands, in case someone wants to add something extra to their drink. Wow. I'm barely able to get a paper towel to wipe my hands when Maverick and Emmy host dinner and you're out here distributing garnishes. You should be in charge more often. Thanks, G. I crane my neck, looking toward the front door. Are we missing anyone? I'm pretty sure everyone is here. Oh, Lexi hasn't shown up, but I heard Piper tell Emmy she was running late. Cool. I guess we can get started. Can I ring the bell? He practically jumps up and down and reaches for the bell we started using last year to get everyone's attention when the food is ready. It's an ugly brass thing, and I groan when he lifts it off the table and shakes it multiple times. Okay, I don't want a noise complaint from my neighbor. Please, like anyone could ever hate you. I'm sure plenty of people hate me. Nah, you're a good dude. Now Ethan. He's bound to have some enemies. Grant dives for a plate and starts loading up on green beans and mashed potatoes. The 2 times we've played against New York this season, he's had his highest penalty minutes. Won't stop chirping their center on face-offs. Does he even know their center? Or is he being an idiot and starting trouble? Guess they were rivals at BC and Boo. I think there's bad blood there. I hum and step out of the way so everyone can load up their plates. Piper gives me a hug and tells me everything looks great. Madeline adds a tray of brownies to the long line of food, and Hudson doesn't bother waiting for her to finish unwrapping the dish before grabbing one and shoving it in his mouth. There's pushing and shoving, and Emmy waits patiently next to me while Maverick gets her plate ready. Wow, look at that service. I lift my chin to Maverick, balancing the food on his forearms. You've got a winner there, Hartwell. I do, don't I? She smiles and nudges my shoulder with hers. You doing okay? Fine, yeah. Don't bullshit me, Mitchell. I bark out a laugh. I forgot how much of a hard-ass you are. Today has sucked. My leg hurt during morning skate because I was standing for too long. Everything's pissed me off up until you all getting here, and I'm tired as hell. That's more like it. If you want to escape, I can handle everyone. Nah, I'm good. Being around my people helps. I scan the room again, disappointed. Do you know when? Sorry I'm late. Right on cue, Lexi bursts into the kitchen with a box tucked under her arm. I had a meeting at the arena that ran long, and I've been going non-stop for hours. Everyone stops to say hello to her, and it takes a few minutes before she makes her way around the kitchen and stands in front of me. Hey, I say, and the syllable cracks. You made it. And I brought chocolates. She hands over the box, and I smile at the assortment of treats secured in neat little rows. Please accept my apology for my tardiness. Nothing to apologize for. I take the desserts and set them on the counter out of sight from the heathens causing mayhem in the kitchen. The cleanup is going to take me hours. You must be hungry. Grab a plate. Do you want a drink? Sure. I'll take a gin and tonic if you have it. I can make that happen. I grab a glass from the cabinet, not mentioning I went out and bought a handle of gin to add to my liquor cabinet in case she asked for some. I got some limes for you too. My lime guy. Lexi grins, accepting the drink and taking a sip. This is my first time at your place besides helping you up to your door and storming into your living room. Do I get a tour of your apartment before dinner? I want to learn all your secrets. Secrets. I laugh and gesture for her to follow me out of the kitchen packed with bodies and down the hall. I don't have a lot of those. Come on, you have to be hiding something. An ex-girlfriend in your closet. A box of pictures of people's feet. That's what you really think of me. I'm a murderer with a phalange fetish. I'm honored, Lex. Which toe is your favorite? It's the pinky, isn't it? God, please stop. I gag and point out the bathroom and spare bedroom. You're going to make me sick. The big toe, I knew it. You're a goddamn smartass. I push open the door to our left so she can make her way inside. Welcome to my incredibly boring bedroom. Lexi puts a hand on her hip and surveys the space, nodding as she goes. Curtains, a headboard, a laundry hamper. Oh my God, Riley, you're a fully functioning adult male. You sound surprised. I am. The bar is low and I'm impressed. Please tell me some of your horror stories so I can feel better about myself. What's the worst apartment you've ever been in? Worst apartment. Lexi bends to survey the bookshelf shoved against the wall that houses my favorite novels. She touches each book, smiling when she gets to certain titles and pulling out her phone to take pictures of others. There was the guy who shared a room with his sister. I hope it was a studio apartment. Nope, a 3-bedroom. They were really close and didn't like to sleep in separate rooms. I just threw up a little. So did I when he said we had to be quick because him and his sister had a movie to watch together, in his bed. Damn, my curtains make me look like I have my shit together, don't they? I might be missing a limb, but at least I'm not into incest. I grin and sit on the edge of the bed. Tell me more. There was the guy with the army of stuffed animals, which I don't mind. I know people have items that are sentimental or bring them comfort. I wrote a paper on that for a psych class during my undergrad, and I'd never make fun of someone for what brings them joy. What bothered me was when he turned them all around when we were together because he didn't want them watching us. Lexi sets her drink on my dresser and opens the top drawer. And then he apologized to them after we finished because we took too long. Fucking Christ. I shake my head and lean back on my elbow. Down the hall, I hear an argument over a slice of pizza, and I throw a pillow at the door so it shuts. You need to find new people to spend time with. You didn't have anything weird about you. We got along just fine, didn't we? I dredge up the memory of her with her head tipped back and a smile on her face. The evening we shared felt special. We did get along just fine, I say slowly, and from the way she grins, I wonder if she's thinking about that night too. What about you? Are you going to tell me some of her mouth drops open when she gets to the bottom drawer of my dresser? I didn't even see her open the middle ones. Oh my God. What? I sit up and frown. If you find any feet pictures in there, someone planted them. Are these ropes? Oh fuck. I haven't used them in so long I forgot they were in there. I could deny they're mine. She'd believe me if I said they were a gag gift from one of the guys on the team. We do stupid shit like that all the time with each other, and a collection of ropes wouldn't be the weirdest thing one of them has given me. But a loud, annoying part of me wants to be honest with her. She's seen me when I'm weak and vulnerable and pissed off at the world. Why would I hide it from her? Yeah, I finally say, they are. What the hell are they for? I sail sometimes. Riley. Okay, fine, they're for activities. I have certain interests. The room is so quiet I swear I can hear my heart racing. You didn't when she holds up a rope and glances at me. In the hotel room, it's a preference, not a requirement. I enjoy things just fine without it. Clearly. What is it exactly? Being in control. I stand and walk to the dresser so I'm next to her. Being this close feels like I'm about to get into some trouble and I can't bring myself to care. With consent, of course. Of course, she echoes. How do you, is this something you advertise? No, the last thing I need is someone from the media branding me as someone I'm not. What do you do? Anything. Everything. I take the rope from her hold and lift my chin in the direction of her hands. May I? Yes, she breathes out. Please. The word almost short-circuits my brain when I gently push her palms together. I said I like control. That means being the one to dictate when a partner interacts with me. When I interact with a partner. When they reach their peak. I use the rope to secure her wrists with a single column knot. It's a simple knot, one that can be easily released by pulling on the free end of the rope because I don't want her to think she can't escape. It includes restraint techniques, eliminating senses like sight and sound, consequences like light taps if they don't listen and rewards when they do. I bend the rope so she has to hold the excess in her grip and her inhale is sharp. Everything is with consent, like I said, and safe words. Do you do this your first time with a woman? Lexi whispers. She turns her wrists to look at the ropes. How do you know their boundaries? Never the first time and only after a long conversation. Like I said, I enjoy things just fine without it. I've had a few relationships where I didn't use any of this because the woman wasn't comfortable with it, and that's fine by me. How do you even find out you like this? I'm an athlete. Or I was. I can't speak for all guys who play sports, but I think a part of the control factor is written in our DNA. As for learning how I knew I liked it, I did some experimenting. You don't strike me as someone who, she trails off, still staring at the rope. Do the guys know? No, I told you I like to keep private things private. There's nothing to tell. This is a lot to process. Let me take these off of you. I reach for the rope, but she yanks her hand back to her chest before I have the chance to release the knot. Are you okay? Aye. Lexi bites her bottom lip. It's embarrassing. You found my private collection, Lex. I could crawl in a hole and never come out. We're well past embarrassing. Moment of honesty. Anything. It doesn't leave this room. I've always wanted to try something like this. You're going to have to be more specific. A connection where I give over control. It feels like I'm always in control with my job and my personal life. The guys I've been with in the past always made me lead the way. They took my independence and confidence as someone who likes to be in charge when I didn't want to be the one with the power. I finish for her and the dip of her chin tells me I'm right. Have you ever used ropes in this context? No, she whispers. Have you ever been restrained with anything? Someone's tie, the belt of a robe? No. And that's something you want to try? Yes. I might hate it, but it's one of my biggest fantasies. I've never felt safe enough with someone to explore it and find out. This is very dangerous territory. My teammates are 15 feet away and could come in here any minute. We said just once. I've spent weeks trying to get Lexi out of my head, and seeing her wrists turn a pretty shade of pink from where the ropes press against her skin is making forming coherent thoughts really difficult, especially when it sounds like she's implying she feels safe with me. I want to respect your rules, I croak. We agreed we would be together one time. Doing this, I gesture at the knot and will myself to stay focused. Goes well past that. You're right. I'm sorry, she whispers. You have nothing to apologize for, Lex. This is Lexi tries to release the knot but can't. Forget I asked. Can you? I've got you. Stop moving for me. Thank you. I pull the loop on the excess part of the rope until it loosens, and when I untuck the rope from where it's pressing against the inside of her wrist, it falls to the floor. I curl my fingers around her wrist, inspecting her to make sure she's okay, and smooth my thumb over the tiny mark that was left behind. I should. She shifts and licks her lips. The girls, the team, dinner. Right, yeah. I drop the discarded rope back in the bottom drawer and shove it closed. Don't forget your drink. Thanks, I'll see you later. My house. Nowhere really for me to go. Right, she laughs, but it's forced. Thanks for giving me a tour. Sure. I shove my glasses up my nose to give my hand something to do. No problem. Without saying anything else, she turns for the door and disappears down the hall. I watch her leave, feeling like I definitely messed up. 30 Lexi, I'm in a daze. Ever since I walked out of Riley's room, I can't focus on anything but the red mark on my skin, the confidence in his eyes when he unknotted the rope from around my wrist, and how sure of himself he was when he talked about the things he liked. I wasn't lying when I said restraint is something I've never tried but always wanted to. I can't explain why. I'm not in the least bit submissive. If a man tried to tell me what I could or couldn't do, I'd probably punch him in the face. There's something about knowing I can't escape, knowing I can't get away and I'm just a vessel of pleasure for someone else that's hot as hell. And I shared that fantasy with Riley, the guy who blushed when he saw me undressed. I need to move and find a new job immediately because what the fuck is wrong with me? Earth to Lexi. Piper snaps her fingers in front of my face and I blink. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm great. I think I drank that last gin and tonic too quickly. I should eat something. Here. Emmy hands over a plate of olives and puts a hand on her stomach. I'm stuffed and I don't want those to go to waste. Why do you have a plate of only olives? I ask. Do we not care about the other food groups? Years ago, I mentioned to Maverick I liked them in my drink, and he started carrying around a jar so I can have them whenever I want, she explains. It's probably the reason why I fell in love with him. Maverick did that for you. I frown and glance toward the kitchen where a bowl of limes sits on the counter. I added 2 to my last drink, smiling at the citrus flavor when I took a sip. I didn't know that. Oh yeah. Before I even gave him the time of day, he was handing over olives he'd ordered from Greece. She rolls her eyes, but I see the smile she's fighting to hide. He's so extra, but knowing he remembered that, it made me feel good. Important, you know. There's been a collection of limes at every event Riley's attended this season, and that can't be a coincidence. I knew he had a crush on me, but that seems special. Important, like Emmy said, and when my eyes meet Riley's from across the room, I turn my attention back to the girls, afraid to look at him for too long. Have you all ever used any, accessories in the bedroom? I ask, dropping my voice low so none of the boys can overhear us. The last thing I need is someone being nosy and announcing my question to the entire team. Ropes or things of the sort. Okay, talk about a topic change, Piper says. Maverick uses hockey tape. Emmy grins. It's fun, and who doesn't love a product that can be multifunctional? Wow, you could be a spokesperson, Madeline says, and she glances at me. Are you seeing someone who is into that? Wait, you haven't mentioned hooking up with anyone in a while. Piper leans forward. You becoming celibate? God, no. I laugh. I could never. Men might be dicks, but some of them have good dicks, and it would be a shame for those to go to waste. So why the questions about bondage? Maven asks. I don't know, just curious. I've never tried it. Most important thing is trusting your partner, Emmy says, and I nod. You have to know if you say stop, they're going to stop. You also have to be okay giving up your control. It's not as easy as it sounds, and it's uncomfortable at first. You realize you have nowhere to go, but when you relax and understand you're safe, it's good. I can send you some websites Mav and I looked at if you want. What websites? Maverick asks, appearing by her side. None of your business. She swats at his stomach and he lifts her off the couch in a single swoop, throwing her over his shoulder. Oh my God, put me the fuck down, Miller. Nope, I'm taking you home, Hartwell. We play against each other tomorrow night, and when I kick your ass on the ice, I don't want to hear any excuses about how you're tired and sore. I should head out too. Madeline checks her phone. Lucy's babysitter is in high school, and I don't want her to have to stay at the apartment too late. I'm pretty sure Liam is already in the car. Piper yawns and jumps to her feet. Want a ride home, Lex? I'm okay. I drove, and I'm going to help clean up because I didn't help set up. I smile at my friends. I'll see you all tomorrow at the game. Let us know when you get home. Maven gives me a hug and I wave as the team starts filing out of Riley's apartment. I can take care of this, Riley says when we're the only two left in the living room. He holds up a trash bag and smiles. Everything is going to get thrown in here. They're all savages. It's going to take you forever if you do it by yourself. I stack up 8 paper plates and walk toward him, dropping the trash in the bag. I can start on the dishes. Nope, I'm not going to let you. I offered to host and cleaning up comes with the territory. Good thing I'm not asking for permission. I push past him for the kitchen, staring at the pile of silverware and glasses in the sink. I roll up my sleeves and grab a sponge. I think we need to start doing all drinks in solo cups. This is too much work for one person. I forgot to run out and get some this afternoon. He drops the trash bag and stands next to me, turning on the faucet. His hip bumps against mine and I scoot to the right to give him more room. I'll wash, you dry. Teamwork. I like it, gosh. More men belong in the kitchen. Riley laughs and starts on the lowball glasses the guys used for their liquor. We find a rhythm and work quickly as the pile starts to dwindle. In between washing and drying, we make casual conversation, and it takes all of my restraint to not bring up what I learned about him. I ask him how he's liked being behind the bench at games, and if he's given coaching more thought. He tells me he's been sharpening the skates I got him for Christmas, and even tried the right one on with his prosthetic to see how it feels. I'm happy to hear it fits, and I need to send a thank you note to the people at Bauer for all their help in the process. 45 minutes later, the kitchen is spotless. You wouldn't know 20 hockey players stormed through here an hour ago, and I yawn when I fold up the used dish towel and set it on the counter. Much easier with help, right? I ask, and Riley nods. Yeah, thanks for not letting me be too stubborn. He dries his hands and sighs. Lex, I want to apologize for earlier. What happened earlier? Back in my bedroom. I crossed a line by letting our conversation get that far, and I'm sorry for not putting a stop to it. I understand if you want me to work with a different athletic trainer going forward. What are you talking about? I've seen you undressed, Riley. We spent an intimate night together and you think learning you like to tie people up is what's going to make me not want to work with you anymore. Please. I snort and jump onto the counter. I'm not scandalized. I'm intrigued. There's a difference. Were you serious about what you said? He closes the distance between us, positioning himself between my thighs. His hands land on either side of my hips and he stares me down. About what you want to try. I wouldn't lie about that. I've never been ashamed of my preferences. I've been open about what I want and haven't cared if someone judges me, but this conversation feels deeper, more personal. It's not a man I'm never going to see again or someone I matched with having one goal in mind, getting off. It's a man I know well who seems to enjoy the things I enjoy, and that propels me forward. We agreed on one night, Riley says slowly. We agreed to be friends. I gnaw on my bottom lip, wanting to get this next part right. The first time was fun. It was phenomenal. We had a good time, and yeah, it was a little awkward after, but we got through it. What if we do it again? You can't deny there's chemistry between us, and we worked really well together. That was the best night of my life. What are you asking me for, to be your boyfriend? Absolutely not. My laughter dies in my throat when he inches closer. I drop my head against the cabinet behind me and watch the heat behind his eyes. Not that. Is the idea of me being your boyfriend funny, Lexi? No, of course not. You're a nice guy and I'm sure you'd be a wonderful boyfriend. I don't want that. I don't want a relationship. I want no emotions, no messy feelings. That's not my style. You want to be intimate, he says, and the detachment in his voice makes my skin warm. He makes it sound dirty, filthy, and I can feel myself getting excited. Why me? Because I know you can deliver. Because I trust you. Because I told you what I wanted to try and you didn't make a joke out of it. Riley takes a step back and the air around me deflates. I can think more clearly when he's not in my space. Fuck buddies, friends with benefits. Am I getting this right? He asks. You call me when you want me to get you off and I make you come until you can't think straight. Yup, yeah, sounds about right. He rolls his lips together and blinks at me. No feelings, none, it's intimacy, that's it. Are you going to be sleeping with anyone else? Are you going to be sleeping with anyone else? I ask. No, he says without a second thought. I told you, you're the only woman I've slept with in God knows how long. I haven't been with anyone since you, I practically blurt, and he lifts an eyebrow. What? Is the idea of me keeping my legs closed that shocking to you? No, he repeats. He puts his hands on my thighs and runs his fingers up the denim of my jeans. Guess I'm just proud I'm enough to satisfy Ms. Independent. One time together and you're this cocky. I grab his shirt and tug him toward me. I brush my mouth along the corner of his lips, shaking my head when he whimpers. I'm not kissing you until you tell me yes or no. You know what my answer is. I'll be your fuck buddy, Lex. I'll take care of you. No feelings. None. The second one of us starts to stop talking, Riley lifts me off the counter, careful to put a hand behind my head so I don't knock my skull against the cabinet. You don't want me to fall in love with you. No lovey-dovey shit. We'll be intimate and you'll leave. I got it. He walks down the hall, his pace slow. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, only that we're doing this, again, and I'm really excited about it. I know you told me to stop talking, but should you be carrying me? I ask. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I'm fine. It's a short walk, and throwing you over my shoulder is way more dramatic than making you do it by yourself. I laugh. Riley pushes the door to his room open. He walks me to the bed and sets me on the mattress. As soon as he does, unexpected nerves hit me square in the chest. The last time we did this, we were in a hotel room, an unfamiliar place where we could pretend like we didn't have an attachment to one another. Now I glance around and see pieces of him everywhere I look. A jersey over the back of the chair at his desk by the window, a second pair of glasses on his nightstand, his phone plugged into a charger. "Are you okay?" he asks, and I nod. "Yeah." I point to the bottom of the dresser, heart thundering. "I want you to use those ropes on me." "Are you sure? Positive? You said you've never used them before." He opens the drawer and pulls out the long ropes I held earlier. "Have you ever researched shibari?" "Once or twice," I admit. "It focuses on friction and wraps instead of knots. The rope is made of jute." Riley holds out the rope for me to touch, and I run my fingers along the natural fiber. The middle point is called the bite. "Can I ask a question? Anything? With this, are you into the BDSM lifestyle?" "No, not my thing. I like being in control, but I don't like dominating or denying. I like for things in the bedroom to be, collaborative, and I like being told what to do too." "Okay," I nod, and he takes the ropes back. "Can I get out of it if I don't like it?" "Absolutely, and I have safety shears." "I don't want my whole body tied up, only my wrists. Is that okay?" "Lexi." Riley grimaces when he lowers himself to the floor and kneels between my legs. "None of this is a requirement. I don't want to use bondage every time, if we're being honest. Occasionally is more than enough for me, not even frequently. Like I mentioned before, I enjoy things just fine without it. Better than. You made me finish with your mouth, and I've been thinking about it every day since. Ropes are a bonus, something fun to add every now and then." "You've been thinking about it." "More than I'm allowed to admit." He cups my cheek, thumb stroking along the curve of my jaw. "Don't worry, I'm not in love with you, I'm playing by the rules." "Shut up," I murmur, tugging on his hair and bending my neck so I can kiss him. Speaking of mouths, I don't like when my friends with benefits use their mouths to talk. "What do you want me to use it for?" I grab the hem of my shirt and tug it over my head. I unhook my bra, smiling when Riley groans and rests his forehead against my collarbone, a mumbled fuck tumbling out of him. I've always been proud of my body, but hearing his reaction strikes a match inside me. "This," I whisper, guiding his mouth to my breast. When he closes his lips and sucks, I stutter out a breath. "Perfect." "Move back on the bed," he says against my skin, and I hate to pull away from him. "Now, Lexi." The firmness in his demand has me scooting across the sheets, pulse jumping as I lean back on the pillows and watch him. He stands, another grimace dancing across his face before he climbs on the mattress and taps my foot. Shoes off, jeans off, underwear off. I nod, delirious as I kick off my boots, slide the jeans down my legs, and add my underwear to the pile of discarded clothing on his floor. He's still fully dressed, cheeks bright red and his eyes on me, and the power imbalance sends a shiver racing up my spine. This is what I want. Someone who knows what they're doing, not a mediocre attempt by a guy who read one Reddit thread and thinks he has everything figured out. Riley's hand rests on my thigh and teases his touch across my stomach, dipping lower so his knuckles brush against my entrance before he moves up, fingers at my throat. "You like this," he says, applying the hint of pressure to my neck. "Is it still okay?" I close my eyes and sink into the gentle way his grip tightens. "Yes. Last time we did this, we moved fast, orgasms, that was it. It's going to be slower tonight and I'm going to check in with you. You have to communicate with me, Lexi. I can't change anything after we finish, but I can change it in the moment." "Right. Yeah, communication. That's very important," I say, but it feels like my head is in the clouds. "And we're going to have a system. Green means you like what's happening. Yellow means you need to take a second before we keep going. Red is a firm stop. The second you tell me red, whatever we're doing ends. Do you understand?" Riley asks, and when I nod, he pinches my nipple. My eyes fly open and my back arches off the bed. "I need you to say it." "Yes," I stammer, and he smiles. "Good. Now give me your hands, please." 31 Riley months ago, I thought the universe was trying to fuck me over. A car accident, losing my leg, and not being able to play hockey again all in one night. Now it's like I'm being rewarded for being so patient with everything that's happened in my life, because Lexi Armstrong is naked on my bed. She's holding out her hands, blinking up at me with dark lashes and wide eyes, and it's a goddamn wonder I haven't already finished in my pants. Her body is unreal. Soft curves at her hips, a toned stomach from years of exercise, strong, long legs that would look best wrapped around my head. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. "I'm going to do a double column tie," I say, proud of myself for being able to get actual words out. "It's the same thing I did earlier, but with both of your wrists." "I didn't mind that," she tells me. "You were wearing clothes and not tied to the headboard. This is going to be different." I get started on the knots, making sure to watch Lexi's face every second. She's busy watching my fingers, and after a few seconds, I pull the rope tight to lock the knots in place, satisfied with how it looks. "Finished?" Lexi asks, and I nod. "That's it." I slip my fingers between the ropes and her wrists, checking to make sure nothing is too tight. "How does that feel?" "Weird, but..." She trails off and lifts her hands in front of her, examining them. "Good. Any pain? Too much pressure?" Hands are the first thing to lose circulation, so if it's uncomfortable, I need to know. "No," Lexi smiles. "I like it." "Okay, good, yeah." I run a hand through my hair. "It looks good." "Are you always this nervous?" "I'm not nervous." "Yes, you are." "I'm fine, just want to make sure you're okay," I say, and I double-check the tie knot again. "I'm more than okay. What happens now? The benefits part of all of this." I lift her hands above her head. "Me doing whatever you ask. Making sure you get off. That's what you want, right?" Lexi squirms and exhales a puff of hot air that tickles my face. "When you say it like that, it makes it seem like you're not enjoying yourself. It makes it seem like this is only about me." "Right now it is." I draw a straight line down her body from her neck to her stomach. "Relax, Lexi baby. You know I'm going to take care of you." When her shoulders drop away from her ears and she closes her eyes, I tie her wrists to the headboard. I give the ropes a pull, making sure she can release herself if she wants to get out of the ties, as every thought I've ever had about her comes rushing to the surface. I cup both of her breasts and drag my thumbs over her nipples, grinning when she squirms again and finds she can't move her upper body. "Fuck," she whispers, eyes flying open. Impressed yet? You're a goddamn tease. Says the girl who waltzed in here, told me she wanted to be tied up, then made me sit through dinner with my friends while I imagined what she'd look like spread out on my bed. And, is it what you pictured? Better, I say, pressing my palm on her stomach. Last time I took your underwear. This time, I might need to take a photo of you so I can look at it when I'm sad and lonely in my hotel room during our away games. And I'm sad a lot, Lex. That's the best part about being friends with benefits. She moans when I push a finger inside her and find her tight and wet. You could knock on my door, have the real thing, and not stick around to find out if I snore. Tempting. What would I tell my teammates? I add a second finger, stretching her out, and her legs tip open wider. She lifts her hips and I push her back against the mattress so she can't move. Sorry, I can't make dinner. I have a needy woman in my room who is demanding my attention. Throw in the word hot too. You're so damn confident. Am I wrong? No, I bend to kiss her stomach. My tongue leaves a trail of wet marks behind as I position myself between her legs. You're not wrong at all, you doing okay up there? Yeah, she says. I glance up at her and watch her tug on the ropes. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I taste her tongue pressing down. Fuck, I've missed you. You've missed my body. I haven't been with a lot of women. The number is small compared to some of my teammates who like sleeping around. But I can say without a doubt in my mind Lexi is the hottest person I've ever slept with. There aren't any games. I don't have to ask for guidance. She tells me exactly what she wants and exactly how she wants it, blunt as hell when she wraps her thighs around my head and urges my face deeper between her legs. No, you brat. I pinch the inside of her knee and she squeals. I've missed you. Less talking. More shit, Riley, she whines when I push a third finger inside her. She tightens around me and it's alarming how much that turns me on. Right there. Wrists okay? I ask, the words coming out muffled when she squeezes her legs against my cheeks. Yes, I just wish she stops talking and I look up at her. When she doesn't continue, I rub a slow circle until she cries out, arms twisting above her. I wish I could touch you, she finishes in a rush of a breath. You can't have it all, Lexi. I'll take the ropes off after you come. That's not fair, she huffs. I want to leave them on and touch you. And I want you to come on my tongue so I can taste you. Given our current position, I think I'm going to be the one who wins. Lexi moans again and I take my time with her. I do everything she likes, including curling my fingers and burying my tongue inside her and almost passing out from how hard I am, all because I'm touching her. Riley. I think I'm going to come. She yanks on the ropes and twists her hips, but I keep her pinned in place. It's too much. I can't, she gulps down a breath when the rope digs into her wrists and a sob works its way up her throat. Please, please what? I ask, watching her for any signs of discomfort. Her eyes are squeezed shut. Her chest is flushed red and her nipples are hard and her hair is halfway out of her ponytail. Do you want me to stop? No, it feels too good. It's never this is how it's supposed to feel when someone is doing it right. As long as you're my friend, you're not going to have to fake anything, Lexi. That earns me another squeeze of her thighs around my neck as she falls apart, a mess of shaking legs and whispered please. I coax her through it, tongue still on her while I slow my fingers inside her until she's trembling on the sheets. Please, she whispers again. I want to get out. I'm off her in a second, moving up the bed as fast as I can. I release the knot so her hands fall away from the metal headboard. I tug the rope, breaking her wrists free and pull her into my lap, cradling her close to my chest. I kiss her forehead and the top of her head. I stroke her hair, blowing out a breath when she buries her face in my shirt. You did so well, sweetheart. That was Lexi sniffs and tilts her head back, gaze meeting mine. There's mascara under her right eye, and I wipe it away with my thumb. The most intense experience of my life. Did I hurt you? I carefully check her hands, kissing the inside of her wrists and the marks I find there. Blood pounds in my head, fearful she hated every minute of that until her lips turn up in a smile. Talk to me, Lex. No, no, you didn't, she says. The roar around me settles when her palms slip out of my grip, move up my chest, and drape around my shoulders. I'm fine. I'm so much better than fine. That felt so natural. I loved every minute of it. I have so much adrenaline it feels like I could go run 10 miles. That's the orgasm talking, or you have way too much energy. I put my finger under her chin, kissing her softly. Lexi melts into me, mouth opening and tongue brushing against mine. Knowing you both are possible. What can I say? One quickie from your fingers and I'm practically a superhero. Thanks, friend. You really did do well. How are you feeling? Do you want some water? Such hospitality. She tosses me a cocky smirk and throws a leg on either side of my waist. It's my turn to blow out an exhale when she slowly brings my shirt over my head, and I hold my breath until she pulls it off and tosses it aside. I want you, Riley. More benefits, more fun. Yeah, yes, yup. I lick my lips and grip her waist, fingers pressing into the curve of her ass. There's a condom in the drawer over there. Lexi leans to her right, stretching for the bedside table and almost knocking the lamp off in the process. My laugh turns to a cackle when she yanks on the drawer too hard, the whole piece flying out and landing on the floor in a wooden heap. You need new furniture, she murmurs, plucking a condom from the box I impulsively bought after our first night together. Wishful thinking and all that bullshit. I'm going to get a splinter. I'll buy something new tomorrow, whatever color you want. Better yet, send me a link of one you like. I'll overnight it. She grins and spins the foil packet between her fingers. Do you want to try something new, a different position? How can I make this good for you? The pre-cum in my briefs would argue that everything we've done up to this point tonight has been fantastic and she's barely touched me. But I'm calm. I'm easygoing, her friend and newly appointed pleasure provider for the foreseeable future, and I'm not going to blow my cover by being a pathetic, yearning mess of a man who will have her any way I can get her. Maybe you on top again, if you liked it, I add, and her smile softens. Next time we can try something different, I'll take you. I like being on top. She kneels next to me and puts her hand on my left thigh. Are you going to take your pants off? Or do you prefer, I'm going to take them off and leave my prosthetic on again? Was it okay last time? I know the socket isn't, it was perfect. Take off your clothes, Riley, Lexi says softly, and of course I listen. I unbutton my jeans and untie my shoes. She helps me pull the denim over my prosthetic, then works on my briefs, making quick work of the black underwear. When I'm naked in front of her, she wraps her hand around my cock and smiles. Look at you. Getting me off turns you on, doesn't it? Yes, and I groan when she opens the condom and rolls it down my length. We can't spend too much time on foreplay. I want to take you, and if you touch me, I'm going to come in 20 seconds. I bet we could make it 18, she says, a challenge in her eyes. She straddles me again, hovering over the head of my cock and leaning forward so she can whisper in my ear. But fine. We'll play your way. Take me, Riley. You know I like it rough. I touch her everywhere I can reach. Her breasts when I squeeze them together, her clit when she drops her head back and moans, her hips when she lowers herself on me, and a light smack on her ass when the first half of my cock sinks into her. Fucking hell. She's glorious. Absolutely divine when she rolls her hips and puts her hands on my chest, using me as leverage so she can get another inch deeper. I lift off the bed, snapping my hips to meet her halfway and thrusting into her as hard as I can. It's messy and sloppy. The bed shakes and rattles the window above us. Sweat rolls down our bodies. I hook my thumb in the corner of her mouth, then press on her tongue, smiling when I drag her drool down her cheek. When I grab her throat, watching her to make sure I'm not being too unhinged with her, I've about lost my goddamn mind. Her pussy squeezes my cock tight. Listen, sweetheart, I pant, my nails digging into the swell of her ass. I'm a selfless man. I want you to finish first, always. But watching you come undone with your hands bound together really did a number on me. Can we still be friends if I come before you? I promise it won't happen again. You are infuriating. Lexi kisses me and I move my hand to the back of her head, holding her there while I claw at the cusp of an orgasm. Too goddamn nice and answer the fucking question, I grit out. Please, Lexi baby. At the risk of sounding cliché, she gasps when I spit on my thumb and rub a slow circle over her clit. I'm about to come too. Race you there, I ask, and when she giggles, arms above her head and hair spilling down her back, I lose it. My entire body tenses, muscles spasming while I fill the condom with my release. My glasses fog up, and everything around me is a hazy blur of colors and sounds. Lexi collapses on top of me, her breath heavy and my name whispering out of her like a slurred incantation when I keep my fingers between her legs. I think she pauses to swallow, and I feel the bob of her throat against my cheek. You're the best friend I've ever had. An exhausted laugh rattles out of me. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing stars. Visions of her falling apart are playing on repeat in my head. I aim to please. You do it really well. I'm glad you think so. You're a tough critic. I yawn and drop my head against the pillows. Did 2 orgasms impress you? We're getting there. We both wince when she lifts off my cock and flops on her stomach next to me. She drapes an arm over my stomach and I get rid of the used condom, feeling winded like I'm heading for the bench after being on the ice after a long shift. You gonna stay? I ask, yawning again. Or are you bolting? I'll stay for a minute. I need to pee. My legs hurt. So do my hands. I grab her hands and massage the inside of her wrists, thumbs gentle when I pass over the pink marks that haven't faded. Are you allergic to anything? That's a random question to ask after rearranging my insides. I figured you'd ask about birth control first. Sorry. This is my first friends with benefits arrangement. I haven't figured out the rules yet, and I want to make sure you don't go into anaphylactic shock when you're on top of me, or while your hands are tied up. I pinch her side and she lets out a squeak. But yeah, that too. Are you on birth control? She pushes her hair out of her face and smiles up at me. I am, and I'm allergic to bees. Bees, got it. Won't introduce any of those in the bedroom. What about you? Any allergies I should be aware of, buddy? She asks. No, my limb gets red and irritated from the gel liner it sits in sometimes, but I'm not allergic to anything. And if you don't want to use a condom, we can go that route. You'd be okay with that? Yeah, but only if we're exclusive, sex ed and all of that. I've never had a friend with benefits either, Lexi admits. She scoots across the wrinkled sheets and rests her cheek on my shoulder. It's mostly been one and done for me. Personal preference, or is it because my gender is a constant disappointment? Both. I feel the curve of her smile and it makes me smile too. I read romance books. I've seen my friends fall in love and get married and have everything they've ever wanted. I know it happens, it's hard for me to believe it's real and true. Why waste my time and energy on something that might turn around and hurt me 6 months later, or even worse, 6 years later? I don't want to be tied to someone else. I want to make my own happiness, my own rules. I guess I could ask the same question about other things. Why get in a car when it could end with me losing my other leg? Just because something could happen doesn't mean it will, I say, but I get it. Your independence is important to you. Letting another person in offers up the chance for you to lose that part of yourself. Exactly. Lexi props herself up on an elbow. But I still have needs, you know. I may not want a ring on my finger, but I do want a couple of orgasms. That's my job. I close my eyes. I'll be a good friend to you, Lex. Speaking of friends, can we agree to keep this between us again? I know if I tell the girls, they'll start coming up with couples' names for us and asking how we're defining our relationship. I'm not ready for an interrogation. My lips are sealed. Thanks. She kisses my forehead, and the mattress dips when she rolls toward the edge of the bed. I crack an eye open and watch her scoop up her clothes. I'm going to head out. I have some guys scheduled for taping before the game tomorrow night, and I need to be at the arena early. If you give me a second, I'll walk you out. That's okay. Lexi smiles at me over her shoulder, clasping her bra and putting on her shirt. I can find the door. It's in the same place it was earlier. Will you let me know when you're home? When she lifts an eyebrow, I roll my eyes. It's not a marriage proposal. I'd ask the same thing from the guys. Yeah, yeah. She pops to her feet and redresses with her underwear and jeans. If you insist. I do insist, thank you. You're welcome. She blows me a kiss and I laugh. Sweet dreams, friend. See you tomorrow, Lexi baby. With another smile, she slips out of my bedroom. I hear the toilet flush in the bathroom down the hall, then the click of the front door closing behind her. I count to 100, and when I know she's gone, I grab a pillow. I put it over my face and groan, knowing I'm teetering on the edge of a very dangerous slope. 32 Riley Puck Kings. Mavi, don't forget about book club tonight, kids. Me might be late. I have a therapy session. I'll head over after. Huddy boy Madeline made cookies. I'll make sure to save you one. G-Money, what kind of cookies? Huddy boy chocolate chip. G-Money, damn. Peanut butter is my favorite. Easy E, the world doesn't revolve around you, Everett. G-Money, what's with the attitude problem, Richardson? Easy E, I've been having some issues with Tella. The engine is acting up and seems like there's a problem with the chain and drive systems. I'm worried she's not going to make it. Sully, it's an inanimate object. Easy E, she's the Lommel. Mavi, wow, over all of us. Easy E, obviously. I can replace you all. G-Money, that's not nice. No sleepover during our away game next week. I'm revoking your privileges. Easy E, lot of big words coming from the guy from the Florida education system. G-Money, you know what? Never mind. Canada sounds like a dream. Huddy boy Ethan, be nice. I hope Tella is okay. Easy E, thank you, Huddy. At least someone cares about me. The rest of you can fuck off. Riley. Dr. Ledlow beams at me and points at the couch across from the chair he's sitting in. It's good to see you. Have a seat. Thanks. I drop onto the leather and stretch out my legs, massaging my right thigh. What's up? How's you've been? Busy. I am working with the Stars in a sort of coaching capacity now. Coach got approval from the league for me to be a team official instead of the roster for the time being, so I don't get to hide out in the tunnel anymore. I'm behind the bench now. Are you enjoying that role? More than I thought I would, I admit. It's nice to feel like I have a purpose, and it's even nicer to feel like I have a purpose that involves hockey. I go to practice. I talk about lineups and help my teammates run drills. I know it's not going to be a long-term thing, but I'm falling back in love with the sport I spent weeks grieving because I thought I lost it. There's a little bit of whiplash. That's understandable. You're nervous it's a band-aid that will get pulled off and wondering what happens if and when the wound is open again. How the fuck are you so good at this? My student loans don't let me be not good at this. He rests his foot on his knee and makes a note in his folder. Let's talk about your physical health. No more assistive devices. No more limping. When you walked in here, if I didn't know you had a prosthetic, I never would have guessed you were using an artificial leg. I take it you've been going to your rehabilitation sessions like the team asked. Yeah, I know I was stubborn in the beginning, but turns out if you do something you're supposed to do, you get better at it. Wow, Dr. Ledlow smiles. Funny how that works. Sucks, honestly, I snort. I'm learning to be comfortable. I'm adapting to this new body of mine. I still struggle occasionally when I don't have my prosthesis on. Seeing myself in a mirror is hard, especially as someone who's constantly seeing pictures and videos of what they looked like before. I reach for the glass of water he set out for me and take a sip. I'm not sure it will ever be normal. It might not be, but that doesn't take away from the progress you've made. You can be comfortable but not content. The two aren't mutually exclusive. He underlines something on the document in his lap and looks up at me. We've gone a couple months without talking about the heavier stuff because our conversation hasn't led to it. But given our interactions when you first started meeting with me, I'd be remiss if we didn't spend a minute or two talking about my mental health, I say, and he nods. It's up and down. In the last few months, it's been more up than down, but the downs hit me out of nowhere. I rub my jaw, thinking about last night and how I couldn't get my sneaker on my prosthetic foot. It took me 20 minutes and a shoehorn before I finally chucked it at the wall and gave up. There's the mood I was in last week, a beautiful January day where everything pissed me off. The sandwich I had for lunch, how scratchy my sheets felt against my leg, the pillow that didn't help with the crick in my neck. There's no rhyme or reason for any of it. Some days the irritation and depression last for 20 minutes. I'll take a bath and it'll disappear. Other times it stretches for hours and I turn off my phone, lie in bed and stare at the wall. The only good thing during those rough stretches is Lexi. I can always count on her to send me a funny text. I'll get a meme that makes me laugh or a selfie of her in the athletic trainer's room, Liam flipping off the camera behind her. She's a good friend. Some people think of recovery as a straight, flat line, a direct route from point A, which is the onset of grief, and B, which is a new normal. That's not true. It's more like rolling hills and valleys. There will be highs and lows, but they lead to the same place. And sometimes you'll have a flat line for months before a bump in the road shows up and you have to climb up another hill. I have 70 more years of going uphill. I can't wait. It can always be worse. You could have 80. I bark out a laugh. Touché, Doc. We have to address the elephant in the room. Dr. Ledlow caps his pen and steeples his fingers under his chin. Before, your depression was bringing on suicidal thoughts. After one of our first sessions, your mother pulled me aside to tell me she found a bottle of medication in your bathroom with a substantial amount of pills missing. I've been doing this long enough to know it's easy to mask the pain by smiling and pretending like everything is fine on the surface when you're battling an army of demons internally. Hell, I've done it myself. Do me a favor for a second. Forget I'm your doctor. Forget I'm a medical professional. Right now, I'm a man asking another man how he's really doing because we don't get asked it enough. I clear my throat and lean forward in my chair. I can't remember the last time someone asked me that. Has anyone asked my teammates that? Like, really asked them? I probably should. It seems pretty important. I'm not going to lie. I was having those thoughts, I say quietly. Frequently. That pain physically and mentally was, I can't even describe it. I turn my head and stare out at the window. Every day I was in that hospital, I thought how easy it would be to just end it all. It'd free up a bed for someone who would actually recover. My parents wouldn't have to give up weeks of their life to help me move around my apartment because I couldn't fucking walk. Would I have gone through with it? We'll never know. I'm not. That's not something I want to do anymore. I'm not kidding when I say the hard days are still so fucking hard no matter how much I smile around my friends, but I'm hanging in there. I'm reading again. I picked up a paintbrush for the first time in forever. I'm finally starting to see who I could be without hockey, and I'm trying to find something new to live for after the greatest thing in my life was ripped away from me. I realize there are people who would miss me and I'd miss them. Your parents, your teammates, and other people. Ah, Dr. Ledlow smiles. A girl or a guy? Yeah, I sigh. A girl. Want to tell me about her? We're friends. All we're ever going to be is friends, and I'd rather have her in my life as that than not have her in my life at all. You care about her, he says. I care about a lot of people. You really care about her. I guess I do. I drum my fingers on my thigh. Lexi and I got together last week, a quick meetup at my place on her way home from a Pilates class. She was sweaty. I was happy to see her, and I'm slowly but surely getting the hang of this friends thing. She's done a lot for me. Everyone has. How are you really doing, Riley? He presses, but nothing about it feels forceful. I trail off and blink back tears. I pull off my glasses and hurry to wipe my eyes, but Dr. Ledlow doesn't say anything. I'm okay. I'm closer to good than not, and that's light years better than where I was before. A work in fucking progress, I'd say, but also someone who knows they have a bigger role here and is no longer in a hurry to leave. I pause to swallow the lump in my throat. Thank you for asking. We'll stop there for today. You've made some big steps over the last 6 months, and I'm really proud of you. Thank you for being patient with me, I mumble. I know I haven't been easy to work with. I'm always going to be patient with you, Riley. Not because it's my job, but because it's the right thing to do as a human being. You're way too good at this, Doc. Your ability to analyze me even when I don't think I'm being analyzed is scary. All in a day's work, he says. I stand and hold out my hand, smiling when he clasps it. I'll see you next month. You have my number if you need me before then. Thanks, man. I appreciate your time. My pleasure, he shakes my palm. And Riley, if something makes you happy, I think you should go for it. Would you go for it knowing there was no shot at something coming out of it? Your doctors said you shouldn't have survived, but here you are. Aren't you glad they went for it even though the odds were stacked against them? Bastard. I tip my head back and look up at the ceiling. We'll see. Can't wait for an update. Be well, Riley. I wave and take the elevator down to the ground floor, his words ringing in my ears in the backseat of an Uber all the way to Hudson's place. Order, order, Maverick yells. He knocks a rubber mallet on the living room coffee table. Can everyone please shut the fuck up so book club can commence? I've been waiting for this one. Grant rubs his hands together and grins. A dark romance where she falls in love with the stalker, but only after she makes him crawl on his knees and beg for forgiveness. It's like the author wrote this shit just for me. I'm sure she had you in mind the whole time. Hudson offers me a beer and I shake my head. I thought this one was just okay. Okay, okay. He buys her whatever she wants. He threatens the guy at the bar who harasses her. He's a nice dude who makes sure she's safe when she rides on the back of his motorcycle. There were motorcycles in there, Ethan asks, looking up. Did you even read the book? I ask. Nah, I got busy. He smirks and flips through the pages of the paperback. I'm a popular guy, Mitchie. I did not need to know that. If I have to see pictures of the jewelry on his, you all get to know how popular he is, Grant says. Imagine being in line at the grocery store and Ethan's, pops up on your phone. I just gagged. Liam scrunches up his nose and takes a sip of his water. Please refrain from any further conversation on It's cold as shit outside and Piper has the car tonight. I don't want to walk home, but I will. Such a prude. Ethan throws a pretzel at Liam's head and he catches it without even looking up. Someone else convinced me to read this book. She also crawls to him. Maverick grins. That's an underrated microtrope if you ask me. Remember that other book where the guy tells her to lose her ring and crawl? Hell, Grant fans his face. I wish I had the balls to say that to a woman. I wouldn't be able to get the words out. I wonder if I could get Lexi to. She'd probably put up a fight and flat out refuse in the name of feminism, but I bet I could convince her by, first. I'm all for an equal power dynamic if it means watching her temporarily hand over control again. Fuck. Mitchie. Hudson taps my shoulder and I blink. You good? Huh? Oh yeah, sorry, distracted. I flash them a smile. I like the book more than I thought I would. He's a nice stalker. He makes breakfast for her before sneaking out of her house and does her laundry when she's at work. A respectful king, Maverick agrees. And short. We need some excitement for the shorter guys out there, Grant adds. We deserve love too. You're 5'11", he deadpans. Compared to you fuckers, I'm a goddamn shrimp. Your posture is horrible, Ethan says around a cookie he shoves in his mouth. You need to stand up taller. I never thought I'd be taking notes on how to be a good partner from a stalker romance, but here we are. Hudson smiles. I did Madeline and Lucy's laundry the other day while they were on a field trip because of that scene in the book, and she burst into tears when she got home. Women, Grant sighs. So complex, so brilliant, we're so undeserving. Do you think Coach dates? Ethan asks from out of nowhere. I could see him being stalker adjacent. I don't want to imagine Coach doing anything with anyone, the same way I don't need to hear about all of your personal business. I tap the title. We should read book 3 next month. All in favor? Maverick asks and everyone's hands go up in the air. Done. Motion for book 3 to be February's pick approved. I'm going to be pissed if it sucks, Ethan says. You're not even going to read it, I answer. So you don't get an opinion. Ooh, Mitchie is feisty today, and smiling from ear to ear. Ethan pinches my cheek. Did you have a good time, Rye? The only time I look like this is after I have a really good no, I say, smacking him in the chest with a pillow. I had a therapy appointment and it went really well. I'm proud of you. Hudson nudges my foot with his. I know you have someone to talk to, but if you need another outlet for your grief, I've been there. I'm always here with a set of ears if you need to vent. Thanks, man. I pat his thigh. I appreciate that. Bonding over their past traumas and coming back stronger on the other side, Grant whispers to Ethan, doesn't make them any less manly. We can hear you, Grant, Hudson says. That was the point, Huddy. Maverick looks at me from across the room. I know we've said it before, but it should be said again. We're really glad you're here, Mitchie. Otherwise, we'd be stuck reading some book where a guy. You know his motorcycle because that's apparently what Ethan is into, Grant says. Okay, fuck all of you assholes. Ethan stands and flips us off. See if I pass you the puck at our next game. The room descends into chaos. There's an argument about paperbacks and hardcovers. Ethan and Grant try to make a castle out of all the paperbacks we brought, and Maverick and Hudson argue about his bookshelf needing to be rearranged. A video game controller gets tossed in my hand and someone pulls up NBA 2K on the big television, and I really can't stop smiling. This is my home, exactly where I'm supposed to be. 33 Lexi me hey, Maverick what's up Lex? Me tomorrow is a big day for Riley. We're going to try getting back on the ice for the first time since his accident, and I was hoping some of you guys could be there. I'm not a great skater and shouldn't be trusted with guiding someone. And it would mean a lot to him to have your support. Maverick, oh, fuck yeah, I'll rally the troops and we'll be there. Me no cameras, no reporters, no cell phones. I don't want this to be a media stunt and I don't want footage of him getting leaked anywhere. Maverick, you have my word. What time were you thinking? Me, our sessions start around 10. I know you all have morning skate, so I was thinking we could hop on after the Zamboni cleans the ice. Maverick, I'll shoot Merv a message. He normally waits to resurface until later in the afternoon, but I bet he's willing to make an exception. Me, who the hell is Merv? Maverick, the Zamboni driver, obviously. Me, you know his name. Maverick, I'm captain of this team, Lex. I've made it a point to know the name of every single person in this organization. They know mine. Why shouldn't I know theirs? Me, you're something else, Miller. Maverick, Emmy girl likes to say I'm special. Me, you sure are. Me, hiya. Riley, hey, Lex, what's up? Me, something exciting is happening tomorrow. Riley, should I know what it is? Me, bring your skates to our session and wear comfortable pants. Riley, are you serious? Me, dead serious. We're conquering the ice, Mitchie. Wanna hang out after? Riley, skating and hanging out. You know how to get a man excited. Me, I wonder if anyone's ever, while ice skating. Riley, I don't trust my one leg to walk on solid ground, let alone, with someone while on the ice. Back at my place sounds safer. Me, I'm really glad we lied to ourselves when we said we were only going to sleep together once. Look how much fun we're having. Riley, no self-control whatsoever. Me, I'll work on it. Riley, no, you won't. Me, no. I definitely won't. Merv drives the Zamboni off the ice and I give him a wave. To my right, Riley sits on the player's bench and works on his skates. I catch his fingers shaking from here as he ties the laces, and every few seconds he mutters something to himself under his breath. Hey, I call out and he glances up at me. How are you feeling? Like I want to throw up. He grips the board in front of him and slowly stands. I don't know what to expect. Having no expectations might be a good thing. I shuffle over to him and check my own skates. The laces aren't as tight as I'd like them to be, but I don't want to waste any time. No matter what happens, you're always going to be a better skater than me. The two of us are going to try and make it around the rink. Riley lifts a wary eyebrow. I should worn my helmet. Me, hell no, I'm here for emotional support. There are people better suited for that job, I say, grinning when all the Stars players skate out of the tunnel. Your precious cargo, Mitchie. I need to make sure you're taken care of. Maverick leads the line with Hudson, Liam, and Grant behind him. They all do a lap, crouching low to the ice until they stop in front of us. Heard we're doing some skating lessons today, Maverick says, and Riley sucks in a sharp breath. You all want to be here for this, he asks. There's nowhere we'd rather be, Hudson says. Liam opens the gate on the end of the bench and lifts his chin in Riley's direction. Come on, Mitchie, he says, and my heart almost cracks in two when he holds out his hand. Riley eyes his offered palm for a beat before his fingers curl around the goalie's. Moving carefully on his blades for the first time since last June, he steps onto the ice, legs shaking under his weight. I've got left, Maverick says, looping an arm around his waist. Right, Hudson adds, his arm resting on top of Maverick's. I've always been a fan of behind, Liam grumbles, and Riley's laugh is rough as the trio arranges themselves. Do I get to be in front? Grant asks, practically jumping up and down. He takes both of Riley's hands in his, holding his arms out straight. This is the best day of my life. Snail speed, I yell, and all the boys nod solemnly. I've never seen them look so serious, so focused, and the second Riley pushes off the ice, I'm close to bursting into tears. Nothing faster. He's worked so hard for this, and for as much as I know I've played a part in his recovery, these guys are his brothers. He's gone to battle with them, clawed his way out of hell with them, and I want them to have this moment without interrupting. It's special, a once-in-a-lifetime chasm in his timeline, and I lean over the boards, watching them as I fight back proud tears. Look at him go, Coach says from my left, surprising me. The rest of the team cheers as the group of 5 makes their way down the first straightaway, and Ethan starts chanting Riley's name. Never in a million years did I think he'd get here. I did, I say. I knew it all along. I smile when the group creeps around the first bend. Maverick and Hudson are doing most of the work, the ones dictating the direction and increasing their momentum while Riley glides along with them, but he carefully lifts his right foot. He wobbles for half a second before he sets his skate back on the ice and drops his head back as his shoulders shake with either a laugh or an onslaught of tears. When they make it back to me, they come to a stop. He grips Maverick and Hudson's sides, flailing slightly when Grant lets go of his hands and drops to his knees to fix his laces. Riley's gaze meets mine, eyes bloodshot and misty behind his glasses. A tear tracks down his cheek and catches in the hollow of his throat. His lips part and the silent thank you he mouths makes me light up. I give him a thumbs up in return, feeling like I just won the damn lottery. An hour later, things aren't going well. Riley's fallen 3 times. He stops to adjust his prosthetic, grimacing when he takes his right skate off, then slips it back on. Frustration is etched on his face in scrunched eyebrows and a line of wrinkles across his forehead, and after another failed attempt around the rink, he climbs into the penalty box and buries his face in his hands. Should we? Maverick looks at him and scratches his jaw. I don't want to be pushy, but I don't want to be unsupportive. He might need a minute. I'm going to get the other guys out of here, Hudson says, glancing at me. Do you want to talk to him, Lex? Me, I'm not a hockey player. I don't know what to say that would make him feel better. You don't need to say anything. Liam gives me a gentle shove and I hop onto the ice. Being there is going to be enough. I grumble at their insistence and skate to the penalty box. I drop on the bench next to Riley, the lack of space apparent when our knees press together, but I don't mind. I like the feel of his body against mine. Hey, I say, and his shoulders sag. What's going on? I'm fucking awful out there. I can't even stand up. Yeah, because it's your first time back on the ice in months. This was a stupid idea. Riley starts to untie his laces and yanks off his left skate. I'm tapping out. Riley. I scoot closer and put a hand on his forearm. He relaxes under my touch and I drag my thumb up to his elbow, then down to his hand. I'm a shitty skater. I'm not going to pretend to know what it feels like for you to be out there trying something you used to excel at. You can't be that bad. Oh, I'm atrocious. We'd be like bowling pins if the two of us went out there. He huffs out a disgruntled laugh, and that encourages me to keep talking. I'm so proud of you. What is there to be proud of? His voice cracks, and I can't help but hug him. I can't help but squeeze him tight, trying to send all of my encouragement and excitement for him through the embrace. I tried. It didn't work out. I'm done. Tell me about the first time you put on a pair of skates. I bend and unlace his right skate, wiggling it off his foot and smiling at the socks he's wearing that are covered in tiny printed pizzas. How old were you? 4, 5, might have been younger than that. My dad is a big hockey guy, and the second I was comfortable walking around the house, he was corralling me onto the ice. Riley stops and lifts his chin, staring out at the rink. Maverick, Hudson, and Liam are playing an easy game of keep away, passing the puck with the inside of their skates and chasing it down when it goes too far. I remember holding his hand and gliding across the frozen pond. My mom was a nervous wreck. Was it fun? Scary? I was so terrified. I was afraid I was going to hurt myself if I fell, and the first time I wiped out, my dad picked me up from under my arms. He put me back on 2 feet, and the world kept moving. Haven't been scared since. How long did it take you to become a good skater? Years. I was shitty at first. There's a video of me as a kid at practice, and I'm crawling across the ice because I couldn't balance. Riley pauses. Probably looks similar to today. What did you do to improve, to get to where you are now? I practiced every day. I would skate before school. I'd come home and skate until it was dark. I skated until everything hurt and I couldn't lift my legs, then I skated even harder. One day it all clicked. I can't really describe it. I got on the ice, pushed off, and that was that. Haven't looked back since, until now. It took time, effort, energy, trying and failing over and over again, right? Right. He sniffs and presses the heels of his palms into his eyes. I hear his choked sob. The agony pulled from his chest when he whispers, I'd give fucking anything to go back to those days. I didn't know how good I had it. I'd give anything to let him go back to those days too. To patch him up and make the broken boy smile again, because with every heave of his chest, with every muffled cry and the wall he's trying to keep up, I ache more than I did before. None of us ever know how good we have it until it's too late. And it fucking sucks, I say gently. So today wasn't a good day. Big whoop, do you know what we do now? What? We forge ahead, we pivot and adjust, we find a new plan and we try again. And if you don't want to try again, that's fine too. When you're ready, I'm going to be here, okay? Why? Riley turns and looks at me. Why are you willing to do this for me? What do you get out of it? How do I tell him the time I spend with him is the best part of my day? I look forward to seeing him walk through the athletic trainer's office door. I'm at ease when he pulls me close to his chest in bed after. You know, his face buried in my hair and his mouth warm on my neck. I smile when his name pops up on my phone, a text message that has me laughing and turning my screen brightness down so that no one can see I'm giggling over something silly and stupid. Those tiny pockets of time are slowly becoming my favorite moments, and my head is a jumbled mess because of it. My happiness has never been tied to another person. I haven't given 2 shits about what the men in my life do, but I'm finding I'm dependent on making him smile. Determined he has a good day every day, and it hurts me to know he's hurting. I get you out of it. I care about you, Riley, I say. You're my friend, and friends show up for each other even when the other wants to push them away. I might never be good at skating again, he says, dejection lacing the statement. You might not be. I don't know if I want to try again. I hate failing. You don't have to try again. Riley stares out at the rink. He watches Maverick, Hudson, and Liam snorting when Maverick slides across the ice on his stomach. But if and when you do, I'll be here. I squeeze his knee. And I can be very patient, Mitchie. His attention moves to my hand and he traces over the bump of my knuckles with his thumb. I'm lucky to have a friend like you, Lexi. We'll try again another day. His touch is an inferno. Heat races up my arm and crawls to the base of my spine. I swallow, suddenly dizzy. When he pulls away, it's like a bucket of ice is getting dumped over me. I'm cold down to my bones and alarms ring in my head. Come back, I want to shout, and when he scoops his skates off the ground and tosses a tentative smile my way, I'm hit with the overwhelming realization that I might be found myself walking down a path I've never been down before. Friends, I tell myself. Bullshit, my brain whispers back. 34 Lexi Riley, hey. Coach canceled practice. I guess half the team has norovirus after our away game last weekend. Ethan is convinced someone from the hotel staff purposely served us contaminated food because the guys are finally racking up some wins. The photo he sent of himself puking has made me afraid to ever open a text message again. I feel fine. It's probably the universe giving me a karmic break after losing my leg, you know. Why make me barf for hours on end when it already took my limb? Do you still want to meet for our session? Lex. Riley, haven't heard from you in a day, which isn't like you. If you need anything, I'm free. Riley, okay. 2 days, I'm officially worried. If I don't hear from you by this afternoon, I'm taking a page out of Maverick's playbook and breaking down your apartment door. Come on, Lexi baby. Let me know you're okay. It hurts to open my eyes. I groan and try to sit up in bed, but my head is pounding. My entire body aches, and it feels like the contents of my stomach are sitting somewhere in my throat. Fuck. I fumble for my phone and check the time. It's past 9, and if I want to make it to Riley's session and avoid heavy traffic, I need to get my ass out of my apartment right now. Except, the thought of moving farther than the confines of my bed makes me want to cry. I cover my mouth and swallow down the taste of vomit. There's no way I can drag myself to the arena, and whatever I'm battling might be contagious. Squinting at my bright phone screen, I wince as I open my text thread with Riley. There are half a dozen blue boxes that make it seem like he's having a conversation with himself, and I type out a shaky message to him. Me, hey, going to have to reschedule, sick, dying, cannot function. I don't bother to wait for a response. I click off my phone and toss it somewhere on the mattress, groaning when I pull the covers over my head. My eyes are heavy, and I try to will myself to go back to sleep. I doze in increments, but it's fitful. 1 minute, I'm burning up from the inside out. The next, I'm freezing cold. I'm shivering and reaching over the edge of the bed to grab the sweatshirt that's in a ball on the floor, desperate for another layer to burrow into. I exhale when I pull it over my head, the relief instantaneous. The warmth moves from my shoulders down to my toes, and for the first time in hours my body starts to relax, until the remnants of what I last ate rumble in my stomach and end up all over my sheets. Shit, I whisper. My eyes prick with tears. The smell is revolting, the sight of it even worse, and I throw up a second time. This is a new low in my life. It's worse than all the times I've been hungover from drinking or done the walk of shame after a mediocre night at someone's house, because I'm all alone. There's no one around to help me clean up the mess I've made, and I feel so fucking pathetic. Mustering all the strength I have, which is teetering toward non-existent, peppered with the delirious sense of exhaustion, I climb out of my bed and look at my mattress. Taking a breath that feels like I'm at mile 22 of a marathon, I pull off the sheets. I throw them in a pile in the corner, utterly ashamed. I'll sleep on the mattress, or against the wall, I don't care. I'm so tired, so fucking worn out that the knock on my apartment door makes me burst into tears. It's too far away and I don't know who could be here. The girls wouldn't stop by without calling, and when a second knock comes, I drag myself through my bedroom and down the hall, ready to scream at the person on the other side. I'm not interested. I manage to get out. Please go away. It's me, Lex, a muffled voice responds. Can you please open the door? I stand on my toes and peer through the peephole, confused when I see Riley on the other side. I fumble with the lock and turn the knob, having to lean against the doorframe so I don't topple over. What are you doing here? I whisper. I've been texting you for 2 days. 2 days? What are you talking about? His eyes roam over my sweatshirt and I glance down, blushing when I realize I'm wearing the hoodie he gave me that night on Maverick and Emmy's terrace at team dinner. His gaze tracks downward to my bare legs and the one sock I have on my left foot, the matching one somewhere else in my apartment. "It's Friday," he says gently, and I shake my head. "It's Wednesday." "No, sweetheart." He steps into the foyer and I shuffle back, the term of endearment sparking a swarm of butterflies low in my stomach. "It's Friday." But I turn and look out the living room window. Sunlight floods across the hardwood floor and I frown. I've been asleep for 2 days, apparently. What's going on? I feel like I've been put through a blender. I motion for him to come all the way inside, then shut the door, locking it behind him. I'm lightheaded all of a sudden, weak on my feet, and I'm afraid I'm going to collapse. "I might be contagious. You shouldn't be here." "I'm here now, and I'm staying." He puts a hand on my forehead. "You're burning up." I puked all over my bed. I try to reach for the wall, but Riley is there, putting my hands on his shoulders and wrapping his arm around my waist. "It might be in my hair. I need to pee. I slept for 2 days. Norovirus is going around the team and it sounds like you have the same symptoms. Coach canceled practice and half the guys have been puking their brains out for days. They can join the club. It's horrific. Wouldn't wish it on anyone." I pause and swallow down another taste of vomit, except the person who started this outbreak. "Let's get you feeling better, and that starts with peeing. I'll help you to the bathroom." That goes wildly out of the scope of things you need to do for me. In fact, watching me pee will for sure make me unattractive to you, so maybe you should leave. I like you. "I didn't say I was going to let you use my hands to pee in." He laughs. "I'm just helping you get from point A to point B, Riley. Fully capable of handling things by yourself. I know that, but guess what? Accepting help doesn't make you weak, okay? It just means for a few minutes someone else can help carry the load. And you've been carrying the load for me for months. Share the burden with me just this once." "Okay," I whisper because he's right. I'm so tired from doing everything on my own, and a helping hand sounds nice for once. But only if you don't judge me. I've been in locker rooms with disgusting men for years. I can guarantee I've seen and heard a lot worse than you engaging in normal bodily functions. He doesn't give me another chance to argue, instead leading me to the bathroom, helping me sit on the toilet, then waiting outside the door. I finish and shuffle over to the sink to wash my hands, blinking at my reflection in the mirror and hardly recognizing myself. I look like I belong in a horror movie. My skin is pale. My hair is a knotted mess, and there's dried vomit in the corner of my mouth. I sniff, utterly disgusted. "How are we doing?" Riley asks through the cracked door. "Better," I rasp out. "Good." He nudges his way back inside and glances at me. "What's wrong?" I look like a troll who lives under a bridge. "Have you seen a lot of trolls?" "No." I sniff again, but I also want to laugh. "Never." "I have, and you're way cuter." "You think so?" "Ah, Lexi baby, I know so." Riley points at the vanity to my left. "Where do you keep your hairbrushes?" "A secret closet with all your other womanly products." "I don't have that many products." My hand shakes as I pull open a drawer and grab a brush. "Here, close the lid and sit on the toilet for me. I'm going to brush your hair, get you cleaned up in the shower, switch your sheets, then make you some soup. You're dehydrated and you need to get some nutrients in your body." "I can do it yourself." "I know you can. But here's the thing, Lexi. I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm not going to be able to eat. I'm not going to be able to do anything except wonder if you're okay and taken care of. Put me out of my misery and let me do it for you." His words are sharp, punctuated. I sit on the toilet, my back to him. It's my acceptance of his offer, a hesitant transfer of power I so rarely relinquish. I can feel his relief through his exhale, and the second the bristles of the brush run through my hair, the tears fall again. "Do you have a lot of experience brushing a woman's hair?" I ask. "You're the first." "How am I doing?" "Really well, you're a natural." Riley is gentle. He doesn't yank on the knots but takes his time, working in sections until he can run his fingers through the dirty strands without causing me any pain. When he finishes, he turns on the shower, his hand under the water until he's satisfied with the temperature. "I'll give you some privacy," he says, and I scramble to reach for him. Now that he's here, I don't want him out of my sight. "You okay? Can you stay?" I croak. "Please." I've never relied on a man before for anything. Every part of me wants to scream at him to leave. The push for separation and creating emotional distance is embedded in my DNA, so why am I so determined to keep him around? Of course, I can't get in there with you. My prosthetic isn't waterproof, but I'll be right here, okay? It's not. I frown, never considering the logistics. "How do you shower?" "I take baths. I have a shower stool. They make other prosthetics that can get wet, but mine's too high-tech to submerge," Riley explains. "Ah, that makes sense." I take off the sweatshirt and the t-shirt underneath it. I shimmy out of my underwear and get rid of the single sock. When I'm undressed, I look up at him and find him watching me. "What's wrong?" "You wear my sweatshirt around the house." Oh, my toes nudge the discarded hoodie. It still smells like him, the trace of his soap and cologne clinging to the cotton like it doesn't want to leave. It's comfortable, and it was the first thing I could find to put on so I could warm up. "Have you worn it before today?" "Almost every night, because the fabric is soft and well-loved through years of wear, and it always feels like he's hugging me when I put it on." But I shrug at his question, too embarrassed to tell the truth. Here's Lexi Armstrong, the former queen of independence who is turning into a damn sap. "How the hell do I make it stop?" "Once or twice," I say, and I'm certain he can see right through me. Riley hums but doesn't say anything else. He holds my hand while he helps me into the shower and stays close like he promised. After I'm clean and my skin is almost raw from the hot water, he wraps me in a fluffy towel and deposits me on the living room sofa. He adds a blanket around my shoulders and another over my legs, and the last thing I remember before I fall asleep is his lips pressing a kiss to my forehead and feeling so unbelievably content. 35 Riley, "Me, can you do me a favor?" "Huddy boy, what's up?" "Me, can you ask Madeline what ingredients I should put into a soup for someone who's not feeling well?" "Huddy boy, oh shit. Did you get the bug too?" "Me, no, it's for Lexi." "Huddy boy, interesting." "Me, shut up." "Huddy boy," Maddie says, "chicken noodle is always good. You get nutrients with the chicken and veggies. Lentil soup has protein, but apparently clear broth-based soups are best. Something about easy digestion and hydration." "Me, thanks, dude." Huddy boy, happy to help. I managed to get Lexi to eat a bowl of the soup I threw together, and after forcing her to drink a whole cup of water, color is starting to return to her face. She looks more alive, and when she stretches out on the couch and tosses the remote my way, I finally let myself take a deep breath. "I might fall asleep," she says around a yawn, her eyes heavy-lidded and her head resting on an uncomfortable-looking decorative pillow. "Fingers crossed I can keep this soup down." Apparently symptoms typically run from 1 to 3 days. If you can get through the next couple of hours without puking, I think you're going to be in the clear. I don't remember the last time I felt this shitty. Probably the time I went to my first frat party in college and had way too many tequila shots. I still can't smell the liquor without having a reaction. "Damn, that's what I was going to give you when you finished your next glass of water. Sorry to burst your bubble, you're going to have to stick with vodka." "Oof," I say, "that's my downfall. Guess we're moving on to bourbon, a good compromise." Lexi gives me a smile and I open up my arms. Her smile stretches to a tired grin and she pivots her body, crawling across the cushions until she settles against my chest. God, she feels so fucking right in my arms. The last piece of a puzzle and a key slotting perfectly into a lock. Fresh air on your face and coming home after a long day. I maneuver her shoulders so I can touch her hair, and I start to braid the long pieces that hang down her back. "How is your first visit to my apartment?" she asks, letting out a sigh when I massage her scalp. "Sorry, it's under the guise of taking care of my sick ass. We've done all our hanging out at my place or in her hotel room on the road. a dozen times together, and we've figured out a routine. The invitation via text, the make-out session, then the quick, I get out of her. The easy way she climbs on top of me and rides me like there's no tomorrow, and the quiet moments after when we clean up before going our separate ways. I didn't want to push her to see her place, afraid it might seem like I was trying to take a step she didn't want to take. I'm desperate for a crumb of her attention, and if that means turning my bedroom into a so be it. It is my first time. My self-guided tour was short, but I can tell it's nice, I say with a smile. There are pieces of her personality woven throughout the entire apartment. There's the old photos and sports jerseys in glass frames on the walls, her collection of romance books and the dish towels hanging from her oven, one that says "fuck the cook" and the other that has "if it involves fake smiling, I'm not going" stitched on it. A stack of blankets on the arm of the couch and way too many throw pillows. It's bright and bold and so perfectly her, and I'm glad she invited me to stay, even if I had to force my way in. "Are you immune to this awful sickness?" she asks. "It's impressive half the team is ill and you're walking around like it's just another day in the park. Pretty sure my bionic leg can stop any virus. I cheated death once and now I'm invincible." I finish the braid and secure it in place with the hair tie on Lexi's wrist. And apparently not good at doing hair. Lexi touches the back of her head and laughs. "You missed a chunk over here. Don't question it, Armstrong. Some appreciation would be nice." "I'm sorry." She tilts her chin and looks up at me. She's fighting a smile, but it doesn't stop her eyes from crinkling in the corners or from her nose scrunching, and she's the cutest thing in the whole fucking world. "Thank you very much for being my personal stylist. I'm going to wear it like this to our next game. When I get compliments, and I know I will, I'll make sure to let everyone know you're the one who did it. Your sarcasm is top-notch." I touch her forehead, relieved to find her cooler than she was when I first got here. "If the athletic trainer gig doesn't work out, you should think about a career in comedy. I'd kill at stand-up. Only if you don't talk about my Believe it or not, my life doesn't revolve around your Riley." I laugh and stretch out my leg. My prosthetic has been acting up today. There's a twinge of phantom pain in my residual limb, and doing laundry, changing sheets, and walking 5 laps around a grocery store I wasn't familiar with to find soup ingredients hasn't helped the ache. "Mind if I adjust our positions?" I ask, and she frowns. "You're not comfortable. That's not your doing, that's a drunk driver's doing." "We could go to my bedroom," she suggests, and when I level her with a serious look that tells her absolutely the fuck not, she rolls her eyes. "To spread out and get comfortable, calm down. I wasn't going to, The lingering smell of vomit doesn't really do it for me. Bummer, that's the only thing that gets me going. This friendship might not work out long term." I stand and bend to pick her up. She tries to protest when I scoop her in my arms, but I'm already heading down the hall. I'm kicking open her bedroom door and setting her on the clean sheets I put on the bed a couple of hours ago. "Wait." Lexi frowns and unravels herself from the hoard of blankets she brought with her. "Why does it smell so good in here?" I lit a candle. I point to the burned-out jar on her nightstand next to the glass of water I brought in earlier. "I got everything set up in case you wanted to nap." "You did that for me." "Of course I did." I run a hand through my hair, unsure of what happens next now that she's settled. "I can head out. I'm sure you want to get some rest, and will you stay and sleep with me?" she whispers. "Just for a few hours." That's not something we've done. 4 in a row, check. Slipping a blindfold over her eyes then, another check. But sleeping together without any, involved. That's new, but she's blinking at me with wide eyes, a hopeful expression on her face, and I'm sitting on the edge of the bed before I can think twice. "Do you mind if I take off my leg?" I ask. "It's heavy and clunky and I can only sleep on my back when I'm wearing it." "Oh God, yes, please, take off whatever you want," she hurries to say. "When I do, I'm not going to be able to get you anything else unless I put it back on." I use my crutches at home to get around at night and I don't have that capability here. Is that okay? I can get things for myself, and I can get things for you if you need them. Just a pillow to rest my weary head. I yawn, hit with a sudden burst of exhaustion. All those hours of worrying about you are catching up with me. She swats me playfully with her hand. You didn't have to worry about me. Yes, I did. I sigh and give her a long look. We're friends. Friends worry about each other. I take off my joggers and press the button on my socket, waiting for the air to release. When it's ready, I let go of the button and the leg pops right off my residual limb. Working the gel liner down and off, I reach forward and rest all the pieces against Lexi's dresser. Sorry, it's a whole process, I say. Don't apologize. I've seen you take it off at our sessions, but it... She trails off and I look back at her. She's watching me like she's taking mental notes, and I wonder what she's thinking. It feels different when you're doing it in my room. She's right. It feels intimate, heavy. Something she would see if we got ready for bed together and fell asleep next to each other every night, and fuck do I wish that could be a reality. It's not nice to stare, Lex, I tease, and she smooths her hand over the sheets next to her. I see you and touch you on the treatment table, but I've never got to have you like this. Lexi swallows, a bob of her throat that has me moving closer so we're side by side. Can I touch you? Please, I murmur, eyes closing when she traces the scars on the right side of my body. I know it's ugly and you're beautiful. She guides me onto the pillows. The rest of the blankets she's been using fall from her shoulders. She kisses my cheek, then my neck, mouth moving down the front of my shirt and over my briefs. When she gets to the top of my right leg, just at the apex where my body starts to change from before to after, she kisses there too. A breath rattles out of me and I start to pant as her hands work over my flappy skin where I had 100 stitches. Lexi massages my residual limb, and the pain I've been holding on to seeps away with every press and push of her touch along the shape of my new body. I groan, not because I'm turned on, but because even I haven't explored myself this personally. It's different from the donning and doffing I do when I prep the limb, more thorough with her gentle grazes and the heat of her mouth right on the spot where I lost the leg. Thank you for letting me have you like this, she whispers, and I can't imagine anyone else having me like this. Would there be the same care and consideration? The same grace she's showing me when she fixes my briefs and draws what feels like a heart on my upper thigh? I doubt it. You can have me however you want, I whisper back to her. Take my whole fucking heart while you're at it. With a final press of her lips, Lexi climbs back up my body. She takes my hands in hers and sighs. Thank you for all your help today, Riley. For not only taking care of me, but also making me feel like I could do it by myself if I wanted to. Of course you could. I cup her face, thumb stroking her cheek. But thank you for letting me in. This sleeping we're about to do is an addendum to our agreement. She yawns and lies next to me. I'm quick to mirror her pose and wrap her in my arms. A one-time thing. I've heard that before. I'm serious, it's a nap, that's it. Just leave a fucking toothbrush at my place next time, Lex. We'll see, she says, and knowing it's not a flat-out no makes it impossible for me to fall asleep. 36 Lexi. Riley, are you doing anything tonight? Me hoping you'll come over and hang out. Riley, you're so charming. Me, that's why you keep coming back for more. Riley, I guess it is. Riley, California was fun. Me, it was, wasn't it? Having to keep quiet because Grant was on the other side of the wall was something new, but I liked it. Riley, you did so well, Lexi. Me, thank you. Same time next week in Dallas. Riley, I'll wear my cowboy hat. Me who needs a horse when I can ride you. Me, hi. How was your day after you left our session? You seemed a little quiet. Riley, not the best, but it's almost over now. Me, anything I can do to help? Riley, no. I want to be alone tonight. Me, you know where I'll be if that changes. Riley, thanks for the space the other day. I appreciate it. Me, how are you feeling tonight? Riley, like I want to hang out with you. Me, you, yeah, I see what you mean. Let's never use that again. Riley, thank God. Me, come over. I made pasta and I have an extra plate. Riley, calling a rideshare right this second. Me see you soon, Mitchie. I open the door before Riley has a chance to knock. His hand hovers in midair, and I smile when he looks from his fist to me. Expecting someone, he asks, and I tug on his shirt to drag him into my foyer. You idiot, I murmur, kissing him and wrapping my arms around his neck. I saw him a few days ago, but a jolt of electricity still rips through me when he palms my ass with his large hand and shuffles me backward until my shoulder blades press against the wall. I hiss and drop my head back, eyes fluttering closed when he curls his fingers around my wrists and lifts them above my head. Did you miss me? Riley dips his chin and kisses my neck, his laughter warm when I squirm under his touch. You did, didn't you? Tell me how much, Lexi baby. Yes. Fuck dinner, I breathe out, lifting my hips and draping a leg around his waist. His hand slides up my thigh, fingers dancing under my skirt and snapping my underwear against my skin. A whole fucking lot. 2 months ago, I would have been afraid to admit it. It's too earnest, too messy, but now I know how it drives him wild, how much he likes hearing it. So I smile and wiggle a hand free, pulling on the ends of his hair so his eyes are forced to meet mine. Want me to show you? I do, and we're going to play while you do it. Play. You know I love games. Good. Riley plants a kiss on my forehead and sets my leg down. He taps the bag I'm realizing is slung over his shoulder, and when I lift my eyebrow, he puts a hand over my mouth before I can protest. It's pajamas and a toothbrush, not a mortgage agreement. Ropes too. I'm going to bind your wrists together, you're going to, then I'm going to get you off. I smile and hold out my hands, adrenaline coursing through me when he drops the bag on the floor and pulls out the set of ropes he used on me before. He's quick to tie my wrists together, this time behind my body instead of in front, and I relax when he gives the ropes a yank to make sure they're tight. Do you want to do this here? I ask, the outline of his, thick and hard against his jeans as he changes our position so he's against the wall. Or do you need the ambience of my bedroom? I need you to stop talking. He pops open the button on his pants and runs his fingers through my hair. With a gentle push on my shoulders, he guides me to my knees and hooks his fingers under my chin. Take out my, Lexi, and get to work. Oh, I've seen so many sides of Riley. The calm and patient side when I was sick and he waited for me while I got cleaned up, talking to me about the game they had just won. The frustrated side when the exercises I give him are difficult and hard to achieve. The happy side when he does something right, pride nearly bursting out of him with the hook of a grin. But this side is dangerous. It makes me want to ask him to try some of my other ideas, knowing full well he'd indulge me because he's weak when it comes to me, and every time we're together I myself become weaker. The authority in his voice is welcomed, wanted. When I glance up at him, the discomfort from the ropes settles to pleasure and his eyes are wide. How do you expect me to do that when my hands are like this? I hold up my wrists and I swear he gets even more excited as the movement bows my back. Have any suggestions? You're a smart girl, figure it out. He's not treating me like I'm some breakable, precious thing and fire stirs low in my belly. I'm always doing the right things at work. I keep meticulous notes about the player's health and am the utmost professional in the meetings I attend, but right now, I exist only for his pleasure, and God if that's not the hottest thing in the world. I stare at his jeans, an idea forming when I sit up on my knees and lean forward. I tilt my head and grab the zipper with my teeth, dragging it down to the tune of Riley's rough exhale. His hand is back on my head, not forcing me but encouraging me, and it spurs me on. That's it, he murmurs. Such a good problem solver, Lexi. My entire body flushes with the compliment, and it makes me want to be even better. To do more good things, and I move my mouth to the left side of his jeans, using my teeth to try to yank his jeans down to his ankles. It's awkward and uncoordinated. The denim is stiff and difficult to move. I have to scoot back to make any progress, but when I finish and find his briefs tight against his thighs, I grin. Look how well you did. Riley grabs my chin and forces me to glance up at him. I'm proud of you. I squirm at the praise, testing the limits of the knots wrapped around my wrists. My body tingles when I feel he's made the rope tighter than our first time, and I like that I'm at his mercy. Thank you, I say, and his smile matches mine. You're blushing. You never blush. What's going through your head, sweetheart? That word. The affection makes me turn another shade of pink, and I bite my bottom lip. I like when you say things like that. Men think chanting "good girl" over and over gets the job done, but I like to hear different varieties. I know I'm good. I want to know how I'm good. I like telling you how you're being good. He strokes along my cheek and then he presses 3 fingers down on my tongue. He pushes them deeper in my mouth and I gag. Tears flood my eyes, but he doesn't pull back. Relax, there you go, he murmurs when I hollow out my cheeks. Do you think you're ready for me? I nod, more than ready. Intimacy isn't my favorite thing in the world. I hate being vulnerable, but with Riley, I crave it. My mouth opens wider in anticipation, and he smirks in understanding, his fingers leaving a trail of drool on my face when he puts his hand on his hip. You did so well before, I'm going to do this part for you, he says, tugging on the waistband of his briefs. They fall to his ankles with his jeans. How do your wrists feel? Perfect, I whisper, and he nods. Good, now get me off, Lexi. I've always been good at following directions, so I open my mouth and take him in like my life depends on it. Riley groans, his hand yanking on my hair and wrapping the strands around his wrist. The other reaches down and wraps around my neck, and I'd like to walk around with his palm there every day, a pretty necklace to show off I'm having the best time of my life. God, you're too good at this. I drag my tongue up his length, swirling over the head and licking up what I find there. Instead of taking him back in my mouth, I move to the root of his shaft, then lower. He hisses when I lick him and jerks his hips, the hand around my neck tightening. Do you like that, Riley? I ask, and he practically buries my face against him. I grin, another swipe of my tongue, and his moan comes out rattled and hoarse. I go back to him and angle my head until I can take him all the way. When my nose presses against his stomach, he holds me there, moving roughly. I let him, and my cheeks hollow out as the noise of his movements fills my foyer. Going to come, he grits out, and I work even harder, determined to get him there faster. Tears stream down my cheeks. My arms start to throb, but God, it's all amazing. He's barely touching me and I'm turned on, ready for him to finish so he can take care of me. I squeeze my thighs together, the sound of him falling apart with every movement erotic, hot, and downright intense. Lexi, he whispers, and it's the last warning I get before his release. He's salty and warm in my mouth. I stay in place, tongue lapping at him as his movements slow and his heavy breathing starts to subside. I'm greedy, desperate to taste him, to not waste a single drop, and before I can swallow, his hand is back on my throat. Not today, he says, eyes on me and pupils blown wide. His glasses are crooked. There's sweat on his forehead. He's so pretty, even when he's thoroughly wrecked. Open up. I want to see what you did to me. I'm even more excited with his ask. I pop him out of my mouth and part my lips. My jaw unhinges, and when I stick out my tongue, I swear his growl could move mountains. So pretty, so mine. He squeezes my cheeks, and it wouldn't take much for me to finish right now. My senses are heightened, my body is aching for him. My eyes almost bug out of my head when he swipes his finger across my tongue, then pops the digit in his mouth, a remarkable grin splitting across his face. You can swallow now, Lexi baby, but if you lose any of it, you're going to be in trouble. That makes me want to push boundaries, because what the hell kind of trouble could I be in? I imagine his hand on my ass, watching him press into me until my vision goes blurry. And despite my resolve to learn how much I can push Riley Mitchell to the brink of losing his self-control, I swallow and show him my empty mouth. He slumps against the wall but holds out his arms, reaching for me. I stand on shaky legs and move toward him, melting when he kisses my forehead and the tip of my nose, the rope around my wrists releasing with a thump to the floor. "You were wonderful," he whispers, kissing my wrists and rubbing his thumbs along my veins. "You did everything perfectly and I loved watching you. Thank you." I bury my face in his shirt and smile. "I tried really hard. I know you did, and I'm so proud of you for taking everything I gave you." His fingers brush through my hair. "Are your hands doing okay? More than okay?" I kiss his cheek and step back. "Bedroom now." "Yeah, yes." He shoves his glasses up his nose and puts his briefs and jeans back on. "Please." "I'll be there in a minute, you go ahead." "You sure?" "I'm going to grab some water." I pat his chest and gesture to the kitchen. "Do you want anything?" "Just to be with you. Hurry up, please." I toss him a grin and make my way to the kitchen. I hear him walk down the hall, and when I know he's safely out of sight, I start taking off my clothes to show off the lingerie I bought the other day. I have dozens of lace outfits in every type of style you can imagine folded in my dresser, but I wanted something new for Riley. Something I haven't worn for someone else. Something I haven't worn for him. And when I look down at the red set, confidence rolls through me. In only a lacy thong and a bra, I strut toward my bedroom, ready to be satisfied. I nudge the door open with my hip, and Riley glances up from where he's sitting on the edge of the bed. His eyes widen when he sees me, and he brings a shaky fist to his mouth so he can bite down on his knuckles. "Holy shit," he whispers. "Holy fucking shit. What do you think?" I spin in a slow circle and rest my hands on my hips, letting him see how well the lace accentuates the curves I work damn hard for. "Do you like what you see? You're so gorgeous." I face him and slowly tease my hands up my body. I push my breasts together and he whimpers, agony in his eyes when I shake my head. "What? I can't touch you." "Have you been good, Riley? Do you think you deserve to touch me?" "I've been very good," he rasps. "But I can be better." "How can I be better?" I remember the conversation we had in his bedroom when I found his ropes. He mentioned he liked being told what to do from time to time, and I wonder how far he'd go to get what he wants. "Crawl," I say, and he gets on the floor without a second thought. A wince flashes across his mouth, but before I can stop him and tell him to ignore what I just said because it might be painful, he's moving toward me on his hands and knees, a determined gleam in his eye I've never seen from him before. When he's right in front of me, he stays there, looking up and waiting for my next ask. I smile, smug and bold, and lift his chin with the curve of my finger. "That's a very good boy, Riley." He blushes a furious shade of red. He opens his mouth to try to stammer out a response, but nothing comes except another whimper, louder, more desperate, and it's fuel to the fire. "You're going to watch," I tell him. "When I'm close, I want you to please me. Can you do that? It would be an honor." He sits up and runs his thumb along my calf, lifting my ankle so my foot rests on his shoulder. I've always wanted a front seat at the show. I pull my underwear to the side, not surprised to find myself wet. I've been turned on from the second he got here, worked up from our very first kiss, and I'm not in the mood to draw this out. I want to get off, and I want to get off now. Not wasting any time, I push 2 fingers inside myself and groan at the stretch. Riley inches closer, his exhale hot on my skin, and I balance by resting a palm on top of his head. He doesn't move. He doesn't speak, but his breathing is heavy. With every curl of my fingers and every touch, his whines get more frequent, and I might need to put him out of his misery early. "You're so sweet, so perfect. God, look at you," he says. "I love that you can take care of yourself. I love that you want to use me just so you can come. You have to know I'm willing, Lexi. You can have whatever you want from me." My hand shakes with every one of his words, and I close my eyes. I bring myself to the edge of pleasure, imagining what it's going to feel like when he's with me in the perfect way he does, and I tighten around my fingers at the thought. "Riley." I reach for the back of his head, and his mouth is on me in a second. He licks me, tongue on me and hand bumping against mine so he can replace my fingers with his. Please. Hearing you beg is one of my favorite things in the world, he says, voice muffled. You're so wet. You love to touch yourself while I watch, don't you? You love teasing me with what I can't have. You can have whatever you want, I pant, keeping my underwear to the side so he can continue. Just make me come, please, I say again, and his laugh is wicked. So desperate for me. I can't wait to hear you say my name when you come, Lexi. I could always use the ego boost. I writhe against his fingers and mouth, my orgasm within reach. When he gives me a light slap, my hips rock forward. I see stars behind my eyes and I cry out, nirvana gathering deep in my belly. I wait for it with bated breath, but when it doesn't manifest, when the feeling disappears, I jerk my chin down and glare at him. What the hell? I ask, frustrated. I was almost there. I didn't hear my name, Riley says, lips wet and cheeks flushed. I have no clue where his glasses are and his hair is sticking up by his ear. No name, no orgasm. Come on, I've already said your name. Yeah, but I want you to scream it this time. You're so bossy. I can be when it comes to you. He kisses the top of my thigh, because I think you like it. I do like it, and it's why I huff. It's why I tip my head back and sink into the bliss he brings me. When I'm close again, I moan. I claw at his shoulders, and his name comes out as a rushed breath. Riley, that's so am I the best you've ever had. His tongue flicks against me, and he pushes 4 thick fingers in me. Tell me, Lexi. Yes, I almost shout, and I can tell he's smiling. Of course you are. I'm so glad. Say my name again, please. It might get me off again. God, I say, not caring how much power I give him. He's making me ride his hand. He's making me forget my own name and only remember his. Riley, I'm going to, I can't wait to see, he says, and that's all it takes for me to careen to mind-blowing ecstasy. It's a full-body experience, and I don't know how I stay upright. I don't know how my legs don't give out, the intensity making me grip his biceps so I don't topple over. I moan while Riley works me through it, coaxing a second, shorter release out of me before he kisses my hip and licks my tattoo. Before he gently puts my foot on the floor and stands, an arm around my waist as he hauls me to the bed. I think I'm dreaming. I sigh when he sets me on the mattress, then takes off his shirt. Life is so good. Any faking? He asks, and I laugh. With you. Never, that's what I thought. His eyes roam down my body. Can I be with you, Lexi? You know the answer to that, I whisper, and his smile is so beautiful it hurts. I want you to say it. Yes. I lick my lips, a fresh wave of heat inundating my body. Yes, you can be with me. 37 Riley, every time I'm with Lexi, it's like a fever dream. Something I know is happening but can't believe. Because how am I the bastard lucky enough to see her with her dark hair scattered across her pillows and her hands lifting above her head? How am I the one she asks to come over and take care of her because no one else makes her feel as good as I do? I like her. I like her so much. I like her even more when she reaches for me and I intertwine our fingers, giving her palm a squeeze. What would it be like if we did this forever? If I woke up next to her every morning and fell asleep beside her every night? That would be a thing of dreams and miracles and everything I've ever wanted because it's her. The woman I haven't been able to get out of my head from the moment I first saw her. The day she was wearing dark jeans and a bright blue stars polo, her hair up in a ponytail and a wide smile on her face. Are you okay? She asks, and I hear the worry behind the question. Better than okay. I squeeze her hand one more time and sit on the edge of the bed. I take off my shoes and my clothes until I'm left naked. She's still in her pretty lace set, and I wonder if she has one in every color, a different style for every day of the week. I'd like her to model them all for me, to try them on so I can get my fill of the ways the fabric shows off her curves and how good she looks. I stretch out on her mattress next to her, my head on the pillows and a hand around myself. That moment she gave me was earth-shattering and took almost everything out of me, but I got hard again the minute she told me to crawl to her, and watching her touch herself in the ways she likes. Saying my name like I was the key to her salvation. I almost came in my pants. "Can I get on top?" Lexi strokes my arm, her hand folding around mine and helping me. "I don't normally like that position, but with you," she trails off with a laugh. "Everything is better with you." "Yeah." I nod, the grip slackening when she shifts to her right and puts a leg on either side of my hips. I hold onto her waist, fingers pressing into her fair skin, and she sighs when my thumbs tangle in the waistband of her underwear. "With you too." She hovers above me, a hand on my chest. She uses her other hand to hold me and drags the head through the lace of her underwear, across her entrance. I groan when she teases me by sinking down on my length and pulling herself back up before I can thrust into her. It's maddening, electric, and in a sudden burst of strength I didn't know I had these days, I flip her off of me so I'm the one on top and she's on her back. Lexi gasps and I grin, fisting myself and dragging it against the rough material of her underwear again. "Tease," I murmur, and she wraps her legs around my middle. "What are you going to do about it?" she challenges. "You know exactly what I'm going to do about it." I lift my chin. "The ropes are too far away, so I want you to hold on to the headboard. Anything else you want me to do?" "Yeah." I yank her underwear to the side and touch her, smirking when she lifts her hips and moans. "Take every inch of me and say thank you when I make you come." "Protection?" Lexi asks, the second syllable cracking when I rub my thumb in a slow circle. We've talked about not using one, and I know she's comfortable with it. But up to this point, I've worn protection every time. I'm not sleeping with anyone else, and I know she's not either. I've been afraid to remove that barrier out of fear she'll think this is turning into something other than intimacy and bolt. I've dreamed about being with her raw, though. I think about it every time I'm inside her and all the places I'd finish and mark her. Across her chest where I'd write my name and add my old hockey number, just because I can. Inside her so I can see how pretty she is when she's full of me. Along the curve of her ass so I can press my thumb into the tight hole she's only teased me with. I'd put it on my own forehead, spelling out Lexi Armstrong is going to be the death of me so the entire world knows who is making me a useless, idiotic mess of a man. "What do you want?" I ask, deferring to her. "I," she sinks her teeth into her bottom lip, deep in thought. "I want you to be with me without one. Hell, forget marking her. I want those 8 words tattooed across my chest, branded on my skin right above my heart so I can remember my time of death." "Okay." I nod. My head is swimming. "We're going to do a little rearranging." "What can I do?" "Can you put a pillow under your hips?" I'm going to keep my right foot on the bed and my leg bent so it doesn't start to hurt. I'm afraid the lip of the socket is going to rub against your thighs, so if it does, will you? I'm going to be fine. Lexi puts a pillow under her ass, cups my face with her hands, and I relax. And if it doesn't work, we'll go back to what we know does work. "I have no complaints about anything we've done so far, Riley. 5 stars. A 10 out of 10 rating for you. I want to feel you, and I don't care if that happens when you're on top or I am." "Okay," I say again. "I want you to keep your underwear on. You look so pretty in them, and I like knowing I'm going to make a mess of you." Riley Mitchell. Her hands fall from my cheeks and to her underwear, pulling it to the side and giving me access to what I've been dreaming about since I walked through her front door. "Wet pink, so mine. You are so far from the sweet boy I thought you were. 5 stars, remember, and don't pretend like you want sweet." I bend my knee and scoot closer to her. I drag the head of myself against her entrance and she whines. I push inside, the feel of her without a barrier between us exquisite. "You want everything but sweet." "I want you," she says, her whine turning into a moan when I sink the first half of my length inside her. "You, Riley." That unlocks some possessive, jealous part of my brain I've never tapped into before, and I dive headfirst into the feeling. I don't wait for her to get used to the stretch before I pull out of her and thrust deep into her, not stopping until I'm buried to the hilt. It's probably a good thing we've used protection up to this point. Otherwise, I would have proposed to her, asked to take her last name, and found a way to keep her in bed with me every hour of every day just so I could be with her until my body gave out. The sensation is better than anything I've ever experienced. There's a roar in my head when she drops her hand from the headboard so her nails can scratch my ass, urging me to go deeper, harder, and I yield all my power to her. I'm unrelenting, every snap of my hips more aggressive than the last, and I wait for her to tell me it's too much. I wait for her to tell me to stop, that she needs a break, but she doesn't. Lexi squirms on the sheets, her chest heaving and eyes wide, gaze locked on me as she swallows down a gulp of air. "What do you say?" I ask, and the right side of her mouth hitches up in a bold and beautiful smile. "Thank you." She moves the hand not holding her underwear from my ass to her breast, pinching her nipple, then rolling it between her thumb and finger. "Thank you, Riley, for making me feel so good." "You're mine," I say, and her face softens. There's a flash of fear behind her eyes before she blinks it away and arches her back off the bed. "My friend, my favorite person, mine," I repeat. "I've never been anyone's," she whispers, clenching around me. She closes her eyes and blows out an exhale. "But I think I am yours." We don't say anything else, instead sinking into the rhythm of each other as we climb toward the edge of relief. I hold back, wanting her to go first, and she does when I touch her again. I talk her through it, telling her how strong she is, how well she's doing, and how beautiful she is when she takes me. She whispers thank you over and over again until pleasure races up my spine, until she cups me in her hand and rubs her thumb over the shape of them, and I can't take it anymore. I lose it too, my right leg almost giving out when I slam into her a final time and follow her over. I pulse inside her, my heart racing and a bead of sweat rolling down my cheek until I'm empty and delirious when it comes to anything but her and how I never want to pull out of her. "God," Lexi says. She lets go of her underwear, the lace rubbing against my sensitive skin and making me jerk my hips again. "How was that 10 times better than with protection?" "I don't know." I wipe my forehead with the back of my arm. "I could feel you the whole time, though. And how did it feel?" "Heaven on earth," I say. She laughs, then winces when I pull out of her and leave a trail on the inside of her thigh. I swipe my thumb through the sticky mess and bring it to her chest. I yank down the cups of her bra and circle her nipples until they're covered in my release too. "God, you're a vision. How do I look? Perfect, beautiful. We're never using protection again. Never." Her beam is a punch to the gut. "Come here, Mitchie." I grimace as I move toward her, my right thigh throbbing from bending in a way it hasn't before. "I think we need to start covering positions in our sessions so I can strengthen the muscles I use when I'm with you. I'm sure Coach would love to come in and hear what we're doing when he asks what we've worked on for that day. I don't think that was included in our agreement. Coach can fuck off. He'd be a lot less uptight if he got laid." I settle next to her and she rests her head on my chest. "I can also add a treatment table to my place so we can work on things there. I'll do some research. We'll get you in tip-top shape and your next friend won't know what hit them." I frown as I wrap an arm around her shoulder. I can't imagine someone else being in Lexi's place. I don't want to imagine someone else in Lexi's place. I know we said no feelings and no emotions, but the things I feel for her stretch far outside the bedroom. They teeter toward "I think I might be falling in love with you, and if you gave me your heart, I'd promise to protect it for as long as you wanted." At what point do I tell her what I'm thinking? Do I keep my mouth closed for the rest of eternity and suffer in silence? Do I risk mentioning it and pushing her away? I told myself I wanted her any way I could have her, and that's still true, but it feels like I'm lying to her the longer we keep this physical thing going between us, and that's the last thing I want to do. "Cool," I say. "Sounds good to me. Maybe you'll meet a woman who's also an amputee. She'd understand what you've gone through." "Maybe." Lexi pulls away from me and frowns. "Are you okay?" I'm great, just tired. You're something else, Lex. Right back at you. Well, not. You know what I mean, she says with a grin. You had a bag earlier. Does that mean you're sleeping over? Is it okay if I sleep over? Yeah, she rolls her lips together, looking deep in thought. That would be okay. I slept so well the night you stayed over when I was sick. It's like my body knows it's safe around you. You are safe around me. I play with the ends of her hair and her frown turns up into a smile. I brought clothes for our session tomorrow too, so I'll catch an Uber from here to the arena. Why would you do that? I'll drive you. You don't have to. I know you want to keep this just between us, and if we show up together, the guys might think we're friends. So what? We are friends. She sits up straight and leans against the headboard. I know we're sleeping together, but I like spending time with you, Riley, when we're not sleeping together. Yeah. I sit up and mirror her pose. I can tell this is a lot to admit to me, that it goes against everything Lexi usually stands for, and I don't want her to think I'm not appreciative. So do I, and maybe we can. Lexi folds her hands over each other, and I swear I see a blush on her cheeks. Do other things that aren't in the bedroom or a treatment table. I can't fight back my grin. I want to jump up and down and pump my fist in the air because that's promising. Things outside the bedroom is something I can work with, and holy hell does my heart gallop at the thought of hanging out with her wherever I want. Are you asking me on a date, Armstrong? I tease, and she hits me in the face with a pillow. Here I was thinking no one was ever going to want to date me again. No, it's not a date. It would just be not in the bedroom, she says. And plenty of people are going to want to date you. You're a catch, Mitchie. I love not bedrooms. I'm ignoring you. She tries to climb off the bed, but I grab her around her waist and pull her back to me. She squeals and tries to shove me off of her, but I don't budge. Let me go. Never, you stubborn woman, I murmur in her ear, dropping a kiss to her neck. Where are we hanging out first? I have a plan, but it's a surprise. You'll have to wait until our away game in New York to find out. Please don't tell me it's a tour of the hot dog carts in Manhattan. I promised Ethan if I ever had the chance to do that, I'd do it with him. It's not hot dog carts. She laughs and relaxes into me, her back flush against my chest. It's something else, better than hot dogs. That's a bold statement. Most of the things I say are bold statements. You're going to make me wait a week and a half to find out. You're cruel. You like it, Lexi says. Maybe I do, I answer, and some flutter of hope I've never had before springs to life in my chest at the possibilities. 38 Lexi girls just want to have fun Damental rights and good sex, Piper, New York, baby. And for multiple nights because we're doing a back-to-back with both Nick teams. Madeline, I think I need a job with the stars. You all go to these amazing cities all the time, and I'm watching the rain in D.C. Me, our equipment manager, is retiring at the end of the season. Do you have any NHL experience? Madeline, I couldn't even tell you what equipment hockey players wear, Lexa jersey and socks. Emmy, close enough if you ask me. Maven, where are you today, Em? Emmy, right across the river in New Jersey. We're leaving for Denver later this afternoon, though. I'm grabbing dinner with Amelia Green, who's the associate coach for the Goldminers. Me, she's my ultimate girl crush. Piper, same. Her ability to ignore the commentary about her being a woman coaching men is astonishing. And her clothes. I'm so jealous. I want to raid her closet. Maven, she gave me a tampon in the bathroom last season, and I think I fell in love with her. Emmy, you know I love you all very much, but if we were going to add anyone to the group, I'd love for it to be her. She's an icon. Me, tell her she has a fan club in D.C. if she ever makes her way out east. Piper, want to get dinner tonight, Lex and me. Me, sure. I can make reservations somewhere. Maven, sorry, no dinner for me. Dallas is also playing in New York this weekend, so we're doing a kid-free night of dinner and a Broadway show. You two have fun. Me, looks like we're going on a date, Piper. Piper, can't wait. Riley, I'm excited for this surprise. When do I get it? Me, tomorrow after practice. I'm stealing you for the rest of the afternoon, Mitchie. Riley sounds promising. Are you still not telling me where we're going? Me nope. You can be patient, right? Riley, do I get something if I am? Me the rest of the day with me. And the night if you want it. Riley, I definitely want. Me good answer. See you later, okay. This place is way too nice for the jeans I'm wearing. Piper opens her menu and scans the wine list. I didn't think we'd be going to an upscale restaurant when I packed yesterday. There is a hole in the denim right above my knee. I don't think we're the most underdressed people here. Those tourists are wearing Statue of Liberty crowns on their heads. Piper giggles. Okay, fine, we don't look that out of place. Evening, ladies. Our server stops at our table and smiles at us. He's young, probably in his late 20s with tan skin and dark eyes. Can I get you all started with something to drink? I'll have your Sauvignon Blanc, please, Piper says. Gin and tonic for me, I add, and the server nods. I'll be right back, he says, flashing me another smile. Okay. Piper puts her menu down and kicks my shin under the table. He is cute and flirting with you. What are you talking about? I laugh and roll my eyes. He asked if we wanted something to drink. That's his job, Piper. The extra smile he tacked on at the end probably isn't included in his job description. Maybe not, but who doesn't love some extra hospitality? Are you going to give him your number? She asks. Why would I give him my number? I'm here with you and he's clearly busy with work. Wait a second. She drops her chin in her palm and narrows her eyes. You're hiding something. I'm not hiding anything, I exclaim. You so are, and Piper gasps and moves my hair away from my neck. Is that a mark? You are so nosy. I touch the mark Riley left on my skin 2 nights ago when he came over to watch a movie. We lasted 30 minutes on opposite ends of the couch before I was in his lap and his mouth was on my throat. A rough growl rumbled out of him when I said if he wasn't careful, he was going to leave a mark, and he sucked on my skin even harder. It's not a mark. It is so a mark. Who are you sleeping with? A guy I've seen a few times. I shrug, the lie easily rolling off me. It's not serious. Not serious. Lexi Armstrong never goes back for seconds. He must be pretty special. Okay, look, I've gone back for seconds once or twice. I just don't like to. Why drive the same car when you can keep test driving better models until you find the one you like best? Doesn't seem like you're test driving this one, she smiles. How'd you meet him? You know. I wave my hand and scan the restaurant, hoping the server is on his way back with our drinks. I could use some alcohol right about now. Around. I can't pinpoint why I'm hesitant to give Piper details. I know everything about my friends' dating histories and who they've been with, and no part of me thinks they would judge me for sharing it's Riley I'm sleeping with. Deep down, I think I'm afraid. Nervous that if people find out about us, they'll put a label on something I don't want to define. They'll start asking questions, and it'll ruin the fun we're having. It'll put pressure on me, on him to make it something it's not. And the last thing I want is for someone to try to explain why there's an ache in my chest when he leaves my apartment in the morning and why I check my phone to see if I have a new message from him waiting for me. That's all too deep, too personal, and I've never been that girl. Around, she repeats, then gasps again. Oh my God, you like this guy? I like him, I clarify, blushing when the server returns and clears his throat. Sorry to interrupt, he says, setting the drinks on the table. Are you ready to order? I think we need some more time, I say, and he nods. Sure, I'll be back in a few. When we're alone, Piper studies me. Her attention makes me itchy, and I hold my menu in front of my face so she can't scrutinize me. Lex, she says softly, and I peer at her over the top of the pasta offerings. What's going on? Nothing. I'm sleeping with someone I've slept with before. We enjoy spending time together, but it's never going to be something other than a physical relationship, and I'm okay with that. So, you do like him. How could I not like him? My mind races to Riley and the handful of times he's slept over at my place lately, an arm behind his head and a book open on his lap. In the early mornings before the sun rises and his hands slipping under my sleep shirt. Late at night when I'm curled around him and telling him about my day, his eyes half closed and on the edge of sleep but still fully engaged in my stories. He's perfect. The antithesis of everything I ever thought a man could be, and for as much as I do like him, for as much as I want to spend my free time with him, I also hate him a little bit for making me so reliant on him. He's fine, I say. It's okay to have feelings for someone, Lex. Is it? Because usually when you're attracted to someone, bad things start to happen. Hey, Piper plucks the menu out of my grasp and sets it aside. She takes my hand in hers and squeezes my palm. You're talking to the woman who got divorced before she reached 30. I know firsthand what happens when you start to fall for someone, and it's absolutely terrifying. It's even more terrifying when you do it a second time after a disastrous first attempt. Fall for someone, I laugh. It's not like that. I'll admit I like him and I like spending time with him. I'll admit he's great and wonderful and everything a man should be, but I'm not falling for him. I'm not that girl. I never will be. What if the right guy makes you that girl? I'm not changing for a man. Besides, he wouldn't want me to change. He likes me exactly how I am. Are you happy? She asks. I'm so happy I could die, and it's the worst feeling in the world. Yeah, I answer. I am. Poor Riley, Piper sighs. He's going to be so disappointed to hear his crush is crushing on someone else. He doesn't like me that much. Sure he doesn't. That's why he looks at you nonstop, because he doesn't like you. I hide my smile behind a cough. He is always looking at me, and I like it when he does. Attention from him means more than attention from anyone else, and I hope he doesn't stop looking at me anytime soon. He'll get over it, I say. I doubt he's losing any sleep over me. I hope not. That boy has been through enough, and it's good to see him so upbeat these days. Whatever he's doing seems to be working. It does, doesn't it? I grab for my highball glass. Are we finished with the interrogation about my personal life? Yeah, I'm happy for you and the good time you're getting. Thanks for your support, it is good. One day you'll confess, and until then I'll keep pointing out the servers who are hitting on you. Oh, look, he's headed back this way. I'm not interested. For now, I'm a one-man woman. Lexi Armstrong, I never thought I'd see the day. Me either, I say, but I kind of like it. Me, hey, are we all set for tomorrow? Maverick, yup, just got off the phone with the board of directors and made a generous donation to the Nick Department of Cultural Affairs. Everything should be up and running and fully staffed. Me, thank you so much for doing this, Maverick. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Maverick, don't mention it. I'm a little jealous I wasn't invited, but I'll let it slide. You two have fun. Me, I'm ignoring that winking face. Maverick, and I'm ignoring the fact that people think I don't notice things. I see everything, Armstrong. Me, there's nothing to see. Maverick, keep telling yourself that. A subway. Riley laughs when I tap my phone against the machine and nudge him through the turnstiles. This is the big surprise. We have to take the subway to get to the surprise. I tap my phone a second time and follow behind him. We're not there yet. Darn, I was looking forward to seeing all the burrows. We can do that instead if you want. Nah, he drapes an arm over my shoulder and ruffles my hair. I want to see what has you all fidgety. I'm not fidgety, I challenge, but it's a lie. I'm so nervous about this surprise, and I have been since the idea came to me a couple of weeks ago. I've spent days exchanging phone calls and emails with important people, and even though Maverick told me everything is in place, I'm still holding on to the doubt that I won't be able to pull this off. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Lex. The train comes and we find 2 seats next to each other. The hour ride passes quickly as we talk about tomorrow's game, and Riley lights up when he mentions the line switches he helped coach make that have led to a 2-game win streak. A couple of people do a double take when they step on the subway and spot him, but no one approaches us. When we get close to our stop, I make him put on a pair of noise-canceling headphones so he can't hear station announcements. I lace my hand in his when we climb the stairs at the exit so we don't get separated, telling him to keep his eyes closed. Almost there, I say after a short walk in the March sunshine after I take his headphones off. It's warm out, the start of spring in the air, and I keep our fingers intertwined. Sorry it's taking so long. I have gone over 100 possibilities of what's about to happen, and I don't know which one to pick. Riley shuts his eyes and lets me lead him down the sidewalk, excitement pounding in my blood as I see the entrance gates. I feel like a kid on Christmas. Okay. I stop us in front of the ticket booths. I loop my arm through his and put my head on his shoulder. You can look. He blinks and covers his face with his hand to block the sun from hitting his eyes. He squints and reads the words stretched across the welcome sign. Coney Island. What the hell are we doing at Coney Island? Are they even open? No, I had Maverick pull some strings. What kind of strings? A generous donation. He can afford it. I pause and swallow down the nerves sitting in my throat. We wrote out a life list for you, and I want to help you check off some of the things you want to do because you deserve to be happy and have fun, Riley. You mentioned going on a roller coaster and screaming until your throat is sore. There was also discussion about carnival games, so 2 birds, 1 stone. You rented out an entire amusement park. Riley spins so we're facing each other. For me? Yeah. I know it's not much, but with us having the afternoon free, I figured we could do something besides sit in our hotel rooms. The fresh air is nice. There won't be anyone else around, and if you're bored after 2 hours, we can leave and grab pizza somewhere. This is unbelievable. He holds my face in his hands and shakes his head. His glasses slide down his nose, and he smiles when I push them up for him. I'm so excited. You are. Of course I am. I get to spend the day with you. And on Maverick's dime, we're buying everything in the park. I smile so hard my cheeks hurt. I tug on his arm, laughing when he lifts me up and spins me around. Put me down, Mitchell. We have a busy day. We're starting on the Cyclone. It's been standing since 1927 and it's 3 minutes long. Look at you being a theme park expert. I did a lot of research for today. Riley sets me back on the ground, and I let him hold my hand as we walk toward the roller coaster. We pass photo booths and benches, the entire area deserted save for the occasional theme park worker. They wave to us but keep their distance, and when we make it to the entrance of the Cyclone, a bubbly blonde welcomes us. You must be Lexi and Riley. She smiles and gestures to the front row of an empty car. Hop on in. I sure hope I don't lose my leg, he whispers to me, a hand on the small of my back as I climb in first. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would be? I bet it wouldn't be the first time. I yank him next to me and smile when he puts his arm around my shoulders. The car is a tight squeeze and our legs are pressed against each other, but I don't mind. A lost prosthetic is probably infinitely better than 2 teenagers making out on the ride. Oh, we should try that. Forget about my leg. Keep your pants on, Mitchell. I wave to the ride attendant. Our vehicle lurches forward and I squeal when we roll out of the station and start up a hill. Jesus, the track isn't even straight. Riley holds me closer to his side. And look at all those marks on the side. What if we go off the rails? You need to live a little, that's the whole point of this. Look how high we are. I lift my arms above my head as the beach comes into view ahead of us. I better hear your scream, Mitchie. We fly down the first hill and Riley lets out a yelp next to me. He slides into me when we come around the first hill, elbow jabbing my side and making me burst out laughing. Our car shakes and rattles, and when we go down the second decline, he's screaming his head off. I feel so alive, he yells, and it's my turn to smash into him. He puts a hand on my thigh to keep me in place, and he howls with laughter. Holy shit, I wouldn't care if we went flying off. That's what I'm talking about, I yell back. We match each other's screams for the duration of the ride. Tears are streaming down my face from how hard I'm cackling, and when we pull back into the station, I fall out of the vehicle and onto the platform in a fit of hysterical giggles. Ignore her, Riley says to the attendant who watches us like we've lost our minds. This is normal behavior. I'm going to pee my pants. You sounded like a kindergartner playing dodgeball. A fresh wave of laughter hits me as he helps me to my feet and leads me down the ramp that dumps back into the park. My sides hurt and I wipe under my eyes. Can we please go again? I think my throat is going to be sore for weeks. He coughs and touches his neck. Am I 26 or am I going through puberty? You have to admit that was fun. It was insanely fun. What's next, Armstrong? Carnival games. We're knocking things out left and right. I'm going to have to get Maverick a disgusting birthday gift to say thank you. Riley puts his arm on my shoulder, and I loop my arm around his waist, my palm slipping into the back pocket of his jeans. This is unreal. It's some apocalyptic shit walking around without anyone else here. He picks a ring toss game first, ignoring the attendant's protest that everything's been paid for and slapping down a $20 bill. After 50 rings, he's nowhere near landing on the clear bottle for the grand prize, so we shift over to a water racer game where we sit side by side and try to hit the targets in front of us. Riley reaches the top first, and he picks a giant stuffed ice cream cone as his prize that he hands over to me as soon as it's in his possession. We move to the lone hot dog stand that's open where we take a selfie that he sends in his group chat with the guys. His phone starts chiming immediately and he blushes when he silences the text message notifications. You're a popular guy, Mitchie. Ethan is very happy we found the hot dogs and everyone else has some commentary about how we're spending our day off. Good commentary. Embarrassing commentary. He wipes a drop of mustard away from my mouth and smiles. But fuck 'em. That's the spirit. I take another bite of my hot dog and gesture to the rest of the rides. What else do you want to do? We have hours to go and so many options. The go-karts, he says. I grin, not caring about the piece of bun stuck to my gums. Our stomachs are going to be messed up. Is there any other way to do a theme park? He pops the last of his hot dog in his mouth and tugs on my arm. Let's go, Lexi baby. We spend the rest of the afternoon going from ride to ride. I kick his ass at go-karts, but he makes me pay for it by spinning us around the Tea Party attraction like a madman. After a visit to another roller coaster and a second ride on the Cyclone, we grab 2 ice cream cones and take our time walking down the boardwalk. Want to finish with the Ferris wheel? I ask. Technically it's part of a different amusement park, but Maverick paid for it too. Gift cards really aren't going to cut it for a gift this year. Riley stops us in the middle of the sidewalk and hooks his finger in the belt loop of my jeans. Thank you for doing all of this for me. It means a lot, and this is the most fun I've had in a very long time. We'll get to some of the other things on your list. I give him a one-armed hug, but he pulls me close, tips my chin back so our gazes meet, and the sun setting behind his head makes him look like he has a halo. I'm glad you're having fun. Lexi. He rubs his thumb along the curve of my jaw. I sigh and turn my head so I can kiss the center of his palm. Today was a very, very good day. Yeah. I smile, heart leaping up to my throat when he rests his forehead against mine. It was pretty great, wasn't it? One for the books, he murmurs, nose bumping against mine. He bends his neck and kisses me soft and slow, out in the open where anyone could see, and I let him. You're my favorite person in the entire world. You're not so bad yourself, I say, because I'm caught off guard by how natural and right all of this is, spending a full day together, being affectionate out in public, having fun and feeling free in a way I've never felt before. Okay, I'm lying. Besides the girls, you're my favorite person in the entire world too. I'd never ask to be put above them. That's their rightful spot. Something tender stirs inside me as he tosses his ice cream in the trash and kisses me again, a hand in my hair and the other back on my cheek. It's steady, heart pounding, and I think my feet might be coming off the ground because I'm enjoying it so much. I think my heart might be skipping a beat when he laughs against my mouth and kisses me harder. I think the deepest parts of my soul might be healing when he throws me over his shoulder and ignores my complaints about riding the slingshot with a full stomach. On the subway ride back to the hotel, I put my head on his shoulder and close my eyes, feeling like a liar. Today wasn't pretty great. It was the best day of my life. 39 Riley, Dad, how are you doing, kid? Me can't complain, really. Dad saw you on the bench the other night. The suit and tie look good on you. Interesting how the team starts to win after Saunders puts you in a leadership role. He should have done that from the beginning. Me, I'm glad he didn't. I wasn't ready for that yet. I am now, and I'm having fun. Dad, good. Don't let Minnesota get the W this weekend. I've always hated them. Me, ha. I only have so much say, but I'll do my best. Dad, that's my boy. Every morning I wake up, I wait for the other shoe to drop and shit to hit the fan. I'm waiting for things to start going wrong, because everything in my life seems too damn good to be true. I've slipped into my role behind the bench much quicker than I thought I would, and the boys are moving up the standings with win after win. Lexi and I switch off where we have sleepovers when we're not on the road, and it's so good. Some nights we don't even get intimate, staying up and reading books we pick out for each other and spending half the night arguing over which characters we like and why. Because of Lexi's hard work and thorough rehabilitation plan, I'm ahead of schedule with my recovery. Moving is easy these days. There are still exercises I struggle with, but I'm stronger. More agile too, and while I haven't tried getting back on the ice, I'm feeling more and more like who I was before the accident. So, yeah. I'm waiting for the big third-act conflict, the wrench that gets thrown into my plans and fucks everything up. We have a situation, Mickle Reynolds, our top assistant coach, says as he barrels into the locker room before our away game in Minnesota. Saunders isn't here. What do you mean Saunders isn't here? Maverick looks up from his skates and frowns. He was literally on the plane with us yesterday afternoon. Or did I dream up that whole flight? Definitely happened. He yelled at me for having my phone out and took it away until we were back at the hotel. Ethan grins and fixes his shoulder pads. Joke is on him. I have a burner one I use to troll people who shit on us in social media comments. There is a lot to unpack there. Hudson glances at Mickle. Is Coach okay? Don't know. He said something about was a family emergency and that he was getting on the first flight back to D.C. Shit. I hope Olivia is okay, I say. Coach hasn't missed a game since he took this job. He also went 5 seasons without missing a game when he was in the league. Grant jumps to his feet and wobbles on his skates. This is a code red. We'll worry about Saunders in a minute. You're taking over for him, right, Ren? Maverick asks Mickle. I mean, I can, but I've been out for 2 weeks interviewing for head coaching positions. I've missed all of your practices, and I don't know what the hell kind of shifts you're running. It's going to take me more than the time we have before puck drop to watch some film and catch up. Mickle eyes our other assistant coach, Parker Barnes, and you've been out on paternity leave. Coach has been doing this shit by himself and putting up with all our stupid asses. Give that man the Jack Adams Award immediately, Ethan says. Hang on, Riley's been at every practice. Hudson turns his attention my way. You haven't missed a morning skate in months. Whoa, slow the fuck down. I hold up my hands and shake my head. I don't like where this is going. Oh, fuck yeah, Mitchie, Grant cheers. You have to do it. I don't know the first thing about coaching people who aren't 5 years old, and this is an important game, I rush out. Every win this late in the year matters. You don't need someone like me in charge when a loss could tank our playoff chances. Team vote. Maverick stands and surveys the locker room. All in favor of Mitchie taking on responsibilities tonight, raise your hands. 20 arms shoot up in the air, and I shove my glasses up my nose in a fit of nervousness. Captain has the last say, and I say you're in. Welcome to the big leagues, Rye. When we lose, I can't be held responsible. I accept Coach's whiteboard from Mickle and stare at the triangles and marks on it. I've seen it 1,000 times as a player, but looking at it now feels like I'm looking at a calculus problem I have no clue how to solve. It's going to be all your fault. A decision I can live with. Maverick flashes me a grin and grabs his helmet. Hands in, boys. Let's go snag a W for one of our best guys. I don't stick around for the huddle. glaring at Mickle and Parker as I storm out of the locker room and head for the ice. This is too much responsibility for me to handle. I can sit on the bench just fine, but leading a team in enemy territory, I'm going to shit my pants. Looking snazzy, Mitchie. Lexi waves at me from the end of the tunnel, a clipboard tucked under her arm and athletic tape shoved in her pocket. What's with the scowl? Coach had to fly home to D.C. for a family emergency, and guess who got put in charge over the 2 assistant coaches who are paid to work on shifts and penalty kill plays? Me. The guy who doesn't know shit about coaching. Wait, what? You're calling the shots tonight. Apparently. Mickle and Parker both have excuses for why they don't feel comfortable, but at least they have experience in the role. I'm a fucking novice and they want yours truly to make the decisions against the best team in the league. I glare out at the ice and the Minnesota Vipers logo at center ice. When ESPN does a whole segment on how I fucked up tonight, I'm putting out a statement that I was coerced into this. Okay, you're not being dramatic at all. Lexi's mouth twitches and she walks toward me. Take a breath, Mitchie, it's going to be okay. Who cares if they win or lose? I do. I don't want them to fall out of the playoff hunt the day after I call the shots. Do you know how embarrassing that would be? I couldn't show my face in a barn again. It's not like you're out there hitting the puck and giving up goals, Riley. You can only do so much from on the bench. Whatever happens, happens. They need a leader, and tonight that happens to be you. The guys respect you. It seems like the decision has been made, so you might as well have some fun with it. Why do you always have to be so rational? I grumble. Can't you be on my side? Oh, I'm on your side. You'll get there eventually. She pats my chest and turns for the ice. I follow behind her, careful as I walk around the curve of the rink to our bench on the other side of the arena. I wish she was allowed to sit with us over here during the game. I'd be more relaxed if she were nearby, but she has to hang out in the tunnel as soon as the puck drops. The boys skate out to an arena full of booze, and my heart has never pounded so hard. The fear in my chest slowly shifts to adrenaline and excitement as they do a lap. The referee skates over and asks for the starting lineup, and I hand over our starting 6 with an apology for the delay so he can pass it along to the Vipers coaching staff. Thanks for stepping up, Mickle says, and I scoff. I didn't have much of a choice, did I? I cross my arms over my chest and watch Liam finish up his warm-up in the goal. He looks locked in tonight, quick with his movements and tracking every puck that comes his way. Let the shit show begin. Someone from ESPN tries to grab me for an interview, but the PA announcer comes over the microphone and asks everyone to stand for the national anthem. I ignore the faint ache in my right leg and bend to adjust my prosthetic, hoping no one catches me on camera hunched over with my hands halfway up my thigh. The buzzer sounds, starting lineups are introduced, and our first 6 skate down the bench in a line to get fist bumps from their teammates. When they reach me, they all put a hand on my head. Liam grunts in my direction and Maverick grins, pulling me into a hug. Relax, he says, laughing when I nudge his shoulder. Easy for you to say. You're out there with a stick. We really don't give a shit what happens, Rye. This season has had so many fucking highs and lows, and the fact that you're here right now is a major fucking win. Let's chirp some, show some heart, and we might get out of here with a win. Damn you, Maverick Miller, I say. Get your ass to the face-off. There he is. With another smile, he skates toward the puck drop. See you soon, Mitchie. We're up by 4 with 3 minutes left in the third. I don't know how, but everything that needs to click does, and we're on fucking fire. Our passes are smooth. We're aggressive on offense. Ryan Seymour made a spectacular dive to prevent a Vipers goal halfway through the second, and I ditched the whiteboard during the first intermission in favor of addressing the players directly. Coming up on 2.5 minutes. I clap, then put a hand on Grant's shoulder. You're going in next shift, and I want to see those efficient passes we worked on at practice. Yeah. Sure thing, coach. Sorry. I mean Mitchie. He switches with Maverick during the next break in the offense, taking off to get in position for an open pass from Seymour. Even the rookies look good tonight. Maverick sprays his body armor in his mouth and stretches his neck from side to side. You might have the magic touch, Rye. Shut up. I track the puck and make a mental note to praise Ethan on his face-off win percentage tonight. He's sitting around 60%, a stellar stat from a guy who's been lazy from the get-go up until recently, and he's the kind of player who responds well to positive reinforcement. I'm busy. Time ticks down, 2 minutes going to 1, and fans start clearing out of the arena. The boys don't get sloppy the last 60 seconds, and Grant sinks a 5-hole that has me pumping my fist in the air just before the clock expires. Nice win, Mickle says with a hand on my shoulder. I knew you could do it. The final horn sounds and our boys do a silly lap before skating over to the bench. I can't avoid an interview this time, and Piper wrangles me over for a couple of questions before the national media can get a hold of me. Riley, tell us what it's like transitioning from player to coach. Is it difficult to see the ice from this perspective? She asks, leaning the microphone in my direction. It's not difficult but different. When I'm on the bench in my uniform, I'm more focused on watching my position. Back here, I see the whole picture. I'm watching their tendy and their forwards, and you have to be quick to react if needed. How prepared did you feel stepping into this position tonight? Not very, I laugh. But the heart and hustle from the boys and the encouragement from the rest of the coaching staff made it manageable. We got the W, and that's what matters. Last question, then I'll let you go celebrate. Was tonight the start of a position you see yourself doing long-term? Ah, shucks, I don't know, I had a good time, I love hockey. Being out here is a gift, you know. Whether that's with skates on my feet or a lineup sheet in my hands, I'm blessed to do this. Thanks, Riley. Enjoy your 1-0 coaching record, Piper says, lowering her microphone and giving me a wide grin. Sorry for the formalities, but holy shit, Rye. That was so fun to watch. I'm so proud of you. I bet your phone is going to start ringing with opportunities. Scouting maybe too. That's a discussion for another day. Right now, I need to get back to the hotel and get out of this leg. It's fucking killing me from the non-stop standing. Can I help with anything? Nah, I'm good. You should. There's a round of raised voices and lots of yelling. I blink and turn around, trying to find the source of the noise, and I'm met with 20 water bottles full of sports drinks getting dumped on my head. Fuck yeah, Mitchie. Coach Saunders is shaking in his fucking boots. We have to go out and celebrate. Hot dogs for everyone. Jesus Christ. I laugh and pull off my glasses, trying to wipe them clean on my suit jacket. Everyone needs to chill the fuck out. Come on, Mitchie. Hudson smiles and holds out his arm so I can step onto the ice and not slip. You know we don't do anything half-assed. Never. It's always full ass. Full dicks too. You all need to tone it the fuck down. Never. Grant yells, squirting me with another splash of his drink. We're loud and proud. The boys skate toward the locker room, and I hold the boards as I make my way around the rink behind them. I step off the ice and into the tunnel, an undeniable smile still on my mouth. Pretty impressive stuff there, Mitchell, Lexi calls out. I love being right. Don't gloat, I tell her, knocking her shoulder with mine. It's not a cute look. Please, she grins. I'm always cute. Debatable, I say, and she flips me off. You're going out to celebrate with the boys, right? Probably not. I'm exhausted. That took a lot out of me physically, and I think I'm going to call it an early night. Do you want some company? Lexi asks. Or would you prefer to be alone? Some company sounds nice, I tell her, and she smiles. Especially if it's you. I'm so proud of you. I know this is different from the other areas in your life you've been working on, but you still deserve all the praise, Riley. I can't wait to see what you do next, she says, hooking her pinky in mine, and the praise means more from her than it does from anyone else. 40 Riley Puck Kings Easy-E. If you could be any animal, what would you be? Sully, something that helps you leaner to spell. How hard is it to spell out the word you? It's 2 more letters than what you're doing now. G-Money. Ooh, goalie daddy spelled a word wrong. Shame. Mavi, don't poke the bear, Grant. You don't want to be on the receiving end of his wrath. G-Money, hush, Cap, we have a celebrity in our midst. Mitchie's been everywhere on Instagram and TikTok. Me, I have. G-Money, the girls love you, especially your slutty little glasses. Me, they aren't slutty. I need them to see. Easy E, they've always been slutty glasses. Mavi, he's going to develop an ego, but he's cute, so it's deserved. Huddy boy who, Riley, he's the humblest guy I know. Me, okay, we don't need to make this conversation about me. In fact, I would prefer it if we didn't. Sully, has anyone thought about shutting this godforsaken chat down for a day or a fucking year? Mavi, nope. You're required to be in it. Captain's orders. Sully, fuck your captain's orders. G-Money, how is there not a line of women at your door, Mitchie? My God, I think even I'm attracted to you. Mavi, I really don't like losing the top spot on the team. Huddy boy, you'll get over it. There's not a line of women at my door, but there is a knock at 6:30 in the evening that confuses the hell out of me. It's not a book club night. Team dinner isn't until tomorrow. None of the guys said they were stopping by, and thanks to 2 great back-to-back performances, Coach gave everyone the full day off. Frowning, I push back from the bar stool I've been sitting on for the better part of an hour answering emails. I pad across the kitchen floor and into the foyer, smiling when I see Lexi on the other side of the door. Well, I lean against the frame and cross my arms over my chest. This is a nice surprise. To what do I owe the pleasure, Lex? Tempting. Her grin is intoxicating and addictive. I could stare at her mouth for hours. I probably already do. But we're going out tonight. Out? Where? I don't feel like going to a club or anything like that. To dinner, which is something both of us need because I'm guessing you haven't eaten yet. I haven't, and my fridge is bare as fuck after being on the road the last few days. I glance down at my joggers and black t-shirt. Let me change really quick. We're not going anywhere fancy. Lexi grabs a paperback off my shelf and sits on the couch, relaxing against the cushions. And take your time. I started reading this one on my Kindle. Could hardly put it down. Don't get too sucked in or we're never going to leave. You want a drink while you wait? Nope. She flashes me a smile but doesn't look up from the page she's on. I'm all set. I stare at her for a minute. She looks perfectly in place there with a blanket over her lap and her legs curled under her. I don't even mind that she didn't take her boots off. I'm too distracted picturing her like this every night. After a game, in one of my shirts, a mark on her neck that I left behind. I've been spending more and more time together, and the fantasy is starting to dance around in my head. Loudly, obnoxiously, and it feels like I'm 4 seconds away from screaming, "Do you like me back? Yes or no?" Just so I don't have to keep this inside anymore. In a fit of spontaneity, I walk over to her. I touch her cheek, and she finally looks up at me. "I'm glad you're here," I say to her, and her face softens. A smile pulls at one corner of her mouth, and I bend to kiss her right there just so I can have the beam all for myself. "If you want to stay on the couch and read all night, I'll order us takeout." "No, I'll happily put the book away for you." She grabs my shirt and tugs me toward her, kissing me again. There's the swipe of her tongue, the bite of her teeth on my lower lip. I sigh against her mouth, and she pulls away far too quickly. "Can't wait to see what you're going to wear, Mitchie. Don't get your hopes up." "I don't need to, you always look great." I blush, the compliment meaning more from her than it would from another woman. "Right back at you, Armstrong. Go." She swats at my arm, and I can't help but laugh. "You're distracting me from my reading. I'm going to get dressed extra slow just so you can finish that chapter." "A man after my own heart." She winks, and I rub a hand over my chest. It feels more and more like my heart isn't even my own anymore. It's hers, and I think it's always going to be hers. The sports bar Lexi picks is loud and busy. I put my hand on the small of her back as we make our way through the crowded restaurant, not wanting her to get jostled by the group of drunk guys around the bar who are yelling about our shitty baseball team. We find a table toward the back against the wall, and we slide onto the wooden bar stools across from each other. Our knees are touching because of the small space, but I don't mind. I like her close to me. I like having the option to touch her if I wanted to, and fuck, do I want to. I'm not totally digging the ambience, but they apparently have good burgers. I'm hoping that will make up for the douchebags screaming at the TV. I'm glad the pitcher can't hear them. Sports fans are ruthless, she says. It's funny. I doubt any of them could throw a baseball more than 4 feet, but they're out here acting like they're the next Cy Young. Do you have anywhere you like to go in the city? If I'm going out with someone, I prefer it to be somewhere more intimate, so I can hear what they're saying and hold a conversation, you know. Oh, she sits up and grins. Is this your romantic side? It's the decent human side of me. I bet you'd be fun to go on a date with. You're probably all smooth moves and that whole "oh, you have something on your shoulder, let me get it for you" trick where you end up having your arms around her. I snort, the arm around the shoulder, acting like I can't hear her, grabbing her stool and scooting it closer, pretending like she has something on her face, but it's really just an excuse to touch her, the perfect date hat trick. I want to see Date Riley, she says. No, you don't, I'm really not that exciting. Come on, Mitchie. Lexi sticks out her bottom lip in a pout. Show me what you're like on a date. You never go on dates, I say. I remember you being specifically anti-dates. Tonight I'm not. Tonight I do go on dates. I picked you up from your apartment. I'm wearing my nicest underwear. This is absolutely a date, or at the very least a pretend date. Nicest underwear, I hope I get to see them later. Only if you answer my question, she teases. Fine. I grin. I'd start the night by picking you up from your place with your favorite flowers. Tulips, she says, which is a frustrating choice because they don't bloom up here until April. What's next? I'd tell you how hot you look in your skirt and how much I like your boots. They're cute boots, aren't they? Very cute. I put my hand on her leg and give her knee a gentle squeeze. It's only been 2 days since we last slept together, but I missed the feel of her skin, how warm and soft she is. Next, I'd ask what you want to order for dinner. You wouldn't order for me. Fuck no. You're an independent woman who can speak for yourself. And on the off chance you don't like what you pick, I'd make sure to let you try some of my meal too. Shared custody of our French fries. I like where this is going. Lexi reaches for my collar and tugs on my shirt. Our faces are inches apart and I can see the brightness in her eyes. Give me more, Riley. Well, I blush and clear my throat. We talk. I'd ask about your job and your family. I'd compliment you and tell you how beautiful you look, which you do. You always do, with your strong legs and your pretty smile. I'd laugh at your jokes even if they weren't funny, and at the end I'd pay for our meal, kiss your forehead, and text you when I got home. My forehead, that's a tease. Yup, you should always leave them wanting more. Where are the ropes, she asks. And the orgasm denials and the blowjobs. You're holding out on me, Mitchie. I didn't think it was possible for my cheeks to get even redder, but here we are. I only do that with people I know and trust, people I like. We do all of that, she smirks. Must mean you like me. I grab her chin and her eyes lock with mine. Her breath hitches when I say, you have no idea, Lex. There's an underlying message there. I like you so fucking much, but I also think I'm more than like you. Do you think you could like me too? Why can't we give it a chance? I promise I'll make it good for you. Lexi pulls back and tucks a piece of hair behind her ear. Should we order some fries then, so I can steal some of yours? I'll give you the whole damn plate, Lex, if it'll make you happy. Her smile is soft, timid. Maybe I'm imagining it because it's what I want to see, but I swear she inches closer to me. I take matters into my own hands and drag the leg of her stool across the concrete floor, just like I said I would. When was the last time you went on a date? Huh. I put my elbow on the table and frown. I don't remember, maybe a couple years ago. I've only had a handful of first dates. Nothing's ever stuck. Wait, what? That's a long time. I thought all the guys were playboys. You thought wrong. We're much more mellow than people think, except for Ethan. Dude can't keep it in his pants. Now that I can believe, but don't change the subject. We're talking about you. Why hasn't anything stuck? You're a great guy. Her smile is wider now, and I like that she lights up when she talks about me. A total catch. Shucks, you're going to make me blush, Lex. I'm serious, you have so many good qualities. A woman would be out of her mind to not want to see you a second time. Don't know, I shrug. Maybe I have bad breath, or my hands smell too gnarly from my gloves. Lexi laughs at that, but I don't add in the other part. How every date I went on, I'd sit there and wonder what it would be like to be having dinner with her instead. It's not like she led me on and gave me some false hope of something we could be down the road. It's more pathetic than that. I took one look at her, and I was done for. I haven't been able to get her out of my damn head. And I learned a long time ago that as long as we were on the same team, as long as we were in the same zip code and orbiting around each other, I had a shot. And I wasn't going to blow that shot by going on shitty date after shitty date with someone who wasn't her. I rub a hand over my jaw knowing it's not fair to her to be feeling these things and sleeping with her like everything is platonic between us. But I'm selfish. I know when I tell her that's going to be it and I want to hold on to her for a little while longer. Let me see. Lexi takes my hands in hers and brings them to her nose. She pretends to gag then laughs again. Just kidding, they smell very nice. Is that vanilla? Yeah, it's some soap Hudson told all of us to buy. It's nice, isn't it? I can't find hockey smells anywhere. Probably helps that I haven't worn any gear in months. You know what I mean. I shrug. I told you what I'm like on a date. What's Lexi Armstrong like? I don't go on dates, remember. And if I did, it would include lackluster conversation, then an invitation back to my place to sleep together. I'm listening, I say. You've never told me why you don't date. Did someone fuck up once upon a time? Are you secretly not a fan of places with a ton of options on their menus? She pauses. Something like that. The answer is stilted, and I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it, so I switch gears. What else is on the agenda tonight? Besides hoping all those dudes lose their parlays, I thought maybe we could go bowling or to see a late-night movie. My apartment is starting to feel lonely when I'm there by myself, and as much as I like to be alone, I don't like to be isolated and sad. My door is always open, I say, putting a hand back on her knee. If you ever want company, any time of day or night. Thanks, Mitchie, I'll keep that in mind. Her foot kicks mine and it feels like we're the only people in the room. Let's order 8 rounds of French fries, shared custody and all of that. Co-parenting, very mature of us. She laughs and so do I. We go through 3 baskets of fries and start making up stories about who we think the finance bros might be. Her theories make me cackle until my sides hurt, and we never make it to bowling. We close down the restaurant, only leaving when the server turns off the lights and kicks us out. On the walk back to my place, I do the cheesy shoulder trick on her so she's in my arms. I bend my neck to hear what she has to say and kiss her cheek. And when I drag her to my bed and pull her clothes, her thigh thrown over mine, we lose ourselves in the moment together. The next morning, she woke in his arms. 41 Riley Puck kings me. This is embarrassing, but is anyone free to help me with something this afternoon? Easy E-uh-oh. Did you get something stuck somewhere it shouldn't be stuck? Been there, man. Sucks. Me, number G-money. Sometimes it amazes me you're just out there walking around with the rest of the population. Ethan. Easy E, I've made it 23 years. I'm doing just fine. Huddy boy Madeline and Lucy are having a girls' day, and I'd love to help. Mavi Emmy is out of town, and if I sit around the apartment by myself for another second, I'm going to go out of my mind. Count me in. Huddy boy Liam. Sully number Mavi. Come on, Liam, it's Mitchie. Me, well, I feel pathetic, thank you. Sully, fine, you get me for an hour tops, and I reserve the right to complain the entire time. G-money, I don't like being left out. I want to come. Me, whoever wants to come can come. Be at my apartment at 2. Easy E, lol, so secretive. What are you hiding, Mitchie? Sully, you're ick. Easy E, damn, goalie daddy is on fire today. Is this a scavenger hunt? Maverick looks around my living room and frowns. What exactly are we helping you with? It's not housework, is it? Grant groans. Everyone thinks I know how to use a drill because I'm a guy, but the thing fucking terrifies me. Can y'all stop complaining and let Mitchie talk? Hudson smiles at me from the couch. We're here for whatever you need. Okay. You know I lost my right leg, I say, gesturing down at my joggers. We had no fucking idea, Liam draws out, and Hudson hits him with a pillow. Ignore him. Keep going, Rye. I haven't driven since the accident. I'm comfortable using my prosthetic in my day-to-day life, but if I want to get behind the wheel again, I'm going to have to use my left foot. Trying to get my brain to understand the pedals after years of being on autopilot is intimidating. I rub the back of my neck. I was hoping, you guys could be in the car with me while I try for the first time, in case something happens. Fuck yeah, it's Grand Theft Auto in real life. Grant jumps to his feet. Where are your keys? I call dibs on shotgun. Okay, slow down there, G, Hudson says. Let's plan this out. Always so fucking rational, Liam grumbles. We're going to an empty parking lot. I like that idea, Maverick agrees. How about the football stadium? The parking lot is massive, and it should be mostly deserted since the Titans are in their off-season. Does someone mind driving us there in my car? I ask. I've turned it on every few days to make sure the battery still works, but it hasn't moved since June. I don't trust any of you behind the wheel. Liam grabs the keys hanging from the wall in my foyer. Except Hayes. He's the smartest one of the group. But I value my life too much to have Tweedledee and Tweedledum in charge, he says, pointing at Maverick and Grant. Someone pissed in his coffee this morning, Grant whispers. Let's go. Sully can drive us there like the good little chauffeur he is, and we'll figure this out together, Maverick says. You have insurance, right? Yeah, but I'd prefer it if we didn't crash my $100,000 vehicle. I bend my hips back to adjust my residual limb in my socket, then straighten my leg. I'm not in the mood for paperwork. I'm never in the mood for paperwork. Grant heads for the door and flings it open. Come on, boys, let's pretend like we're Princess Mia driving the Mustang. That's a good fucking movie, Maverick says. A great fucking movie, Hudson adds, and I follow them down the hall. 20 minutes later, we're parked in front of the DC Titans football stadium. My hands are on my hips and I stare at my SUV. How do you want to do this? Hudson asks, a hand on my shoulder. We could crank the driver's seat back and have you sit in one of our laps, Grant suggests, and I burst out laughing. That would be a fucking sight, I say. Damn, I was really hoping I'd get to have Mitchie in my lap. That's a dream of mine. Maverick taps his cheek. How about one person in the passenger seat? Someone right behind you who can grab the wheel if you panic, and another in the middle who could reach forward and tap the brakes if needed. Whose arms are the longest? Hudson asks, and Liam scoffs. My wingspan is the biggest on the team, our goalie challenges. Have you seen me stop a puck? You know what they say about goalies and wingspans, Grant winks. He's also the most flexible one. Maybe he should be in the middle. Liam in the middle, Hudson up front because he's the most rational and he'll definitely be the calmest. I'll go in the seat behind Riley and be on deck to take over the wheel. G-money. You'll be the spectator in the back right seat, Maverick says. Not fair, everyone else has a job, Grant pouts. I'm good at things. You can be in charge of navigation, I say, pulling something out of my ass. I don't want him to feel left out. Tell me if I need to go left or right. You're great at reading the ice. You can help me avoid the concrete lampposts. This is an honor, Riley. He puts a hand on his chest and dips his head. I will not let you down. Everyone get in the goddamn car, Liam says, climbing into the middle seat in the back. If someone starts quoting Spider-Man about power and responsibility, I'm out of here. Another great movie, Maverick whispers, and Grant nods sagely. We get in our places and I hold the steering wheel with a white-knuckle grip. I run my palms along the curve of the leather and take a deep breath. Glancing down, I stare at the pedals and frown. I'm trying to figure out how to position my legs, I say. I think I'll keep my right foot where it would be if I had cruise control on, then stretch my left leg diagonally to reach the pedals. Probably easier than trying to tuck your right leg behind your left, yeah, Hudson asks, and I nod. And uncomfortable. Safe for two, I bet. I don't need another fucking surgery. I turn the key in the ignition and exhale. Okay, here we go. Give me some window privileges, Mitchie, so you can focus on your feet, Grant says, and when I roll down the back windows, he sticks his head out into the sunshine. Forward, matey. Shifting the car into drive, I slowly ease my left foot onto the accelerator. The car jolts to life and we roll across the empty parking spaces. I'm pretty sure I'm sweating. Everyone in the car is silent and I try adding more pressure to the gas pedal. It's the same configuration, I tell myself. Just a different angle. Try braking, Maverick says, and I nod. I'm a little too firm when I move my foot to the left and tap on the brakes because Liam goes flying forward and almost rolls over the center console. Grant screams and clutches the door to prevent himself from falling out the window. Maverick topples sideways, his head under Liam's ass, and Hudson cackles in the seat beside me. Sorry. I apologize, being gentler the second time I try the brakes. SUV slows to a stop and I glance at my teammates. Got a little excited there. Is everyone okay? Liam rubs his forehead. I'm fucking concussed. I saw my life flash before my eyes, Grant says. Scary, isn't it? I ask and he nods. Liam, I swear to God if you sit down right now I'm going to bite your ass, Maverick warns, trying to get himself upright. Don't you fucking dare. I wish I had that on video. Hudson wheezes, the only one unaffected by my shitty first attempt. I've never heard Grant scream like that before. Hey, I was scared and this is a judgment-free zone. Watch yourself, Hayes, Grant says, bopping him on the back of the head. I'm stronger than I look and I'll fling you out of the window if you laugh at me again. If anyone wants to evacuate, they can, I say, checking to make sure everyone is okay. But I'll be more careful next time. And I am. I get us cruising up to 20 miles an hour and I make a big lap around the perimeter of the parking lot. Grant keeps his head out the window, guiding me left then right, and when I tap the brakes again, we roll to a gentle and complete stop without incident. Nice job, Rye, Hudson says. That was smooth. Not as hard as I thought it would be, I say. I just need to train my brain. Online it says you can buy something called a left foot gas pedal. Maverick asks, looking up from his phone. Have you thought about that? Not really, I shrug. People already treat me differently because of my leg and I want to try to keep things as normal as I can. I wore shorts to the grocery store the other day and you would have thought I had skin lesions all over my body. Someone asked if I needed a wheelchair, and while I'm sure some folks with prosthetics do, it was like they were only seeing my disability, not me as a whole person. I sigh. It's frustrating. I don't want to be coddled. Do I need special accommodations sometimes? Yeah. Am I going to take the elevator instead of climbing 5 flights of stairs? Sure, but I'm still me. Shit. That was really powerful, man. I never thought of it that way, Grant says. When I was in the hospital and being transported back and forth in a wheelchair, no one talked to me. They only talked to the person pushing me, as if I stopped being an individual entity when I lost my leg. That's why I'm hesitant to show off my lower half, not because I'm embarrassed, but because everyone always makes it a way bigger deal than it needs to be. It sucks that you're treated like that, Hudson says. You should partner with the league to do a disability awareness class, Maverick suggests. Get some Paralympic athletes on board too. If anyone gives you problems, I'll kick their ass, Liam adds, and I laugh. Thanks, guys, and thanks for doing this with me. It was too intimidating to try by myself, but hearing Grant scream like that was worth bringing in reinforcements. Another lap. Maverick clasps my shoulder. Try to get up to 30 miles an hour. The next time around the parking lot is easier. I can tell I'm using my left leg, and there's the hint of discomfort in my right knee area, but overall, I'm happy with how I do. The tension leaves my shoulders when I complete a 4th lap at an even faster speed, safely parking in a spot and checking to make sure I'm within the lines. Next task is going to be tackling an actual road, I say, stretching out my legs. I might panic and press the gas instead of the brakes. I bet you'll be more confident after another 2 practice rounds, Hudson says, and we'll be here with you. I'll be wearing a helmet, Liam says, and I snort. Sorry, Sully. I didn't mean to mess up your pretty head. A call comes through on my Bluetooth and Lexi's name pops up on the car screen. Ooh, why is Lexi calling you? Grant leans forward and smashes the green button before I can stop him. Hey, sugar, he says. What's cookin', good lookin'? Okay, stop, I say, shoving him out of the way. Is that Grant? Lexi asks. The one and only, he yells from the backseat. You're on speaker, I tell her. We were having a driving lesson. That sounds fun. How did it go? I'll be stopping by your office tomorrow before morning skate because Mitchell injured me, Liam says. You can blame him for giving you extra work. I love extra work, she says. Sorry to interrupt, I'll text you instead, Rye. Everything okay? I ask, and another round of oohs come from the back. Everything is great, just wanted to say hi. I hear the smile in her voice and wonder what she's up to, if she's having a good day and doing anything fun. I don't want to interrupt Guy time. You're not interrupting, they all suck, I tell her, and Maverick gasps. Fucking rude, he mumbles. We had a moment when I put my hands over yours on the wheel, Mitchie. Wow, I'm really bummed I missed out on this. Lexi laughs. You all have fun, I'll talk to you later. Everyone except Liam yells out a goodbye, and when I hang up the call, Hudson is grinning at me. I don't want to hear it, I say. You're so down bad. Hudson smirks. We've all been there. Except Grant, he's too young to understand love. Maverick ruffles my hair. Have you told her how you feel? Nope. Are you going to tell her how you feel? Nope. Riley, Hudson says gently, you went through a traumatic event that showed us how short life is. Wouldn't you rather get everything out in the open instead of hiding it? What if you never get the chance to let her know you're head over heels for her? She doesn't want head over heels, so I keep my mouth shut. She might with you, Liam says, surprising me. I'll think about it. I put the car in drive, then purposely slam on the brakes to another round of screams. And stop meddling in my personal life, you nosy assholes. Worst day ever, Liam growls, and I grin at him in the rearview mirror. 42 Lexi, there's a donut waiting for me on my desk when I get to work on Saturday morning. The boys have an afternoon skate and won't come in until later, so the arena is quiet to start the day, and I don't know who is lurking around. A quick check of my calendar tells me I have no appointments with any players until 11, and I lift the treat to inspect it. I didn't poison it, Riley says from the entrance to the locker room, and I drop the pastry so I can lob a stapler at his head in an effort to protect myself. Jesus Christ. It's just me, Lex. You cannot sneak up on a woman alone in her office without announcing yourself. I put a hand on my desk and take a deep breath, my heart skipping a beat when I realize it's him. That's not nice. Did you forget about our session this morning? Shit. I look at my calendar again and spot the little R in the right-hand corner of today's date. Our sessions have moved to twice a week instead of every day based on his improvements, and with the season ending in less than a month and our fight for the playoffs amping up, my brain is all over the place. I can't keep track of what day it is. Sorry. I should be the one apologizing. That was creepy of me to startle you. I scoop the donut up and groan as I take a bite. Apology accepted. This is the best thing I've ever had in my mouth. Riley laughs and sits on the edge of the treatment table. I would say I'm offended, but I had one on the way over and I have to agree. Thank you for this. I lick a drop of jam away from the corner of my mouth and smile. How did you know I needed something to get through the day? I know everything. He takes off his sneakers and lets them fall to the floor. He stretches out on the table with his arms behind his head. How do you want me today, Lex? I'm going to defer to you. Is there anything in particular you want to work on? Is napping an option? He tosses me a rogue grin I feel in the center of my chest, and I have to tuck my chin to avoid him seeing my blush. If not anything that will require you putting your hands on me. This is a professional environment, Mitchie. Keep your dick in your pants, says the girl who can't even look at me. I roll my eyes and lift my gaze to meet his. Better. Much. I mean this in the least creepy way possible, but how about a massage then some time on the treadmill in the weight room? The strength and conditioning coaches have been working on building my speed back up, and I want to see how fast I can go today. I thought you hated running. I finish off the donut and wash my hands in the corner of the room. How times have changed. I think it's because it was taken away from me. I've missed it. I can't run in this prosthetic because it's too heavy, and I've been thinking about asking my doctor for a blade I can try. It's not hockey, but it's something. Really? That's awesome, Riley. It would be exciting to try something new. Yeah. He nods and pushes the button on his socket, waiting for the air to release. When he pops it off, he hands it to me and I set it against the wall. We'll see. Where do you want me to massage? My left leg, then my right one. If that doesn't gross you out. Why would it gross me out? Because it's scarred and fucked up. The last time you touched me like that was in a dark room. His throat bobs around a swallow. You can see everything under these lights, every mark, every spot on my body from where they sewed me together. There's less places for me to hide in here, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable with what I'm showing you. First of all, nothing about you is fucked up, I say, hoping he can hear the conviction behind my words. And I don't care how bright it is in here. Would you prefer if I dimmed the lights? It could recreate the mood. No, I'm fine with it. I see my limb every day. I want to make sure you're okay with it, he says. I'm more than okay with it. Glad to hear it. He flips on his stomach and rests his arms at his side, blowing out a long breath. I grab a hot towel from the warmer and drape it over the back of his residual limb, smiling at his low groan. That feels so fucking good. I haven't given anyone a massage in a while, so no making fun of how out of practice I am. I start on his left leg, working on the tendons in his hamstrings, then down to his calves. How was your night? We had plans to meet up yesterday, but he texted me an hour before I was supposed to head to his place and asked to cancel. He was in a bad mood, overwhelmed after a frustrating day with his body and another adjustment at his prosthetist's office, and I agreed without a second thought. I'm so glad I get to see him today. I didn't realize how much I would miss him until I tried falling asleep last night. I kept getting distracted by the scent of his shampoo on the pillow he likes to sleep on. I cradled it to my chest and woke up this morning smelling like him, a fact I like way more than I should. I turned off my phone, did some painting, and started a new book. It was fine, but I probably would have been in a better mood if you had come over. Yeah, right. I'm sure I would have annoyed you. You never annoy me. He pauses when I move up the hem of his shorts, thumbs pressing along the lines of his muscles. I missed you. I missed you too, I admit quietly, and it's scary to put that out into the universe. I never miss anyone besides my girlfriends, but when Riley's not around, his absence is noticeable. An ache in my chest carves itself out when we say goodbye after spending time together, and no matter what I do, I can't soothe the sting when he leaves. A lot. Yeah. Riley turns his hand right side up, an invitation there. I hesitate for only a fraction of a second before I slide my palm against his and lace our fingers together. He relaxes the second our touches meet, and so do I. He's warm and comforting, the swipe of his thumb over the curve of my knuckles a welcome display of affection. When did I get so reliant on him making me feel good? When did my happiness become intertwined with him being around? When did I start smiling nonstop? What if I never stop? Can I ask you a question? Riley murmurs, and I look down at him. Sure. I want you to let me get it all out before you answer, okay? Sounds like something I'm going to hate, but let's hear it. Hang on. I need to sit up for this. He takes his time, flipping onto his back and sliding up the treatment table so we're facing each other. Moment of honesty. Yeah, I croak, afraid of what he's going to say next. Does he not want to see me anymore? Am I being too clingy by asking to spend time with him almost every day? Has he noticed the shift between us, the start of something deeper than physical attraction brewing beneath the surface when we lie together, tangled up in sheets and sharing secrets we've never told anyone else? This friends with benefits thing has been amazing, he starts, and I'd be shocked if he couldn't hear my heart beating right now. But what I feel for you isn't strictly physical anymore. It never was, and it was shitty of me to pretend otherwise. I want to go out to dinner and hold your hand in public. I want to go to bookstores together so we can argue over which books are best. I want to go to another amusement park and laugh until I cry. I want to take you out on a date, a real date, and I know that word might scare the shit out of you, but we can go slow and do things on your terms, because I'm sick of acting like I'm only interested in hanging out with you if it means I get to fuck you. I want so much more than that, and I think you might too. The world stops moving, and I suck in a sharp breath. Riley is staring at me with gentle, kind eyes, and never in my entire life have I ever felt so vulnerable and off balance, but also so seen and understood. It's like he's staring into the depths of my soul, and if any other person on this earth said those things to me, I'd run. I'd be out the door and halfway to my car, but I can't seem to bring myself to move. I'm rooted here in a way, frozen in place while he waits to hear what I have to say with a patient smile and a soft pink blush on his cheeks. What would change? I ask, voice shaking with fear. Between us? Nothing, he says automatically. If you want things to stay the same, they'll stay the same. There's just more heart to it all. Heart, I repeat. And we can go slow as you want. I don't know how good I'll be. Me either, but we can try together if you want. I want that more than I've ever wanted anything else because Riley makes it sound easy and fun, but I'm terrified I'm going to mess up. I'm terrified I won't be good enough for him, and he deserves so much good after the shit he's been through. Can we still be friends if I trail off and wring my hands together? If things don't work out? Yes, he says. Of course. You're my best friend, Lexi. Nothing will change that. Every part of me that's been conditioned to shove men away and live happily ever after by myself wants to scream no. I've done just fine for so long, so why should I change things now? But it's him, and if it's going to work with anyone, it's going to be with the man who brings me donuts and tells me how capable I am. The man who listens to me and encourages me, and every wonderful thing he's done for me in the time we've spent together comes racing to the front of my mind. It's what makes me nod my head, what makes me huff out a laugh. Okay, I say, and I rewarded with his brightest smile yet. We'll try, yeah, he asks, and I nod again. Yeah, I say, but only so we can argue about books and I can tell you why I'm right. What makes you think I won't let you win? Because I'd be furious with you if you did. I know you would be. Riley tugs on my wrist and I step close to him. You're in charge, Lex. You're calling the shots and I'm entirely at your mercy. I've never had power like this before and it makes me feel like I'm on top of the world. I give his shoulder a light shove, rolling my eyes when he lets out a laugh, then I pat the table. If that's the case, get on your stomach, Mitchell. You have work to do and you shouldn't be flirting with the training staff. That goes against NATA's code of ethics. What the hell does that acronym mean? It's the National Athletic Trainers Association. I, did some research when we started sleeping together regularly, I admit. I wanted to cover my bases in case someone found out about us and tried to get me in trouble for spending time with you outside the arena. And, Riley presses, what did you find out? It's all kind of vague. We're not supposed to engage in conduct that could be construed as a conflict of interest. We're also conduct ourselves in manner that doesn't compromise professional responsibilities. Wow, he blinks. It's like you just threw a rule book at me. I know, sorry. I obviously didn't. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I didn't see us getting this far because I never get this far with a guy, but after you took care of me when I was sick, I was curious. Technically, you're not on the team, so technically I'm not breaking any rules, and nothing we're doing jeopardizes my credibility as an athletic trainer. Does that mean we're in the clear? For now. If when you rejoin the team down the road, we're probably going to have a conversation with management, but we can tackle that as it comes. Darn. It would have been kind of fun to break the rules, Riley says. Please, you're not a rule breaker. I could be. The grin he flashes me is mischievous, bold. For you. I bite back my own laughter, not wanting him to see how much he affects me. Not wanting him to know how light I feel when he's around, how easy everything is when he smiles at me. It feels like I've been flying for months now, and I'm terrified of finding out what happens when I land. 43 Riley, me, I'm taking you on a date tonight, Lexi baby. Lexi, I need a nickname for you. Riri, me, that makes me sound like a dog. Lexi, well, you did crawl. Could I get you to bark too? Me, way to be a smartass, guess the ropes will be getting some use tonight. Lexi, if that's supposed to be a threat, it's not going to work on me. Me, clearly. Lexi, dinner sounds great. What should I wear? Me, something casual but warm. I figured we could walk. Lexi, I'm excited. Me, see you at 7, Armstrong. Lexi, looking forward to it, Mitchie. I pace in front of Lexi's door for 3 minutes before I finally decide to knock. I take a step back and wait for her to answer while I practically sweat through the hoodie I have on under my jacket. I'm so nervous. This woman is incredible, and she can be with anyone she wants. The fact that she's picking me blows my mind, and I'm going to do everything in my power to prove I'm worthy of her time. The door unlocks and flies open. I blink and Lexi is there in a pink sweater and jeans with her long dark hair framing her face, and yeah, I'm completely captivated. I almost gasp when I see her because she's so beautiful. Hi, I say, and her smile is sly and captivating. Hi, she says, eyes bouncing to the flowers I'm holding. What are those? They're for you. I thrust the bouquet her way and her mouth pops open. She takes the flowers and holds them close to her chest. Tulips, right. Right, you remembered, she whispers, touching one of the petals. Of course you did, gosh, they're beautiful. Where did you find them out of bloom? I pulled a few strings and might have used my name. It's not something I do frequently, but when the situation calls for it, I will. I shove my hands in my pockets and shrug, trying to look nonchalant when, really, I spent 3 days calling dozens of greenhouses across the southeast to see if anyone had any tulips they could overnight me. I finally found a place in Florida, and a gruff, irritated-sounding dude assured me the flowers would be at my door by morning. He wasn't lying, and I think I might believe in angels now. Do you want to come in? I'm going to put these in some water, then I'll be ready to go, she says, turning on her heel and gesturing me inside. Thanks. I shut the door behind me and follow her into the kitchen. I slide into a chair at her small kitchen table and watch her snip the ends of the stems and fill a vase up with water. How was your day? Busy. 2 women I went to college with host a podcast about sports and women enjoying sports, and I recorded an episode with them about my favorite teams to make the NBA playoffs. No hockey talk. No, it didn't feel right to talk about teams other than the Stars. I'm a biased fangirl through and through. She smiles at me over her shoulder. We are going to make the playoffs, though. I can feel it. I hope we do. The boys have been playing hard and putting in the work. Starting at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, but having the best record since the All-Star break is the momentum they need heading into the last 10 games of the season. And you'll be there coaching them. Lexi drops the flowers in the vase and arranges them in a neat order that doesn't look any different from before. Am I dressed okay for tonight? I didn't want to be too fancy or too casual, and you look perfect. I stand and walk toward her so I can drop a kiss on her forehead. She wraps her arms around my waist and rests her head on my chest, and this is perfection to me, her in my hold, being close to her. Listening to her let out a content sigh that tells me she likes it too. You don't need to change a thing. Okay. I feel her smile against my hoodie, then she tugs on the drawstrings. The chances are high I'm going to be stealing this sweatshirt from you too, Mitchell. Maybe getting you comfortable was my plan all along. You're sneaky. She kisses my jaw and pulls away, grabbing a purse and slinging it over her shoulder. I'm ready for you to woo me on my first date ever. Get ready, Armstrong, I'm going to make this unforgettable. 2 hours, a large pizza, and a couple of drinks later, we're side by side in front of a pool table at an arcade. The lighting is dim. The music is tolerable, and when Lexi grabs a cue and leans against it with a raised eyebrow, I give her a sheepish grin. Yes, I ask. I'm surprised, she says. You're a romantic guy. I was expecting something fancy and over the top. Book boyfriend level with a boombox on your shoulder and some groveling. I spent hours trying to figure out where to take her, and everything I came up with didn't feel like her. Dinner at a restaurant on top of a hotel overlooking the city seemed too cheesy. Wandering around the museums after hours seemed too much like I was avoiding having a conversation with her. A black tie fundraising event seemed like it would be boring as hell. So, I decided to take her to do the things we do even if this wasn't a date. Dinner at a casual restaurant where we tried to make the most ridiculous pizza in existence before our walk to an underground arcade. And the night is young. There's plenty more on the agenda, but kicking her ass in pool is a good break in the action. You're a date virgin, I say. I'm easing you into it. Being gentle, you know. You're doing so good, she says, her voice smooth. It's cute you think you're better than me at pool. You play. I rack up the balls and grab my own cue. I'm surprised. It's like you don't know me at all. Being good at things men think they're superior in is my quest in life. Care to make a bet? You have my attention. Lexi leans over the edge of the table and I'm distracted by her hand running over the felt. What did you have in mind? I blink and clear my throat. Another thing on my life list. I step closer to her and slide a hand over her waist. Her sharp inhale tells me she's probably thinking about the same things I am, and I'm glad we're tucked away in a spot where no one can see us. Tattoos. Are you going to put my name in a heart on your arm? She teases. I was thinking more along the lines of the winner gets to pick what the loser puts on their body. Oh, those are some interesting stakes. She turns her head, a smirk pulling at her mouth. Stipulations. Nothing profane or vulgar. It has to be small, nothing bigger than a silver dollar coin. If it's something the loser really doesn't want, they're allowed a veto. Deal. Lexi sticks out her hand and I shake it. You're going down, Mitchell. I let her break and she sinks 2 stripes right off the bat. My first 2 turns result in not pocketing a damn thing, and I'm afraid I'm going to eat my words. Lexi tries to distract me by wiggling and pulling her hair up in a high ponytail so I can see the line of her neck. But I persevere. I make 6 shots in a row and take the lead, laughing when she crosses her arms over her chest and pouts. Something wrong, Lexi baby. I don't like losing, but I hate it even more when someone lets me win. She lines up a shot and misses, knocking in her ball by a hair. I'm kicking myself for being so cocky. Not everyone can be a winner. I sink my last ball in a corner pocket and point to the 8 ball. I'm trying for the left side pocket. How did you get so good at billiards? She asks. Weren't you too busy playing hockey to excel at anything else? I was a talented child athlete with many skills. I knock the 8 ball, but it spins off the edge of the table and comes to a stop in the middle of the felt. But you can thank my dad. I traveled a lot for sports, obviously, and we'd always find a place to play no matter what city we were in. It was a good way for me to get my mind off the games I had ahead of me. When I was on the ice, I was locked in. Off the ice, when I wasn't practicing, I did things other than hockey. It was sacrilegious to some of my teammates, but I think that's what helped me be as good as I used to be. That's smart. Lexi finally pockets another ball and pumps her fist in the air. And it's cute to imagine you in bars when you were 11. I always ordered cheese fries and drank a Shirley Temple. I was living the dream. I'll say. She misses again and frowns. You're up. This is for all the marbles. Left corner, I say, lining my cue up with the 8 ball again. I close one eye and bite the tip of my tongue, grinning when the ball sinks straight into the pocket. And that's the game. Well played, Mitchell. She puts her cue back on the rack and holds out her hand. A valiant effort and a worthy opponent. I give her palm a shake and keep our fingers interlocked. Come on, there's a tattoo parlor just up the road and then we have one more stop to make after. This is an action-packed date. There hasn't been a dull moment. I aim to please Armstrong. The walk to the shop is quick. When we step inside the space, we're greeted and given an available slot. After filling out a lot of legal paperwork, the tattoo artist waves us over and we head for the booth to the left of the shop. "What's my punishment, sugar?" Lexi asks, grinning when I blush and run a hand through my hair. "Do I get to put your hockey number on the inside of my wrist? Maybe Riley's girl on my lower back?" All great ideas, but not on brand with who you are. And you haven't ever worn my number. Tattooing it on your body seems extreme. "Do you want me to wear your number?" "Seems silly now, doesn't it? I'm not going to wear a hockey jersey again. You shouldn't have to," she hums and hops on the table. "Guess I'll have to find another Stars player I like. I wonder if Grant is available." "No way," I say, putting my hands on either side of her hips. "It's my jersey or no jersey, Lexi." Possessive Riley comes out. I like it. She tilts her chin back and laughs. "Fine, no one else's jersey." "Good. Hey folks, what are we getting done today? Do you want to see a sample of ideas or do you have something in mind already?" the artist asks and Lexi gestures my way. "Whatever this guy decides, we just met at a bar and he talked me into getting matching tattoos. I don't even know his name," she says, and I laugh. "What's your ugliest tattoo?" I ask. "Something you'd be horrified to actually put on someone's body." "I did a pile of dirt once," he says, "including flies." "If you make me get dirt on my body, I will murder you, Riley Mitchell," Lexi warns. "No dirt, I promise. I was thinking more like 5 hearts, either connected or staggered above each other," I say, "and maybe a puck in the middle of them." "Is this like a 9 lives thing, or how many hearts I've broken?" "Do you really think I'd ask you to put something related to a man on your body? The 5 hearts are for you and the girls." I slide my hands up her legs and her eyes widen. "Your best friends and the loves of your life. I know they're important to you." That she bites her bottom lip and sniffs. A tear rolls down her cheek, but she wipes it away before it has time to dry. "I really like that idea." Yeah, it's so me." "I thought so too." I kiss her forehead. "When you're with me, Lex, I always want you to be you." "Ah, so the Stranger Thing was a role-playing bit." The artist nods and draws an outline of the design. When she gives her approval of the size and positioning, he grabs his tattoo gun and I move out of the way. "Interesting." Lexi huffs out a watery laugh. "Something like that." I hold her left hand while the artist rolls up the sleeve of her sweater and tattoos the 5 hearts and a tiny puck right above her right elbow. The process takes less than an hour, and when he finishes, she examines the permanent ink with a wide smile. "It's striking," I murmur, careful when I touch the area around the marks. "I like it." "So do I," she whispers. "It's perfect." "Anything for you, man?" the artist asks, and Lexi lifts an eyebrow. "You should get something. We can be tattoo twins." I'm not sure how 5 hearts would look on me, and there would be a huge fight over who each one represented. I don't have favorite teammates. Maverick, Hudson, Liam, Grant, and dare I say Ethan. Lexi fills in for me and I smile. "Spot on, Armstrong." "What about a tiny roller coaster? It could have a double meaning, something crossed off your list, yeah, but also a representation of life. It's ups and downs, highs and lows, but you always pull into the station at the end, ready to ride again." Wow. I drag my thumb across my bottom lip, thinking. That was deep. Right. It could also commemorate the most perfect day I've had in a while. Our trip to Coney Island awakened something in me, and I wouldn't mind having the memory of it on my body for the rest of my life. Let's do it. I slip off my jacket and tug off my hoodie, laughing when Lexi grabs the sweatshirt and holds it to her chest. "I'll get it in the same spot as you so we really can be twins." My tattoo takes a little longer, and when the artist puts a protective film over it, I turn my arm to the side to admire it. It looks great, Lexi says. The perfect size. I can take a picture of them side by side, the artist says, if you want. Yes, please. She hands over her phone and lines our arms up. I need a photo to remember this date by. You're not going to remember it by the art we just put on our bodies, I ask, and she sticks her tongue out at me. I give the artist $1,000, which is way too much money for the cost of the pieces, but Lexi is smiling nonstop. She keeps snapping photos of the tiny hearts, and I'd pay 1,000 more just to keep her happy like this. Ready for the last stop? I ask, stealing my hoodie back and pulling it on. I don't see how tonight gets any better, but yeah. I am, she says, looping her arm through mine as we step onto the sidewalk. Does it involve surprises? What? I sputter. No, it does not involve surprises like that. You never know with you, Mitchie. I didn't think I'd find ropes in your dresser, but here we are. Okay, fair, but there are no surprises scheduled for the rest of the night. Bummer. Whatever else you have planned is just as good, I'm sure. I'm starting to think you like teasing me, I say. Starting to think that, oh, Riley. Lexi flashes me a smile. You're so naive. We get to the ice cream shop and she lights up. She orders a large cup of cookies and cream, and I get a chocolate cone, making sure to grab a stack of napkins for us. We shuffle back outside and sit next to each other on a bench, taking a few bites before we talk again. This is the best date I've ever been on, she says. Isn't it the only date you've been on? Technically, yes, but it's still the best one. I don't remember the last time I had such a good time out with a guy. What do you mean? All the socialization was to make sure they weren't a serial killer before going back to their place. She swallows down a bite of her ice cream and pauses. No one's ever asked me questions about myself. No one has ever wanted to know. Do you mean how you're allergic to bees and you like cookies and cream ice cream the most, but only if it has lots of Oreo pieces in it? I nudge her knee with mine. I want to know these things. Even the boring stuff, like that my favorite color is orange. You're my best friend, Lexi. Of course I want to know all of that. I'm not glad you lost your leg and went through a world of pain, but I'm so glad our paths crossed in the way they did. She puts her head on my shoulder and sighs. The girls might be the loves of my life, but you're my best friend too, Riley. I've been broken for months. Half of who I used to be physically and mentally, but when I'm with her, it feels like I'm on my way to being whole again. Every laugh of hers is a stitch that sews the busted up, ugly parts of me back together. Every smile is a balm to the aches that linger around, and little by little, I'm on my way to being who I used to be. For a long time, I thought I wouldn't know what to do without hockey in my life, and now I have it figured out. I have a new purpose besides the sport I love. Something bigger and more important than hitting a puck and lacing up my skates. I can have two favorite things, because it involves proving to Lexi every goddamn day she's worthy of being treated right, worthy of being told she's special and brilliant and beautiful. And I won't stop until there's not an ounce of doubt in her mind that she's one in 8 billion. One of a kind, my favorite person, and the woman I'm falling in love with. So many things have been almost impossible for me since the night my life changed, but Lexi is the easiest part of every day. I turn to kiss the top of her head, everything in me calm and settled. You want to come back to my place? Yeah. Her nod is vigorous, certain, and I'm grinning like a fool. I do. Today was a good day, I murmur. They're all good days with you, Riley, she whispers, and I hold that as close to chest as tight as I can. 44 Lexi girls just want to have fun day-mental rights and good times. Me, do you like my new tattoo? Piper, ooh, that's cute. Madeline, it's so tiny. I love it. Maven, was this a drunk decision, or is there meaning behind it? Me, I lost a bet with Riley and had to get a tattoo that he picked out. He decided on 5 hearts, which represent our group of friends, because you all are the loves of my life. Emmy, you amazing person. Why are you making me cry? Piper, oh my God. Lexi, that is so sweet. I love you all so much. Maven, okay, I'm obsessed with it too, but are we glossing over the fact that you and Riley are making bets now? What else are you two doing? Me, I don't kiss and tell. Zoxo. Piper, oh my God, you cannot leave us hanging like that. Madeline, does that mean what I think it means? Emmy, I will literally come to your apartment and force it out of you. Maven, you really are something. Riley's bed is just as comfortable as I remember it being. So is the big purple t-shirt he gave me to slip on before, and I curled up next to him with a book I picked off his shelf. There's one in his lap too, and I smile when he drapes an arm around me. Is this our life now, in bed by 11 and reading side by side? I ask. There goes my youth. It's the perfect night. Riley stifles a yawn and opens his paperback. I've never been a big partier or someone who likes to go out. The athlete lifestyle isn't for me. You're wasting away your mid-20s with someone who uses retinol. That's perfect. Will you stop with the self-deprecating jabs? He pinches my side and I squeal. I want to be here and I want to be here with you. Deal with it, Armstrong. I grin and bury my face in his chest. I want to be here with him too, and tonight was absolutely perfect. Fun beyond my wildest dreams, and I couldn't have dreamed up a better date if I tried. And when he told me his idea for my tattoo, I wanted to burst into tears. I think I might be fallen a little bit in love with him, and the realization of my feelings is making my head spin. It's making me want to be honest, to share parts of myself I've never shared with a man before, and it's both scary and exciting too. Riley, I say, pulling away from his chest so I can look at him. I want to tell you something. Okay. He puts his book down and gives me his full attention. What's up? You once asked me why I don't date, and given how things are going between us, I want to be honest with you about my past, about why I am the way I am, because you've been so honest with me. I'm all ears, he says, and I take a deep breath. And I promise this is a safe space. My dad left when I was younger. I don't remember much about why he walked out on me, and my mom, I might have been 6 or 7 at the time, just that he never came back. As I got older, I started to crave attention from men because I wasn't getting any of it at home. I learned very quickly boys are visual and physical creatures, and kissing them, being close with them, was a surefire way to get what I wanted. I'm sorry to hear he left, Riley says softly, and he takes my hand in his. That must have been tough. It was hard on my mom, but I saw how strong she was. She never put her trust in a man again, and I followed that attitude into my early 20s. It was physical and just physical. There wasn't a chance they could walk out on me because I walked out on them before anyone got attached. I swallow the lump in my throat and continue. When I was 24, I met a guy and we hit it off. One night turned into 2, then 3. We kept coming back for more, and he made me feel good, appreciated. It was mostly physical, but we'd fall asleep talking on the phone. We'd text all day, every day. It lasted a long time, over a year and a half, and it was the first time I thought I might have judged men too harshly. What happened? He told me he had to go out of town for work, and something in my gut told me he was lying. I did a deep dive into his social media and found out he was married with kids. As fate would have it, the next day, a message from his wife popped up in my inbox. She accused me of being a homewrecker, of being someone who only wanted what she can't have, and she told me no man would ever want to date me. I was a temporary fix, incapable of connecting with another human on a deeper level. I paused to take a breath and sneak a glance at him, hoping he's not about to bolt out of here. And in a way, I think she was right. Whoa, hold up. This guy was hiding a wife and children from you, and you got blamed. That's ridiculous, Riley says, his anger clear. You wouldn't have done that if you knew he wasn't available. I like to think I wouldn't. I've always been a girl's girl, you know, a woman who supports other women. Anyway, it hurt to know I betrayed someone, even unknowingly. Ever since then, I've been adamant about not letting things get too far with a man. The second I feel like I'm getting attached or veering down a road that leads to something other than casual encounters, I get out. I pause and look up at him. Until you. Come here, sweetheart, he murmurs, opening his arms, and I move to him like I'm being physically pulled his way. I climb in his lap, careful to avoid putting my weight on his residual limb, and stay there, my heartbeat syncing with his. Thank you for telling me all of that. I know it doesn't mean much, and I know you might not believe me, not yet, but I promise you can trust me. I promise I won't ever treat you like you're just a thing. Like you're not this incredible, magnificent woman. And yeah, you've made some mistakes, but who hasn't? I don't care about the guys who came before me because I'm the one here with you right now, and I'm so lucky. I haven't told the girls that story, I admit. I always brush it off when they ask why I don't date and throw in a joke about men not being worth it. We aren't all bad. I chuckle, then let out a sigh. I don't want them to look at me differently because of things I've done in the past, especially now that most of them are married. I'd never a thought like that hasn't ever crossed my mind, and I'd give up talking to men forever if it meant getting to keep them. They wouldn't look at you any different. I know they wouldn't. Riley rests his chin on top of my head, and it's freeing to put this out in the open, to let him hear the secret I've kept locked away for years, too afraid I'd be judged if it ever got out. You're so strong, Lexi, and I'm so sorry someone took advantage of you. I don't know if it means much, but you've had my attention for years. Please. I squeeze his arm. I have not. You don't believe me. He untangles our limbs and frowns down at me. Ask me what my tattoo means. The roller coaster, I know what it means. I was there when you know, the constellation. I suck in a sharp breath and drop my gaze to the small cluster of stars on his left arm. I haven't been able to figure out what it might represent. I lick my lips. Anticipation builds inside me, and with a shaky hand I trace the design. What does your tattoo mean? I whisper, and the room is so quiet I can hear a car horn beeping from all the way across the street. It's the stars in the night sky the day I stepped foot into the arena for the first time, and consequently the day I met you. What? Yeah, it was a big day for me. He folds his hand over mine and guides me to each individual star. There are probably close to 24 of them, and my heart lurches in my chest. I signed my elk. A pretty girl said hello to me. You had a ribbon in your hair, and your smile was the brightest thing I had ever seen. You remember what I was wearing, down to your high-top sneakers. I wasn't kidding, Lexi. You've been on my mind from the second I locked eyes with you across the ice, and I'd have done just about anything to get you to look at me back then, to get you to keep looking at me. The girls would always tell me you had a crush on me, but I always shrugged it off. A crush? Riley laughs like it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Please. There's a reason why I haven't dated anyone since I got to DC. I know not a one of them would ever compare to you. Hell, it's the sweetest, most wonderful thing I've ever heard, and I guess I must be a romantic now because I'm climbing back into his lap, straddling his waist and kissing his cheek, his neck, and the soft curve of his mouth. Knowing I've had his attention even when I was busy trying to get it from somewhere else makes me feel like a fool, like I've wasted so many good moments I could have had with him, but a part of me heals with his words. He's looking at my baggage, sticking out his hand, saying here, I can help. I've never felt safe enough with a man to let my guard down. I've never felt like I'm worthy enough to stop running and rest my head, but with Riley I'm opening the gate. I'm inviting him in, asking him to stay, and a sob works its way up my throat when he hugs me tight. Sorry, I whisper. This is a lot for me to process. You have the day we met tattooed on your body. All those times I looked at it during our sessions and I had no idea. Now you do. He wipes my tears away with his thumbs and smiles. And it's not just about you, Armstrong. It also represents the day I became a professional athlete. Let's not forget that. Jerk. I nudge his shoulder, but he grabs my hand. He kisses my knuckles, then my wrists, and puts my palm against his cheek. Sorry for being selfish for a minute. God, is this what love feels like? Like the first bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds after a rainstorm, like a warm blanket on a cold day, like a million stars lighting up a night sky. Like I might not be able to breathe if he isn't around, and like I'm taking my first deep breath in years when he's close. I've never felt anything like this before. I've never tried to define it, never tried to wrangle it in so I could accept it, but here I am, rushing toward it with open arms, desperate to yell out, I think I want to give this a chance. Lexi. Riley kisses me again and brushes his nose against mine. He cups my face with both of his hands, and the world shakes with his heavy exhale. How did I get so lucky to find you? I don't know how to answer that, so I kiss him back. I let him pull me close and lay me on the mattress. When he holds himself above me, I look up at him. It's like I'm seeing him for the first time, shimmering and bright, and he's the most beautiful thing in existence. I want to be close to you, I whisper. Like I'm yours. Yeah. He drags his fingers over my arms, then dances his touch down my sides. What else do you want? I want to trust you completely. I want you to have my full confidence. Are you sure? I nod. Positive. There's not anyone I trust more than you. I hate to make you do this, but it's going to be much faster if you get the rope. Riley gestures at his lower half. He took his prosthetic off when we got back to his place, and his crutches are on the other side of the room. Do you mind? Not at all. I slip out from under him and grin as I pad over to his dresser. I pull out the rope and walk back to the bed, handing it over. Here you go. I'm only going to use it to help you relax. I want your hands to be free when we're close, he says. Okay. I climb back on the bed and hold out my wrists, smiling when he makes quick work of wrapping them together loosely. I tug on the rope to test the resistance, a soft sigh leaving me as he guides me onto the pillows and spreads my legs. Wow, Riley, don't move, he tells me. I won't let you fall if you do. I bob my head and close my eyes, resisting the urge to lift my hips the second his knuckles graze over me. He's teasing me, testing me, and I have a feeling I might fail miserably. Riley grips my knee and pushes one finger inside me. A louder sigh escapes me this time, and it takes everything in me to not squirm on the sheets. Stay still, Lexi baby. You want to feel good, don't you? More than anything. I whine when he adds a second finger, the stretch blissful and perfect in a way only he can manage. I can't believe you've been looking at me for years. Looking and not touching, but I'm touching you now. A third finger and an even more delicious stretch. I'm full needy, and the thumb he presses on me almost makes me lose my mind. Because you're mine. I want more, Riley. What do you want? Use your words. Your mouth, I blurt, not caring how desperate I sound. He's never shamed me for being so vocal, and I want him to know I'm happy for any and all of his attention. Please. So polite. The weight on the mattress shifts, and I open my eyes. I find Riley between my legs, his other thumb stroking my knee and his mouth trailing hot kisses up my thigh. You know I'll give you anything you want. I cry out when his tongue flicks against me, and the heavy arm he drapes across my stomach only makes me want to move more. I'm trapped with nowhere to go, nothing to do but sink into the bliss I know he can bring me. He buries his mouth against me and my mind goes blank, the slick glide of his fingers matching the rhythm of his mouth, and I can't take it anymore. I know I don't stand a chance of lasting long, and I pull on the rope so hard I know my wrists are going to be red for days. Lexi, he warns, don't move. I'm sorry, it's too much, I'm so close. Can you curl your fingers, oh? Yeah, just like that. I can't wait to taste you, best part of my day. I didn't know you had an affinity for this, I pant. I don't. He pinches my hip hard and I whimper. Just yours. Ride my face, Lex, and take what you need. Just yours. Because he hasn't looked at anybody except me in years. How many times has he fallen asleep dreaming about me? How many times has he thought about me? How many times have we been in adjoining hotel rooms where I've been lost in thought and he's been on the other side of the wall? Did he hear me? Did he listen? A swell of pleasure builds inside me. I reach for it, aching for release as I grind against his face. He answers me with a low moan that propels me forward, the understanding that he's enjoying this just as much as I am and he's not even being touched. "I'm going to mine," he growls, and the word and what it means makes me explode into 1,000 pieces. Riley is unrelenting, his fingers and mouth staying on me until I'm a writhing, squirming mess on the sheets with my legs tipped open wide and my arms loose above my head. He only stops by kissing me everywhere with his wet mouth, marking me and showing off how well he knows my body. He works his way up my legs and my stomach, across my ribs and my breasts where he stays for a few minutes, sucking on my nipples and making me wet all over again. He ghosts his mouth over mine and I arch my back off the mattress, needing him like I need air. "Wow," I whisper when he kisses me. I taste myself on him and his tongue bumps against mine so I don't miss any of the aftermath of what he did to me. "You are unbelievable." He brushes the hair off my forehead, peeling it away from the dried sweat clinging to my skin. "I'm going to let your wrists free, okay?" "Okay," I rasp. The second the ropes are off me, he's helping me sit up. He's reaching for the nightstand and handing over a glass of water so I can take a sip. He's kissing my hands and flexing my fingers to make sure I didn't lose circulation. And this fluttery, light feeling in the center of my chest has to be something so much stronger than lust. I'm certain of it. 45 Riley, it takes Lexi a few minutes to calm down. She seems out of it, floating in some distant dreamland when I ease her onto the pillows and find her smiling up at me. "You're so good at that," she mumbles, voice thick with exhaustion. She holds up her hands and looks at her wrists, her smile shifting to proud. "I'm doing better with the ropes, aren't I?" "You are." I prop myself up on an elbow next to her, imagining what it would be like if we stayed like this for hours. "I'm so proud of you." "Thank you." She yawns and trails her touch down to the waistband of my pajama bottoms. "Take these off, please. You're literally falling asleep." I am not falling asleep, and I was promised closeness. "That's what I want," I burst out laughing. "We can rest for a minute." "I don't want to rest." Lexi shimmies out from beside me and yanks my pants down. My cock springs free and she wraps her hand around my length. "I want you, Riley." Who am I to tell her no when she's stroking me up and down in a torturous, cruel way like she's toying with me? "Okay." I grip the sheets around me, my fingers curling into a fist. "You can have me." "What position do you want to try tonight?" Something new. My hips buck when she swirls her tongue over me and laps up the precum I know I'm leaking from watching her get off. "Can you get on all fours for me?" Oh, her eyes widen and she's quick to release me from her hold. This is one of my favorites. We haven't done this before. I wasn't sure I could balance on just my left leg. I wait for her to get on her knees and put her hands out in front of her. Her ass lifts up in the air and I put a hand on her lower back, keeping her there. "But I've been practicing." "Practicing? Are you thinking about me when I'm not here, Riley?" she asks, gasping when my other hand reaches out and closes around her throat. "Harder." My fingers squeeze her windpipe and she rocks her hips back, ass brushing against my cock. I take it as confirmation the pressure isn't too much, and I stay there for a count of 10, releasing her and wrapping her hair around my wrist when I let go. "God, you take everything I give you, don't you?" I ask. "Everything," she repeats, her cheek against the sheets. She turns her chin toward me so she can see, and there's a challenge behind her smile. "And more." Lexi is perfect in every way, but she's exquisite in the bedroom. I couldn't dream up a better version of her if I tried as I drag the head of my cock through her. She's still wet and I lean forward, almost folding my body over hers. It's the only way I can stay upright, and her hand resting on my left thigh gives me the added balance I didn't have when I tried some of these moves by myself. I like this angle. I thrust my hips and push inside her, rubbing a small circle on her back when she cries out. "I get to watch your ass bounce and I can get nice and deep. And I can touch your throat again if you want. You wear my hand as a necklace so well. See, can you do it right before you're all the way in?" she asks, the words racing out of her. I nod even though she can't see me and snap my hips forward to bury another inch of my length. I'm thorough as I move inside her, pulling all the way out before rocking back in and finding a rhythm that gets progressively rougher with every thrust. It's so easy to get lost in her. It's like time stands still with every one of her gasps, with every sharp graze of her fingernails, and it doesn't take long before I'm snaking my hand up her chest. Before I'm holding onto her neck and squeezing at the same time, I drive into her, all the way to the hilt. Her moan is muffled against the sheets, and I grab her chin and force her to turn her head so I can look at her. Every inch, Lexi baby, I say, and she tightens around me. There you go. You're doing so well. I hope one day I'm able to last longer than a few minutes with her. I have the stamina. She just feels too good to try to hold back. She's wet, hot, and she does some sort of roll of her hips that has me seeing stars. I bite into her shoulder and lose myself in her, knowing there will be plenty of times to be close to her nice and slow. To make love to her in the tender way I'm not sure she's ever experienced, but right now, it's nothing but raw need. It's animalistic and sweaty and loud, the sound of my hips slapping into hers filling the room. Harder, she begs. My throat, all of it. I grunt in response, my rational thoughts deteriorating as she reaches her hand through her legs and cups my balls. My glasses slide off my face and land God knows where. She's a blurry, fuzzy shape in front of me, but I don't care. My chest presses into her back, my weight unintentionally resting entirely on her, but she doesn't protest. She doesn't fight back, instead meeting me thrust for thrust with the slam of her hips until she clenches around my cock like she never wants to let go. Lex, I groan. I can only go through reciting so many presidents before I lose my mind. How are you this tight? I just had my fingers inside you. It's like my body knows it needs you, she pants, and I shudder, my eyes closed. If I look down at her and see the sweat rolling down her back and the easy way I slide back into her, it's game over. I think I can come a second time. Is it okay if I'd watch you pleasure yourself if it meant getting another orgasm out of you? You do whatever you need to get there, sweetheart. This is a collaborative effort. Her laugh is light, beautiful. Her hand bumps against mine, and I know she's touching herself, circling it in the way she likes, and her breathing hitches up half an octave. I want you to come in me, she gasps, rocking forward with a particularly hard thrust. I want you to fill me up, Riley. I love your cum. Jesus Christ. There's no way in hell I'm going to heaven after hearing that, because my balls tighten. Pleasure races up my spine, and I let out an ear-splitting groan as I fall apart, my cock pulsing inside her until I don't have a drop left. She loves my cum, I think, from some far-off realm in my brain, and I love her. Lexi tumbles over the edge next after she rubs herself against the sheets, and I hold her in place until I know I'm finished doing exactly what she asked. Every part of my body is sensitive and alive, and I collapse forward when she wiggles out from underneath me and flops onto her stomach. 10 out of 10. 5 stars. Would do that again, I say, finding my glasses and putting them back on. She takes my hand in hers, and I open an eye when I feel her moving my palm over her body. I thought you finished. Do you need my fingers? No. She guides my fingers to her pussy and works my pointer finger inside her. I want you to feel what you did to me. Holy hell. I scramble across the sheets so I can get a better look, and I can feel what I did to her. The warm, sticky mess I made, and when I pull my finger out, I smear the cum clinging to my knuckle on the inside of her thigh. Your confidence is such a turn-on. Some people have told me I'm too bold. Lexi brings my finger to her mouth and closes her lips around it. I whimper when she drags her tongue up to the tip, sucking the digit dry. I like that I can be myself with you. You'll never be too bold, ever. And if there's something you want to try, tell me, Lex, because chances are I want to try it too. Look how compatible we are, Mitchie. She rolls onto her side, then hesitates, something weighing on her mind. Are you my boyfriend now? I don't dare move a muscle, afraid this might be a trap. I suck in a slow, intentional breath, careful as I ask my next question even though my heart is about to beat out of my chest with excitement. Do you want me to be your boyfriend? We don't have to put a label on anything. I said I'd give this a try, and that means calling you my boyfriend. Casual doesn't feel right anymore, not when you do all these nice things for me. No. I tuck a piece of loose hair behind her ear. I'm probably grinning like a fool. It doesn't. What do we do now? We've had sleepovers before, Lex. I laugh. Did you forget all the times I've fallen asleep at your apartment? Yeah, at my apartment. I've never slept over at a boyfriend's place before. This is new territory for me. Okay, well, it's the exact same as it is at your place. And the other times you've dozed off here. Except my bathroom floors are heated and I'm going to make us a grilled cheese after we take a bath. Really? Lexi lights up. We have to be careful with our tattoos. I don't want to ruin it already. We'll keep our arms over our heads. It's going to be great. I tug her toward me and kiss her. She swipes her tongue across my bottom lip and I open my mouth, the aftertaste of my cum still lingering on her tongue. There are going to be French fries, too. I'm still thinking about that pizza we ordered earlier. The server probably thought we were crazy. 2 types of onions, 3 types of peppers, and 4 types of meat. There's going to be a Reddit thread about us tomorrow. I laugh and close my eyes. Always have to keep them guessing is what I say. That's a good motto to have. She touches my chest and I relax under the soft brush of her fingers against my skin. Riley, today was a really good day and the best date I've ever had. I can't wait to see what we do on our second date. A really good day, I agree. But they're all good days with you, Lexi baby. 46 Riley me I think I'm ready to get back on the ice. Lexi yeah, can that be our session today? Lexi of course, should I ask the guys to come? Me not this time, I want to do this by myself, and with you. Lexi meet you at the arena in an hour, me see you there. I decided on hockey pants instead of jeans for my second attempt at skating, and I'm hoping if I dress the part, I'll be able to do the part. Wishful thinking, probably, after how disastrous last time was. I've gone through the list of meditation exercises Dr. Ledlow gave me at my most recent therapy session, and I'm trying to visualize myself on the ice. I'm remembering what I looked like and how it felt when I was good at skating, but I'm not sure the positive reinforcements are going to stick. Hi, Lexi calls out from the bench, and I smile at the sound of her voice. Sorry I'm late. With 2 weeks left in the regular season, everyone needs extra taping and foam rolling. What the hell are you carrying? I point to the large bag in her arms. Is there a body in there? Something better. She sighs in relief when she sits next to me. I did more research on the All player who had his leg amputated after going into cardiac arrest. Oh yeah. I remember her mentioning him back at our first meeting with the team after my accident. I haven't let myself look him up, too worried if I do, I'll start creating unrealistic expectations for myself. I'll start comparing myself to him, and I've never liked putting myself up against other people. Is he in the bag? No, but the prosthetic that's identical to the one he uses is. Lexi pulls the trash bag off the top of the hidden object and throws it on the floor. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Once I did, I made some phone calls. I talked to some very smart people who outfit Paralympian speed skaters specifically, and they got to work. It's a leg that attaches to a streamlined skate blade. You won't have to lug around your heavy walking prosthetic, and this gives you more range of motion. Holy shit. I examine the prosthetic and lift it up. It's so light. Right, fair warning, it probably won't fit perfectly today. I went off your other prosthetic measurements, so we're probably going to have to do some adjusting, but I figured we'd try. Excitement buzzes through me, and Lexi waits for me to strip down to my briefs. I pop off my usual leg and replace it with the lighter, more agile one with a flexible liner. I lean forward and turn my hips side to side, trying to get used to the feel and shape of the new addition. The socket isn't as hard and rigid as what I'm used to, and it makes bending the knee easier. The pylon attached to the socket is slightly thinner, and at the bottom, instead of a foot, it's an attachable toque blade, exactly what I'd find at the bottom of a skating boot. What do you think? She asks after I've taken a few minutes to twist and turn. I'm not sure. I feel naked. I'm so used to dragging that clunky thing around, and it feels like I'm forgetting something. It also looks funny. I brought you some gym shorts. I know you were going to use your hockey pants, but these are going to allow for more movement. Lexi pulls a pair of black athletic shorts out of the bag next, and I snort. Is something funny, Mitchie? What else do you have in there? I ask, accepting the shorts and slipping on my hoodie. Nothing you're going to get now. She takes off her skate guards and stands. Want to take it for a spin? I stare out at the ice and take a deep breath. The quiet arena has become a welcome place for me lately. Even though I haven't laced up my skates and done so much as a lap around the rink since my epic fail of a first attempt, just being out here settles every racing thought in my head. Today feels less monumental than the first time. There's no fanfare. There's no one around to watch me fail except Lexi, and she's seen me fail plenty of times. I've failed more times than I've succeeded, and she's stuck around. I stand and hold onto the boards, already knowing I'm in a much better headspace than I was. I'm stronger both mentally and physically, and I nod, ready to give this thing another shot. Do you think you can hold my hand? I ask, and I don't care how weak it might sound. I can't do this without her. She's been there every step of my journey, and if this is the way to get back to doing what I love, I need her by my side. Please. Gosh, Mitchie, stop flirting with me. Lexi smiles and passes through the gate, holding out both her hands. I put my left skate on the ice first, then my right, exhaling when my legs shake. We stand there for a minute, stationary, as I test out the weight and balance of the foreign prosthetic. Okay. I give her a nod, and she wraps an arm around my waist. She holds my left hand in hers and pushes off, starting us down the straightaway. Holy shit. Does something hurt? The doctor said your residual limb might be uncomfortable in the new liner and socket. I brought some body oil if you need lubrication, and I feel like I'm flying. I glance down. I'm steady on both skates, blades pointed straight ahead, and I roll my shoulders back. This was the missing piece. Yeah, Lexi says, and her hold around my waist loosens. She grips my hip and lets out a squeal when I'm the one to push off the ice and move us forward. Okay, speedster. Let's remember you don't have any protective equipment on, and this is your first time using. She breaks off with a chuckle when I round the first corner, adrenaline pumping in my blood. I can't explain it, but this new equipment feels natural, like my leg is really there, and it's the one doing the work, not relying on a piece of machinery. I'm balanced, centered. It's easier to make the turns, and my range of motion stretches wider than last time. It's so light, nimble, feels like it can support my weight better too, I say. Do you want me to let go? She asks. I don't want to let go, but do you want to give it a try by yourself? Okay. I swallow, throat thick with emotion as she carefully detaches herself from me. Just one lap. I take off, my body leaning into the prosthetic with all of my weight as I increase my speed. I wobble once or twice when my right skate gets stuck under me, but it's snappy. Easier to pick up and go, and one lap turns into two. By lap number 3, I'm drenched in sweat, exerting myself in a way I haven't since last June, and I don't know if I want to laugh or cry. On lap number 4, I try skating backward. I lose my momentum, my left leg giving out from under me, and I cackle when I hit the ice. Lexi races over, touching my head and my shoulder, and I grab her hand so I can kiss the tops of her fingers. I'm fine, I pant. Got a little showboaty there. I deserve to fall for going too fast too soon. Give me feedback. How's the weight and the dynamics of it? Does your limb fit in the socket? I notice there's a touch of extra space. I'm rubbing against the liner when I get going, but when I'm moving more slowly, I can't tell. Holy wow. I put my hands on the ice, not caring my palms are going numb, and stare down at the blade attachment. This is incredible, Lexi. I was hesitant to reach out to a new prosthetist. What you use in your day-to-day life is perfect, and your gait is exactly what it needs it to be. After I learned about a company that solely designs prosthetic limb attachments for athletes, I figured it was worth a shot. The doctor told me he's listened to your story, and he's honored to hopefully be a step in your journey. I told him I'd film you on the ice and send it his way. Maybe I can share it with the social media team too, so they can post it on the star's official accounts. I roll my lips together. This is far from a comeback. I'm not donning a jersey anytime soon. I can't make it more than a lap without getting winded, and my upper body is still flailing around in preparation of a wipeout, but it's step one. A peek into what my post-recovery career as a professional hockey player might look like, and if it inspires other athletes or a kid out there who wants to give up because they look a little different than how they used to, I've done something good for the world. Okay, I say slowly, standing. I'll let you record me, but I want to do something else first. Anything, she says automatically, and I gesture to the bench. Can you FaceTime my dad? I want him to see me skate. My passcode is 813, and he should be near the top of my call log. Lexi smiles and heads for my bag, riffling through the extra clothes I brought while I do another slow lap, coming to a stop in front of her. She holds up the phone so it faces me, and when the call connects, my dad's face fills the screen. Riley, he squints and leans away from the camera. Hey, son. Hi, Dad. I grin and put my hands on my hips. Guess what? What? I'm skating. No. Dad sits up in his recliner and fumbles with the glasses on top of his head. He shoves them up his nose and squints again. You're kidding me. I look over the top of the phone and wink at Lexi before I take off again, hugging the curve of the rink like I've done millions of times before. I drag my fingers across the ice, a holler and a laugh falling from me as I change directions mid-push, finishing the rest of the lap backward and with my head held high. Holy cow, Dad whistles. And look at that blade. How does it work? Attaches to the pylon. I hold onto the boards and lift my right leg so he can get a better look. It's only a blade, not a skate, and it's so lightweight. Wow, where'd you get that? It's a genius piece of equipment. Lexi. I take the phone from her and flip the camera around so we're both in the shot. My athletic trainer. Hi, Mr. Mitchell, she says with a wave, and my dad's knowing smirk has me 6 seconds away from ending our call. It's nice to meet you. And you, are you the one who's been keeping Riley in line? Dad asks. Yes, sir. We've been working together since September and he's come a long way. Lexi puts a hand on my shoulder and I don't miss the way my dad's smile grows. I'm so proud of him. You and me both. Get some footage so I can show your mother. She's going to be so angry she missed this, he says. I'm going to do a lot of recording and I'll make sure Riley sends it your way, Lexi adds. Everyone should see this. I'm going to do another lap or two, Dad. I'll call you later, I say. Sounds good. Nice to meet you, Lexi and Ry. I'm so proud of you. I smile and end the call. Lexi is looking at me and I join her on the bench. I'm so happy for you, Riley, she says. I'm happy too, and hey, you were moving pretty quick out there when you were helping me along. When did you get so fast? Oh, Lexi blushes and knocks my knee with hers. I wanted to be ready to join you if and when you wanted to get back on the ice, so I've, been skating with Maverick and Hudson a couple times a month. I can go backward, but I'm not great at it, and I know how to come to a complete stop too. You did that for me. All of this is for you. She gestures at the rink, then down to my leg. I'll make 100 calls if it means finding something to get you back to the sport you love. I'll stay here every day after practice with you if it means helping you feel closer and closer to who you were before. I'll cheer you on even if you fall 300 times in a row, because that smile of yours when you were out there was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I spent weeks wishing I could go back to who I was before the accident. I start. My new body didn't feel right. I wasn't right, and I was so down. But if someone popped out of a time machine right now and offered me the chance to go back to the old Riley, the chance to have my old life back, I wouldn't take it. I might be down a leg. My spirit might be bruised, but look at what I have now. The opportunity to spread awareness about the need for accessible prosthetics for young athletes. The best friends a guy could ask for, who I'm closer with than before. And you. I have you, and that's the best thing of all. This is not supposed to be a sappy rom-com moment. It's supposed to be an adrenaline-filled workout session that leaves you in a tired heap on the ice because you've pushed yourself so hard. We can cross another thing off your life list. Lexi wipes under her eyes, then grabs a fistful of my hoodie. I laugh when she brings her mouth to mine, smiling when she kisses me once, then twice. I'm glad I have you too. You know, Lex, I murmur, running my wet hand through her hair. She doesn't seem to mind. I'm starting to think you might be the one who likes me. You have no idea how much I like you, Mitchie, she whispers back. Even I can't comprehend it. Enough of this sappy stuff, I say, and her exhale is a soft puff of a laugh against my cheeks. Want a race? You, the NHL superstar, wants to race me, the lowly athletic trainer who still has to reach for the boards to balance from time to time. I'm down a leg, Lex. Pretty sure this is going to be an even playing field. Yeah. There's a challenge in her eye when she elbows me gently, when she hops to her skates and stumbles forward, taking off for the goalie crease on the other side of the rink. Loser is buying dinner. I give her a head start before I chase her down and wrap my arms around her middle. She lets out a scream that turns into a cackle when we both fall back onto the ice, out of control and a mess of limbs and blades. After she records me doing 2 easy laps at a slow and steady pace and passes along the video to our social media team. 10 minutes later, the video gets posted on Instagram. A tidal wave of comments and notifications come in, but I don't give them any attention. Today is day 1. The start of something new, something exciting, and I'm doing it with her by my side. 47 Lexi girls just want to have fun, Damental rights, and good times me last away game of the season. Madeline, Lucy, and I are tagging along. Emmy, I'll be there too. Who doesn't love Chicago in April? Maven, I can't tell if that's a joke. Emmy, not a joke at all. It's also the city where Maverick and I got together for the first time. Me look at you being a romantic gal who remembers details like that. You've come so far. Piper says the woman who won't tell us what the hell is going on in her personal life. Me lunch tomorrow after we land. Coach scheduled a later afternoon skate, so I'm free until 4. Emmy, I'm down. Madeline Hudson said he'll watch Lucy, so I'm in. Piper, I have a meeting at 3 with the other commentators, but I'm free until then. Maven, count me in. Me can't wait. I can't believe the regular season is almost finished. Piper takes a sip of her water and leans back in her chair after we finish our lunches. I know we have the playoffs, but this year has been a whirlwind, hasn't it? I don't know how it's already April, I say. It feels like it was just training camp. Time flies when you're having fun, and it's going to be even more fun when we kick the Stars' asses in the first round, Emmy says. If you all lose tomorrow, you're facing off against Baltimore and we have the home ice advantage. But if we win, we play Detroit. We've beaten them in all 4 matchups this season, and I like our odds, Madeline says, and we all stare at her. What? I pay attention to sports sometimes. When I lift an eyebrow, she grins. Okay, fine. Hudson has drilled these scenarios into my brain and I can recite it from memory. I didn't do it on my own. Still, it only took you 2 years, but you're talking about sports, Maven says, and I'm proud of you. Thanks, Madeline laughs. How are the guys feeling, Lex? Are they all staying healthy? Surprisingly, yes. Balancing the normal things I see during the season and Riley's rehabilitation has been exhausting but also rewarding. I'm proud of myself for working so hard, and I'm proud of the guys for taking injury prevention seriously this year, I say. We're the only team in the league who hasn't had a player miss a single game all season. One day people will acknowledge your team is held together by successful women, Emmy says. And until then, we're going to order dessert and stuff our faces. I beam at the compliment and sneak a glance at my phone. Riley is spending the afternoon with the guys, and he mentioned something about lunch and a movie-watching party. I smile when I see a text from him. Then I drag my thumb across the screen to see what he has to say. Riley, why did no one tell me The Fox and the Hound was the most depressing movie they'd ever seen? Grant is sobbing on the hotel ballroom floor. I don't think Ethan is going to be able to play tomorrow. We're a goddamn mess. Me, who the hell picked that as the movie for you all to watch? Riley, Ethan did as a joke. He said he could get Liam to cry. Spoiler alert, he didn't cry, and I'm convinced he's a robot. Me, poor baby, are you okay? Riley, will you come see me and make it better? Me, later tonight I will. Riley, good answer. Me, talk to you soon, Mitchie. Is there something interesting on your phone, Lex? Piper studies me. You're grinning and totally ignoring us. No, I'm not. You so are, Maven says. I don't want to talk about it. I lock my phone before anyone can see the photo that comes through of Riley with red-rimmed eyes. There are tears on the lenses of his glasses. His hair is a mess, but he's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Someone else make this conversation about them. Maverick and I are serious about investing in a PWHL expansion team, Emmy says, and I perk up. We're hoping to put in a proposal to the city of Detroit in the next few months, then we can get this ball rolling. Stop it. Maven claps. That is incredible, Em. It's pretty cool, isn't it? She smiles and drops her elbow to the table. I'll always feel so fortunate I was the first female in the NHL. I'm glad that door is open if women want to go down the same path, and I'm also glad there's a market and demand for more women's sports leagues. I wouldn't trade my experience in the league for anything, but as someone who had to play on all-boys teams because there weren't options for me as a young girl, I'm sure it's so special to be surrounded by strong and powerful women training with the same goal in mind. You have athletic trainers who understand women's bodies, she says, glancing at me. I nod in agreement, knowing how different male and female athletes' skeletal structures are. There are resources like locker rooms and showers and free feminine hygiene products, and a focus on mental health and family accessibility. There's sisterhood embedded in the competition, and I want every little girl out there who loves the sport to know she can play in the big leagues too. I didn't think I was going to cry at lunch, but here we are. Madeline dabs under her eye with her napkin. What a time to be a woman. Would you move to Michigan? Maven asks, and Emmy shakes her head. Michigan will always have my heart, but DC is home now. I know Maverick wants to retire with the Stars, and I'm hoping to sign another contract extension with the Sea Crabs. Besides, Emmy pauses. It took me 30 years to find a group of women I could call my friends. I'm not leaving without you all. This is why I love my tattoo. I push up the sleeve of my sweater and show off the small hearts that are healing on the curve of my arm. So I can always carry you all with me. I'm so close to telling them about Riley and gushing about how wonderful he is. They know almost everything else about me, but for some reason I want him all to myself. I'm not embarrassed by him, God, no. I never could be. He's my best-kept secret, and the second people find out we're seeing each other, he won't be just mine anymore. And gosh, do I love that he's just mine. We really need to start saving these heart-to-hearts for when we're having a glass of wine, Piper says. Then I can blame my crying on the alcohol. Speaking of crying, the entire team is an emotional mess because of the movie they watched this afternoon. If they lose tomorrow, your darling husband is to blame, I tell Piper. Does that man ever show any ounce of emotion besides being totally locked in during a game? We went to the animal shelter last week because we've been thinking of getting Pico de Gato a sibling, she says, mentioning Liam's cat. He held a senior cat that's been overlooked for months and burst into tears. When he tells you it was allergies, don't believe him, I laugh. Oh, I can't wait to give him a hard time about that tomorrow. Speaking of, I should get back. Madeline taps her phone screen and checks the time. Hudson and Lucy have been at the museum and she's begging for pizza. I said I'd join them for a second lunch. Tell Huddy Boy we say hi, Piper sings, and give Lucy a big kiss for me. Will do. Madeline smiles. I'll see you girls at the game tomorrow. I need to get going too. I have some ankles to tape, and God forbid anyone else on my team does their job. I stand and pull out a 20 from my wallet to leave behind as a tip. Everyone get back safe. You make me want to be a hockey player, Maven says, just so I can be under your care. Please, I'm not that special. I bet there's someone on the team who would disagree with that, Piper teases. Maybe you've met him. He's 6'2" and wears glasses. Oh, and he blushes whenever you're around. Can't hear you, I say, sticking out my tongue and waltzing toward the exit of the restaurant. Me, I know you said you wanted me to see you and make you feel better, but I have a better idea. Attachment. One image meet me at the rooftop pool. Riley, is that a bathing suit? Me get up here and find out. The hotel's outdoor pool is warm when I dunk my head beneath the surface. My muscles unwind in the heated water, and my body is grateful for the moment of relaxation after an early morning and a long travel day. When I reemerge, Riley is standing on the pool deck in a hoodie and gym shorts. Hey. I smile and wipe the water from my eyes. That was quick. You sent me a picture. I haven't moved that fast since the playoffs last year. I laugh and swim over to him. The water gets shallower, and I walk across the bottom until I reach the stairs. I shiver at the change in temperature, the cool night air making goosebumps pop up on my skin. We should cross another item off your life list. Yeah, and which one is that? Swimming under the stars. I adjust my top. Riley tips his head back and stares at the sky. What do you think? I think one of my teammates could see you, and then I'd have to kill them. Coach put tape on their doors. No one is going to risk sneaking out the night before one of the most important games of the season. They'd be benched for the playoffs. Riley lowers his chin and rubs a hand over his jaw. He's staring at me, and when he drops his gaze, I reach down to my waist. Wow, he mumbles. You make me want to be reckless. Join me, Mitchell, I say, and his eyes dance with glee. Let's live a little. I have to take off my prosthetic. We have all the time in the world. I might drown. I was a lifeguard one summer. He laughs and pulls off his sweatshirt. I'm glad to see he's not wearing anything underneath it, and he drops it in a heap on the concrete. His glasses go next, landing beside the pile of clothes, and he puts his hands on his hips. You drive a hard bargain, Armstrong. Come on in, Rye. I gesture toward the water. The water is fine. Hang on. Riley drags a pool chair over to the door, blocking the entrance and keeping anyone from getting up here and finding us. He scans the deck, eyes gleaming when he finds what he's looking for. With a quick flick of his wrist, he flips a switch and the lights around us extinguish. There. I'm sure this place has security cameras, and the last thing I need is our faces ending up on TMZ's website. You're so resourceful. What else can you do? Give me a second and I'll show you. Riley hooks his fingers in the waistband of his shorts and yanks them over his legs. He wraps a hand around himself and gives himself 2 strokes before he slowly lowers himself to the deck in a sitting position. There's no grimace on his face as he takes off his prosthetic, and when he slips into the water and grabs me by my waist, I can't help but giggle. I've seen Riley naked dozens of times, but there's something about the way his body looks under the night sky that's intoxicating. It's beautiful, a testament to his perseverance and all the hard work he's put into his physical journey the last 8 months. But under all of that is his kind soul and his soft heart, and out of everything I've learned about him, those are the most magical parts that make me so wonderfully happy. I wrap my legs around his waist, and he rests his back against the pool ledge, staying in the shallow water so he can keep 1 foot on the ground. I'm waiting, I murmur, and he brings a wet hand to my hair. He drops my head back and presses a kiss to my neck. I have a tough choice to make, Lexi baby. Do I stay out here with you, he asks, and I press my chest against his. Or should I wait until I get you back to my room? Both are good options. I sigh when he moves his hand down my throat and dips it below my collarbone. He snakes his palm across my body, then rests it on my hip with a satisfied hum. I can be patient. The last thing you are is patient. He pushes a finger against my side and my nails dig into his shoulders. We might need to add an addendum to the list, swimming under the stars. That's way better than just swimming, don't you think? Why, yes, I rasp, the syllable cracking when he pulls me closer. I arch my back and bite my bottom lip to hold back a gasp. Way better. Look at you. His mouth moves to my shoulder and he laps up the water on my skin with his tongue. He sucks on my skin, then finishes it off with a quick bite of his teeth, the sting sending a delicious roll of pleasure through my body. You're so beautiful all the time, but I like you like this. No makeup. Your hair down, relaxed. I like that it's the side of you only I get to see. He forgot something on his list. Exposed. Split open with my heart in my hands. Out here in the quiet, still night, I'm handing over pieces of myself I don't normally show during the day. I'm sinking into him, letting him possess me in new ways, and I wonder how it could ever be better than this. Riley, I whisper, putting both hands on his cheeks. I'm glad I get to do your life list with you. His face softens. The intensity behind his eyes melts to hopeless, loving, and I swallow the lump in my throat when he kisses me slow and tender. There's no one I'd rather do it with, he says, and I don't know if he's talking about the list or the thumb he's pressing against my side or something bigger that I've been trying to explain to myself for weeks but can't figure out. He holds me lazily, like we have all the time in the world. Maybe we do. There's no hurry, no rush. Riley brings me to the edge of emotion, then pulls back, smiling into the curve of my neck when I say please and whispering back okay. He transports me to some mystical place I'm not sure I could reach if we weren't out here, if I wasn't with him. The slick glide of our bodies against each other, and my muffled gasps buried in his shoulder when he finally, pulls me apart with a gentle laugh that makes my heart twist in my chest. He eases me down from the high with a kiss everywhere he can reach. My forehead, my cheek, the curve of my jaw, and the spot below my ear where I'm secretly ticklish. I can feel his body shaking, his muscles straining, the strength of holding me on one leg, an excruciating task I don't take for granted. I shiver when I kiss him again, then pull away, wanting to relieve him from the weight he's carrying. Can we go to your room? I whisper against the corner of his mouth, and he nods. Yeah, it's going to take me a minute to get my leg back on, though. If you want to go ahead, I'll grab us some towels. I slowly unravel from around his middle, limbs heavy, sated and satisfied. And I'll help however I can. A towel would be great. Riley spins and puts his hands on the edge of the pool, hoisting himself out of the water as rivulets of chlorine roll over his back. My liner won't go on if I'm wet. I swim over to the stairs and step out of the pool, feeling his eyes on me as I grab a handful of towels and make my way over to him. He smiles when I hand him two, and he dries his hair and shoulders before tackling his lower half. Are any of the guys on your floor? I ask, wrapping my towel around my body and scooping up my discarded bathing suit. Ethan is next to me. I heard him recording a video earlier, and I hope I never have to hear a conversation like that again. He laughs as he dries his residual limb. It was vile. You need to download an app that does white noise, or get some headphones. I already ordered a pair of noise-canceling ones. Riley puts his shorts back on but leaves his hoodie off. Clothed from the waist down, he assembles his prosthetic, then stands. There we go, we're back in business. He holds out his hand and I lace our fingers together. Ready? I'm ready for you to hold me close, Mitchie, I say, and his laugh is loud enough to wake up the whole hotel. 48 Riley, we leave a trail of wet footprints behind us, and Lexi teases me the whole way back to my room. She roams her hands up my chest and down my back. She rests her head between my shoulders when we ride the elevator to the 7th floor and grazes her palm against the front of my shorts as we walk down the hall. She kisses my neck, and I fumble with my room key, practically throwing the door open and yanking her inside. I'm not sure how this is going to go. I unfasten her towel and let it drop to the floor, her body on display. You're incapable of being quiet when I touch you. There's a good chance Ethan is going to hear you when I make you feel good again. Someone is sure of themselves. Maybe he's going to hear you when I make you feel good. Her hands rest on my bare chest and she drags her nails down to my stomach. I'm instantly harder and I have to tell myself not to thrust into her touch. Do you want to crawl again, Riley? I want you on the bed, I tell her, kissing her once and spinning her to face the mattress. Before she can walk away, I grab a handful of her hip, her body toned and lean from hours of physical activity. With your face in the pillows. Lexi likes to pretend she's unaffected by things, but I hear the hitch in her breathing. I see her squeeze her thighs together before she walks to the bed, and I smile when she sneaks a hand between her legs to touch herself. When we get home, I want to find some things for us to try. I've always thought of them as tools, not deterrents, and I think I'd enjoy seeing her turn into a squirming mess at my hands. She arranges herself into a comfortable position, and it's a glorious sight. I hold off on joining her, wanting to commit this to memory so I can pull it out and think about it when I have to spend a night alone and am missing her. Just when I think she can't get any hotter, she reaches behind her and puts her palms on her hips, shifting so I can see every part of her. I shove my glasses up my nose and take off like a lightning bolt. I grab her by the waist and spin her so she's facing the wall instead of the headboard. I kneel on the ground at the edge of the bed and put my mouth on her, not wanting to go another second without tasting her. Wow, she hisses when my tongue circles her. It's supposed to be your turn, Riley. In a minute, I say, licking her like she's my salvation. I really think she might be. One drop and I'm free from my sins. I need to taste first. I shove a hand down my shorts and grip myself with a tight fist. There's wetness all over the head, and I drag my thumb across my slit so I can jerk myself up and down. I pump harder when she stifles a gasp and grips my hair, tugging on the strands and trying to get me to bury my tongue deeper inside her. Where do you want to feel it, Lexi baby? I ask, voice low. On my tongue or on my cock? Your cock, Lexi says, but I don't pull away just yet. I bet we can get both. What do you think? That it's cute you're assuming you have magic fingers and abilities. 3 times in one night is a lot for me. I laugh and give her ass a light smack. It's going to be cute when I give you all 3 and you don't have to fake a single one. I keep my mouth on her and add my fingers, matching them with the hand on my cock. Lexi starts to tighten around me, fighting back a groan when we get to 3 fingers, then 4. She's doing so well with staying quiet, so well with taking what I'm giving to her, and the competitiveness that's been hiding away for months starts to peek its head out. She doesn't think I can get her to the finish line, and I can't wait to prove her wrong. Please, she whispers. The word is magnified, consuming, and it does something to me. I know she's asking me to give her the pleasure she wants, and I will, but it feels like she's also asking me to take care of her in other ways, protecting her heart, being careful and gentle with her, going slow like I said I would, and I plan to do all those things and more. I let go of my cock and use my thumbs to spread her open. I spit on her, then circle the saliva with my tongue, and her body tenses. She claws at the sheets before covering her mouth with her hand, and a tear slides down her cheek. I crane my neck so I can watch her, mesmerized as she climbs higher and higher until her release races through her. I've got you, I say, kissing the curve of her ass and slowly pulling my fingers out of her. They're soaked, and I dry them off on the inside of her thigh, only to pause and reach forward, unable to help myself, and slide my tongue through the mess. When I meet her gaze again, she's staring at me, eyes wide. You did so well, Lexi. That was the second one, right? Only one to go. I know you can give me a third. She collapses on the mattress, her nod feeble and her limbs heavy. She lifts her head to try to look at me, but her hair is sticking to her forehead and cheeks. Her eyes are glossy, and I stand on shaky legs. I all but rip off my shorts and shoes, making a split-second decision to leave my prosthetic on in a fit of sheer excitement. I'm too worked up from touching her in the pool and making her come, and I don't want to have to wait to bury myself inside her. I need her like I need air, and I run a hand through my hair. I want to be on top. She clears her throat and props up on an elbow. So I can watch you. Okay, I lick my lips. Her taste is still lingering on my mouth, and I hope I have the remnants of her release all over my face. I want to wear it like a damn medal. We can make that happen. Her smile is a gut-wrenching, heart-piercing thing when she reaches for me and slides our palms together. I join her on the mattress and help her climb on top of me, a leg on either side of my waist and her hand on my chest. She smells like chlorine and sweat and intimacy, and it might be my new favorite scent. I wonder if she can feel my heart racing. I wonder if she can tell it skips a beat when she leans forward to kiss me, tongue swiping over my lips like she wants to have a taste of herself for herself. I wonder if she can hear my brain screaming "I love you" over and over again when she lines up the head of my cock with her entrance and takes me inch by inch until we're joined together and I don't know where I end and she begins. Wow, Lexi breathes out. She drops her head back and rolls her hips in a circle. I'm so full when you're inside me, Riley. Yeah, I rasp. Rational thoughts are impossible. My dignity is flying out the window because she's lifting herself off of me, slamming back down my length with her tight pussy and making my breath stutter out in a ragged exhale. Who am I? Where am I? This has to be heaven. Christ, sweetheart, you're going to give me a heart attack. I thought you wanted to give me 3. I need it fast, baby, please. My sanity. She's being sweet and cute. She's lifting her arms above her head and twisting her body, showing off the swell of her breasts and her stomach. And something inside me snaps. My brain roars. I love you, my heart yells, and I thrust into her without abandon. It's hard, rough, the most uncoordinated I've ever been, but she asked for something, and I'll be damned if I can't give it to her. Like that. I grit out mid-thrust, and her answer is a resounding gasp the whole hotel can probably hear. My hand flies out and closes around her throat. I put pressure on her windpipe and her smile turns greedy. Yeah, I thought so. My hips snap up and I move her exactly how she likes. The only part of my brain that's thinking straight remembers I'm wearing my prosthetic, so I cup her ass cheek to protect her skin from the lip of my socket. I'm barely in control of my limbs, and her safety is the most important thing to me. After making her come for a 3rd time, of course. Her breasts bounce and her mouth parts. She rides me and now she's close. She's on the precipice again and my growl makes her eyes fly open. Touch yourself, I tell her, and she's quick to put a finger on herself. So you can come on my cock. I'm so close, it's right there. Lexi shuts her eyes again. She arches her back and rubs herself in quick, small circles. Riley. Hearing her say my name does it for me. It's always going to do it for me, and I hold her hips still while I fill her with my release. She tightens around me and squeezes my cock as her orgasm hits her at the same time. A laugh rumbles out of me when I regain consciousness, and I groan. Not only did you come 3 times when you didn't think you would, I pant, trying to catch my breath, but you also did the incredibly romantic, totally unbelievable thing and finished at the same time as me. That was a coincidence. Total luck. Lexi rolls her hips one more time for good measure, and yup, I could probably get hard again. It doesn't mean anything. Means something. I yawn and scoop my hands under her ass so I can lift her up. My dick is sensitive. My heart is close to flatlining. My glasses are smudged. I need a bath and water and to sleep for 10 hours with her wrapped around me. But all I do is arrange her next to me on the bed, brush her hair back, and tell her, "Don't ever doubt my bedroom capabilities, Lexi. I should tattoo I'm getting the best intimacy of my life with a man I very much enjoy on my forehead so the world knows. I burst out laughing and she rolls over, her palm covering my mouth. If you don't want me to make noise, you need to stop being so cute. I'm not cute. Oh, you're so cute and sexy. I touch her waist and rub my thumb over the shell tattoo on her hip. You rocked my world like you always do. I hope my teammates heard us. It would give me a chance to make them jealous for a change. Moment of honesty. With you, always. Do you think getting into a physical relationship helped your recovery? I don't mean that intimacy healed you because that's not realistic. Just that, I don't know, I'm not sure how to word it. I understand what you're asking. Knowing you wanted to be with me was a big ego boost, and I was motivated to get stronger so I could be with you and not worry about being in pain or figuring out awkward positions. And since we're being honest, I'm not sure I would have trusted anyone to be my first after the accident except you. Really. This is the most vulnerable I've ever been physically and mentally, and at the risk of sounding really cheesy, it's been empowering to reclaim myself in the bedroom, if that makes sense. And it's a relief to know if a part of my body stops working, if I'm in pain and need to take a breather, it's not going to be the end of the world. I'm with someone who would be patient enough to wait until we can try again and they wouldn't be weirded out. Never. The intimacy is extra, Lexi says, her voice softening. I'd be okay without it if it meant having you around. Yeah, there's never going to be any pressure with me, Rye, to act a certain way in the bedroom. We could go a month without being intimate and I'd still be so happy. My romantic ways are rubbing off on you, Armstrong. Seems that way. She rests her chin on my chest. I'm glad I get to be here with you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I think as I stroke her hair. We lie there for what feels like hours, only pulling apart to use the bathroom and rinse off. We drift back to each other minutes later and I turn off the lights. Our bodies slot together and just before I lose consciousness to sleep, I throw up a prayer to whoever is listening that she loves me too. 49 Riley, Coach, can you stop by my office today? I want to talk to you about something. Me, sure thing. Everything okay? Coach, will talk soon. Me, Coach asked to see me in his office, so I'm pretty sure I'm being sent to some club team in Alaska. Lexi, wow. Dramatic much. Did he tell you what the meeting was about? Me, nope. Vague as always, and I don't like when Coach is vague. Usually means there's bad news on the other end of things. Lexi, whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be fine. Call me after. Me, I will. Kind of feels like I'm heading to the guillotine. Wish me luck. Lexi, good luck. Zoxo, hey. I slip into Coach's office and shut the door behind me. What's up? Why do you look like you just saw the Grim Reaper? He asks, glancing up from the whiteboard on his desk. I'm not going to bite. Sorry, but you asking to see me is the equivalent of being sent to the principal's office. I laugh and take the chair across from him. Is everything okay? How are you feeling? Coach caps the dry erase marker he's holding and stares at me. Physically, mentally. I've been back on the ice 5 times now and it feels like I never left. I'm going to my therapy sessions, the boys are in the playoffs, and I don't know. Am I allowed to say things are pretty great right now? You are. He pauses and tips his chin to the tattoo on my bicep. And how's Lexi? I hesitate before answering his question. It feels like a trap, a trick to get me to blurt out, oh, fantastic. Have I mentioned I'm in love with her? Because I am. Head over heels, can't eat, can't sleep kind of love that makes all the bad stuff seem irrelevant. I casually asked Maverick if he and Emmy got in trouble for starting their relationship back when she was on the team. They didn't, and she was traded shortly so they didn't have any other issues. But there's nothing in the team handbook that says Lexi and I can't be together. Add on the fact that my contract is murky right now, and I don't really have a spot on the Stars roster, and I'm ready to defend her if Coach starts talking about moving her to a different department. Fine, I say slowly. Is there a reason why you're asking me when you can walk down the hall and ask her yourself? Do you think you're the only one around here with secrets? Coach snorts. Please. Yeah, I mean, we spent weeks together. I couldn't help. I don't care about your personal relationships, Mitchell. It's not affecting either of your jobs, so I don't need to hear about how she makes your heart skip a beat and all that other stuff. Wow, not a softie, are you? I got a phone call this morning, he says, switching gears and avoiding my interrogation. From Minnesota. Is it about a trade? Am I even eligible for a trade? Oh shoot, don't tell me you're sending Maverick away. Not exactly. They asked about bringing you on as a scout. They want to set up an interview. I blink. What? Their amateur and college scout is heading to law in a new role and they're looking to fill the spot. They've been impressed with what you've done behind the bench and with how strong of a collegiate player you were. They think you'd bring a lot to the table. How is that even allowed? Technically, yes. We'd have to void your contract with the Stars, but unlike being a player, you have the power to turn this down if you don't want it. I don't. This is a lot to take in, I say. Before I got behind the bench, a leadership position wasn't something I considered. I'm still not sure it's what I want to do because my heart belongs to skating, but it could let me still be around the sport I love. There's no guarantee I'll ever be able to play competitively again, even with the progress I've made, and I trail off at a loss for words. I don't know. You don't need to make a decision today. Think about it. Our scouts are available if you want to talk to them. You can get some different perspectives and some pros and cons. What do you think I should do? I ask. If this decision was in front of you. It was in front of me and I went with the coaching route. Do I regret it? Coach rubs his jaw and crosses his arms over his chest. Sometimes, yeah. What if I had rehabbed differently? What if I had taken 2 years off from playing and stopped trying to rush my recovery? Would my body have healed more strongly? Could I have gotten back on the ice? Maybe, maybe not. Coaching was a sure thing though, and in the moment, I was afraid to not have a sure thing. I loved the sport too much and I had given it too much of myself to it to walk away empty-handed. Yeah. I fiddle with the drawstrings on my joggers and stare at my thighs. That makes sense. If I had the choice again today, I don't know what I would do, but you have to think long term. What makes you happy? What's going to get you up out of bed every morning, even on the days you don't want to? Because you and I both know you're going to have a lot of those. I had one yesterday. It was the worst I've had in a while. I pulled my covers over my head and massaged my residual limb as I told myself the pain would go away soon. Even breathing felt difficult, a pressure on my chest that stayed there for 3 hours. I had to actively fight back against the demons in my head that called me weak when I grabbed my crutches, but I persevered. I came out on top, and today is better. Can I be a scout who doesn't know what kind of pain he's going to be in until he climbs out of bed? Can I really decide which players are worthy of a spot on an NHL roster when I'm not on one myself? Is that fair to their livelihood, the power of their futures in the hand of someone who can't skate for more than 10 minutes before he has to stop? I need to think about it, I say. I should talk to Lexi, he finishes for me. I figured. It's a big decision, one you're not making for only yourself. I told Minnesota you'd have an answer by the time the postseason wrapped up, and with how all these series are going to Game 7s, I can buy you until mid-June. Mid-June. The 1-year anniversary of the night that changed everything. What a coincidence. I rub a hand over my chest and nod. Okay, I'll, report back. Remember what we talked about, Riley. What would you tell your younger self if you found out you got a second chance at life and you finally started living again? I'd tell him he's going to have a lot of lows, the darkest hours he could ever imagine, but he's also going to have a lot of highs, a lot of new experiences that are going to change and shape him. I'd let him know he's skating again, that love's still there even after it was almost snatched away from him. And then I'd tell him about the girl. The one he's madly, hopelessly, irrevocably in love with, who flipped his world upside down. I'd tell him about the life they have, The quiet moments late at night when she tucks herself into his side, and the louder, brighter ones during the day when she's giving me a hard time and making me laugh. I'd mention how perfect she is, how patient and kind and funny she is, and how every time he's with her, his broken pieces put themselves back together, because she's the closest thing to an angel he'll ever find on earth. Thanks, I croak. You've given me a lot to think about. This stuff is never easy. If you want to bounce any ideas off of me, I'm around. What's with this new hospitality of yours? Don't know, but don't push your luck by mocking me, Mitchell. I'd never. I stand and hold out my hand, smiling when he shakes it. I appreciate you, coach, and everything you've done for me. Enough with the dramatics. I have another meeting in 10 minutes. Your time is up. Yes, sir. I give him a nod and file into the hallway. I know Lexi's in the athletic trainer's room, and I make my way there. I don't know what to do about this job opportunity. On one hand, it's the chance of a lifetime. I've always had an eye for good skating, and getting paid to watch hockey is a dream. But accepting it means I'm not ever going to put on a jersey again. And as far-fetched as the idea seems, I've been selfishly clinging to the idea of getting back out there one day, if even for a ceremonial puck drop. I push the door open to the training room, covering my eyes when I see Liam's bear butt climbing off the treatment table. Goodness, man. Put a towel on, I say. I'm getting treatment done on my sore body because everything hurts, jerk, not parading around for all the world to see. Treatment on what? Your balls. You're lucky I don't have a free hand right now, he growls, and I peek through my fingers to find him glaring at me with a palm over his dick. Or I'd have you against a wall. I'm telling Piper about your violent tendencies, I say, and his eyes go wide. And then you'll be in big trouble. Are you two done acting like you're 5 years old and on the playground? Lexi draws out. Liam, you're finished. Go get in the ice bath. I don't want your muscles to cramp up, and I've had enough of your hairy butt. Fine, he grumbles, and my butt isn't hairy. It's definitely hairy, I say when he leaves, and Lexi smiles my way. Hey, how'd it go with Coach? Interesting. I sit on the treatment table next to her stool, then think better of it, imagining Liam's bare skin rubbing against the leather. He told me Minnesota wants to set up an interview with me. An interview for what? Their open scout position. What? She stands. Riley, that's wow, what did you say? I said I'd have to think about it. There's a lot to consider. It sounds like an incredible opportunity. Yeah. I touch her cheek and stroke my thumb over her jaw. But it would mean moving away from D.C., having to do long distance with you. Oh, her smile drops to a frown and she takes a step back. Right. I don't have to decide anything now. I just wanted to tell you what was going on. It would let you still be involved in the league. Lexi starts to pace around the room. I can already feel her nervous energy radiating from her. You'd have health insurance and benefits, which you're going to need for caring for your prosthetic. That's important. You're important too. Come on. Her laugh is brittle, sharp. You can't really be considering not taking a job because of me. Why wouldn't I challenge. You're the most important thing in my life. DC is my home. You are my home. This is your career we're talking about, Riley, your future. A chance to keep doing what you love without wondering if you'll ever have a shot at making a team somewhere down the road. She pauses and snaps her mouth shut for a beat. You should do it. You should go. Ah. I see what's happening here. Nothing is happening here. Really. I step toward her, not stopping until our chests are pressed together. You're not trying to push me away when things are getting serious between us. You're not taking this as a sign I'm going to leave you and hurt you when I go because everyone else has. You want to run because you're scared, because it's never been like this for you before, and I get it. But guess what, Lexi? It doesn't matter if I'm here or if I'm in Minnesota or any other team in the league. I'm not letting you go even if you push back and try to tell me all the reasons I shouldn't stay. Why not? Tears pool in her eyes and she wipes her cheek. Why are you different? Why should I believe you? Because I love you, I tell her, and she freezes. Her shoulders shake, but I keep going. I love you so much it hurts, and I know that scares you. It scares me too, because how can things be this good with you when the rest of my life is in shambles? Her chest heaves. Her eyes are wet and her mouth is halfway open like she has something she wants to say. You want to know why I've had all those good days? Because you were there. Because I've been an idiotic, pathetic mess of a man since the first day I saw you. I can't think straight when you're around. I can't walk right when you smile at me. I can't breathe unless you're looking at me. And everything in your past might have fallen apart, but we won't. We can't, because deep down I know you love me too, I say. Lexi's bottom lip quivers. I need some air, she whispers. I need to get out of here. If you want to run, I'll chase you. If you want to build a wall to keep me out, I'll climb it. If you need time, I'll give it to you. I'm patient, Lexi. I'm going to be waiting for you when you come back, however long that takes. She touches my cheek with a soft graze of her fingers, and I melt. I don't know whether it's the last time I'll get to feel her on my skin or the start of something new, so I savor it. I turn my cheek and kiss the center of her palm, the curve of her knuckles, and she pulls away. I love you, I repeat, my voice hoarse and throat raw. It feels like I've been screaming underwater for hours. It also feels like someone is digging a screwdriver into my chest. And I'm going to love you for as long as you'll let me. I kiss her forehead and hop on the treatment table. I can't be the one to leave. It has to be her, and with a heavy breath she shuffles to the door. She wraps her fingers around the handle and looks back at me, something else on the tip of her tongue. But she doesn't say it. She disappears into the hall, and I stay there, ready to wait for the rest of my life if that's what it takes. 50 Riley, this month's book sucked, Grant groans. Third act breakup, miscommunication. Read the room, bro. No one wants to read that stuff. I don't mind miscommunication, Connor says. It's realistic. People miscommunicate all the time. It's not hard to just open your mouth and say what you're feeling, Maverick argues. Look who's a relationship guru now, Liam draws out. As if you didn't keep your mouth closed after all your one-night stands, then make Hayes do your cleanup work. There was a lot of cleanup work, Hudson agrees. Hey, don't talk about my past. I'm a changed man these days. A one-woman for the rest of my life married guy who's never been happier. Maverick snaps his fingers in front of my face, and I blink. Earth to Mitchie, you haven't contributed to our conversation all night. It's like talking to a wall. Because he hated the book too, Ethan says. That ending was horrible. I didn't hate it. I put my paperback on Liam and Piper's coffee table and take a sip of my beer. I have a lot on my mind. Ah, pensive Riley, Grant nods. Heavy as the head that wears a crown. What does that even mean? Ethan asks. Like responsibility, a heavy burden. I don't know, that's not important. What is important is what happened. You okay, Mitchie? Grant asks. I trail off and take another sip from the bottle. I don't know. It's been a week since I spilled my guts to Lexi. She's dodged me on the team plane on our flights to and from Detroit, and I can't find her in the tunnel during games. I keep checking my phone, hoping there will be a message from her, but it's been silent. I'm starting to think I messed up. Majorly. I'm pretty sure I came on way too strong with that whole I love you speech, but I do. I do love her, and I'm not going to let her push me away without a fight, unless that's what she wants. And the more days that pass where I don't hear from her, the more I'm starting to think I read this entire situation wrong. You can tell us anything, Hudson says. Is it about your leg? Maverick asks, and I shake my head. Does it have to do with skating? Ethan chimes in. Those videos the team posted of you are amazing. No, it's more personal than that. A girl, Liam rumbles out, and I jerk my head up in surprise. The girl. There's a chorus of ohs from around the room. Grant jumps up and runs to the kitchen, returning with half a dozen beers he sets on the table. Ethan grabs the bowl of popcorn and puts it in his lap after shoving a fistful in his mouth. Hudson leans back on the couch and drapes his arms across the cushions, and everyone stares at me. You all know, I ask, that you're in love with Lexi. Yeah, Maverick snorts. Keep up, Mitchie. Why don't you tell us the whole story? Hudson asks, and I do. I launch into what I was working on in my rehab and the time we kissed in my hotel room. The second time we kissed, then the third. How we've been spending day after day together and going on dates without anyone knowing. Grant screams when I mention that night at the pool. Ethan throws the bowl of popcorn in the air when I give them the play-by-play of my confession after the job offer, and Maverick gasps when I share the real meaning of my constellation tattoo. "Oh man, you're in deep," my captain murmurs. "Yup." I down the rest of my beer. "Completely." "And you haven't heard from her in a week," Grant confirms, and I nod. 7 days. She won't look at me when I get on the plane. When I go to the training room, she's not there. She's avoiding me, and I know what that means. She's trying to find a way to let me down easy without disrupting the entire dynamic of our team. I scrub a hand over my face and sigh. Maybe I should go to Minnesota. The last thing I want is for her to be uncomfortable. "We need a diagram." Maverick snaps and points at Liam. "Where's that whiteboard of yours, Sully?" "The one we used for our fantasy football draft." "In my office," he answers. Grant sprints down the hall and returns with a 3x5 whiteboard on wheels, proudly rolling it to the center of the room. "We don't need to do this," I say. "It's going to make me feel worse. Let's analyze this like we would a romance book." Maverick snatches my glasses off my face and slides them up his own nose. "Man, Mitchie, how do you see with these things?" "I can't see anything since you stole them, jerk." He waves me off and scribbles out a handful of words on the board, using a candlestick as a pointer. "Lexi doesn't date, but she's spending all her time with you. We all know she's never been shy about expressing her feelings, yet when you drop the 'I love you' bomb on her, she's gone quiet." "I don't see how any of that helps," I say. "I see where Maverick is going." Hudson joins him at the board, and I have to squint to read what he writes. "If she didn't love you too, she would, V already told you. She wouldn't care about your feelings. She's exactly like Emmy," Maverick adds. "Rough around the edges, a hard exterior to crack, using sarcasm as a method to hide what she's really feeling so it looks like she doesn't care. And as someone who finally learned how to get under her skin, I can tell you it takes women like them a lot longer to come around to the idea of giving up their independence. Men in their past have treated them poorly," he says, his grip on the candlestick tightening. I know he's thinking about Emmy's ex and all the horrible things he said to her. They're strong and capable on their own, so they don't see why they should rely on a man. "Women like Piper love easily," Liam says, and I stare at him, flabbergasted that he's actively participating. "And they love everyone, even the people who don't deserve their love. They'll share their feelings with you any chance they can get, and that's different from how Lexi's been conditioned to act. She doesn't think she is lovable because no one's loved her before, which is why it's so hard for her to admit she loves you," Grant summarizes. Is this some PhD class on relationships?" I ask. "When did you all get so deep and insightful?" "My mama raised me right," Hudson says. "Women are complicated. They're not as easy to read, but they're the only reason any of us are on the paths we're on right now." There's a murmur of agreement, and I stand. I walk to the board and tap the points they made. "Wait, she loves me." "Of course she loves you," Maverick exclaims. "I know you've been looking at her for years, but now she's looking at you." "What do I do? Do I bust down her door? Do I buy her flowers or chocolates or jewelry?" My skin is itchy, my cheeks are hot. I fan my face and have to do a lap around the living room. "Someone help me." "No, you idiot, you don't do any of that. Haven't you heard anything these guys have told you?" Ethan scoffs. You wait until it's time for her to come to you. Then and only then do you repeat to her how you feel. That's when she'll say it back." "The world is officially ending. Ethan is doling out advice," I say, and he flips me off. "I read books. I know a thing or two about women." I said I would be patient, but it's killing me not to do anything. I just want her to know everything is okay. "She knows that," Hudson reassures me. "You've done plenty over the last few months to show her that." Not to diminish this whole big revelation, but can we talk about the elephant in the room? What are you going to do about the scouting job?" Grant asks. I don't know, I answer honestly. I see the pros and cons to both sides and I'm not sure which way I'm leaning. I love DC. I love you guys and being here. You're my family. The brothers I never had, and leaving what we've built together would break my heart. I don't know what's best for me, and that's what I'm struggling with. Do you want to play? Or do you want to have an active role in a player's development and journey to the NHL? Maverick asks. That's what it comes down to. My heart tells me I want to play, but I don't know if my body can take it. This sport is ruthless when you have all of your limbs. It's even more excruciating when you're missing one, and I don't know if I can justify throwing away a once-in-a-lifetime shot on the possibility of a maybe. I sigh and take my glasses back from Maverick. It's a tough decision to make. Coaching and scouting will always be there, Hudson says. Playing might not be. You're young right now. You're the healthiest you're ever going to be, and it's only going to get harder the more years that pass. True, I nod. I might go out there and just talk with them. Maybe that will tell me everything I need to know. You're always going to have a home here, Maverick says. On the team, in the stands, we are brothers, and brothers stick together until the end. Man. I pinch the bridge of my nose. We really need to stop letting book club get so deep. You're going to make me emotional, Cap. Group hug, he yells, and I laugh when they all tackle me. We fall on the floor and Ethan yells about my foot being in his side. Liam tries to pull away, but Grant climbs on his back and keeps him there. It's chaotic and insane, but also exactly what I need. You just have to be patient a little longer, man, Hudson says. The best things are always worth the wait. Yeah. I grin. I think about Lexi and me 10 years down the road. The smirk she's tossing me and the way she'll still have my heart. She's still taping up ankles and I'm there, happy to just be around her. They are. 51 Lexi, after a week and a half of thinking about what Riley said to me, that big, emphatic I love you that stole my breath away, I decide I need reinforcements. I love a girl's night. Piper takes the charcuterie board from me and sets it in the middle of the kitchen table. And I need a break from the playoff stress. The Stars are one win away from advancing to the next round in the playoffs, and tensions are high. They've done the impossible this season, coming back from an abysmal start to shake up the Eastern Conference, and everyone who counted us out before the All-Star break is eating their words. I'm sorry you all lost, Em, Madeline says gently, and Emmy sighs. Me too. We had all the components to go far this year, but it didn't happen. Guess it's back to cheering for the Stars and my obnoxious husband who thinks the world revolves around him. You're quiet tonight, Lex. Maven rests her head on my shoulder. Are you okay? What a loaded question that is. No, I'm not okay. The nicest and most supportive man in the world loves me. Isn't that the most devastating thing you've ever heard? I, need some relationship advice, I mutter, and my kitchen goes silent. Before I give up the best thing that's ever happened to me. Okay, Piper says slowly. Do you want to tell us what's going on? Riley and I have been seeing each other for months, and he told me he loves me. I think I love him too, but I've never loved anyone before, so I can't be sure I'm doing it right. And I'm really, really scared. Whoa, Madeline whispers. Holy cow. Maverick is going to owe me a lot of money, Emmy cheers. I figured you two were up to something because of the tattoos and the marks on your neck, but love. That's a big word, Lex, Maven says. Minnesota wants him to interview for an open scouting position, and I kind of pushed him away when I told him he should take it. I put up the barrier I always put up, and that's when he told me he loves me. I can still hear his words ringing in my ears. They've followed me around every single day that's passed, a reminder of what I could have if I just accepted it. Half of me has hoped he'd reach out. I constantly check my phone to see if he's messaged me, but he's sticking to his word. He's letting me decide how this moves forward, and that makes everything swirling in my head even more convoluted and complicated. How do you feel about him? Piper asks, and I shrug. Being together is great, I say, and she puts her hand over mine. How do you feel when he's around? She asks instead, and that makes me pause. like I'm on top of the world, like I could jump off a building and fly, like I could climb the highest mountain and scale the rockiest cliff without breaking a sweat, like I've finally found somewhere I can stay for longer than a night, somewhere I feel safe, secure, and taken care of, and I swallow down the lump in my throat. You know, the first day of spring after the snow melts, I croak. The afternoon where you step outside and tip your chin up to the sky and let out a deep breath. I feel like that every single time he hugs me. It's never-ending warmth. Constant sunshine, even on the dark days, and I don't know how any of it is real. Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Madeline says. You don't have to see it to believe it. Can it always be this good, though? The charm has to wear off eventually, right? Do I have rose-tinted glasses on? Am I only feeling this way because it's new and fun and something I haven't done before? People aren't this happy all the time, are they? I ask. I am, Emmy says. And as someone who spent many years not happy, it's such a relief when you finally stop fighting it. So what if he does go to Minnesota? Would I follow him? Would I chase after him and put my career on hold for his? Would we do long distance? Break up? I challenge. How would any of this work? If one of us came to you and asked for advice, what would you say? Madeline asks, and I weigh her question. I would say you should never give up on your dreams for someone else. And your own happiness has to come before someone else's. I pause and blink away tears. But I'd also ask, when was the last time you were ever this happy? You two are adults. Adults make it work, Maven says, even when it's hard, even when it feels like the odds are stacked against you. What if it doesn't work? What if I give everything I have to this relationship and I come out on the other side alone like I always do? Alone. What if you don't? Emmy counters, and from the woman who never wanted to settle down, it speaks volumes. What if it's the best thing that could ever happen to you? I feel like a total jerk. I wipe under my eyes. I walked away from him. He poured his heart out to me, and I was the one who left. How could he ever want me after that? He wants you because he knows you, Lex, Piper says. And he knows you need time to figure out what you want. I want him because I love him too. How did this happen? The thought races through me, and I have to grip the table to steady myself. I take a deep breath, the culmination of the last 8 months playing in my mind like a movie, and I see it there. In the donuts on my desk and his mumbled curses when I give him a difficult exercise to do. In a rooftop pool at a Chicago hotel, no one in the world but us, and his confession to me about how he wanted to end his life. It's also in the times when he'd hook his pinky around mine before he took the ice in his nice suits. When he'd throw me over his shoulder, then toss me on the bed. The nights when he'd listen to me talk about my day and the mornings where I'd wake up, his arms wrapped around me like he wanted to keep me close. It might have been there all along, back when I saw the broken boy in our meeting after his accident, sunken cheeks and hate in his eyes. Before that, at the very beginning and the very first day we met, his sweaty palm shaking mine as he stammered out his name. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. I need to go. I stand and push my chair back. Right now. Is this the moment? Piper claps. Our girl is finally going to get her happily ever after. Can someone lock up? I gesture around the kitchen. I don't care what you all do in here. Go, Madeline says. We'll be fine. I nod and race down the hall, only stopping to slip on a pair of sneakers and grab my purse. I pull out my phone, thumbs shaking as I type out a text to my pinned contact at the top of my messages. Hi, are you free? His reply comes back seconds later as if he's pacing around his kitchen holding his phone, waiting to hear from me. Riley as a bird. Can I come over? Riley, door is unlocked, sweetheart. I grab an Uber, not trusting myself to drive. I'm still shaking. I feel a little dizzy. My heart is dangerously close to falling out of my chest, and when I make it to his apartment building and take the elevator up to his floor, he's there, standing in the doorway with a bouquet of tulips and the brightest smile on his face, and I lose it. I'm sorry, I sob, my arms around his neck and my face buried in his shirt. I'm so sorry I made you wait so long. That was horrible of me. I told you to take your time. He strokes my hair, then moves his palm to my back, rubbing small circles between my shoulder blades, and the tension leaves my body. Did you have a good week? No, it was miserable. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand, not caring about the mess I'm sure I'm leaving behind. You weren't there and I hated every second of it. Come inside, sweetheart, so you can rest. I let him lead me into his apartment and over to the living room couch. He unties my sneakers and slips them off my feet. I don't put up a fight when he arranges me in his lap and kisses my forehead, a sigh loosening its way from the depths of my soul. Finally, I think. I'm sorry for trying to push you away, I whisper. You should do whatever is going to make you happy, no matter where that is. If that means going to Minnesota, I'll support you. Maybe they have a job opening, or I can look into the PWHL team, or we can do long distance and go back and forth every other weekend. I know I want to. I turned down the interview. I'm going to stay in D.C., he says, interrupting me, and I pull away so I can look at him. If I want to coach or scout, I can do that in 10 years, but I want to skate. Odds are I'll never make another team. No one is going to want to take a chance on me. I'm a liability on the ice, and I'm not even sure my prosthetic is legal according to the rule book, but I want to try because I've come this far, and I want to try with you. Are you sure? You're always going to have your Stanley Cup rings and statistics. Scouting could be fun, it's something new, and you'd be so good at it. I'm sure. This is where I want to be. I've made DC my home, and I'm not ready to say goodbye yet. I have to tell you something, I say. Yeah, what is it, Lexi baby? It's really important. I can't wait to hear. I wring my hands together and he waits patiently for me to continue. He doesn't rush me. He doesn't try to guess what I'm going to say, but he knows because his smile is widening. His eyes are crinkling in the corners and I can't keep it in anymore. I love you, I whisper. I love you so much and I hope you still love me too. I never stopped, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. I'm scared and I need your help. You're going to have to remind me to express my feelings. You're going to have to tell me if I'm not showing you enough affection, or if I'm too demanding by asking for space every once in a while. I might freak out about some things, like when Riley cuts me off with a kiss. It's intense, grounding. He puts everything he has behind it, and I meet him halfway. Every feeling of elation I've had recently in the press of my mouth. In my hands roaming up his arms and across his shoulder, and the soft sigh I let myself breathe out when he holds me tight to his chest. I love you, Lexi, and everything that comes with being with you, he says, and I start to cry again. They're the most beautiful, sure words I've ever heard. You can be scared with me. I promise I'll take care of you. I've been told a lot of promises throughout my life, and this is the first time I actually believe it. Riley will take care of me, and I'm the luckiest girl in the world because of it. Riri. We settled on that as a nickname. Until I think of something else. What is it, Lexi baby? Today, I sniff. I laugh and trace over the stars on his arm, every one just as perfect as the one before it. Today has been a very, very good day. The best I've had in a while, he agrees. Ever, I think. Until tomorrow, I say. I think tomorrow is going to be just as nice. 52 Riley, I don't know how Lexi does it, but I fall more in love with her every day. I walk into a room and she's there. A book in her lap and a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, and it's a lightning bolt to the chest. A flashing neon sign that says there's the love of your life, and it's true. The boys made it to the Eastern Conference Finals after clawing back from a 0-2 deficit in the semifinals, and we're having one last team dinner at Maverick and Emmy's before we head to Miami to see if we can make it back to the Stanley Cup Finals. You know they're going to lose their minds when we go in there holding hands, right? Lexi asks, peering up at me as we stand outside the door. If there's not a champagne shower, I'm going to be shocked. Please. I snort and roll my eyes. They know I've been obsessed with you for years, and they gave me some good advice recently that I took to heart. There was a whiteboard. Liam even participated. The world might be ending. Wow, so everyone knew about your feelings for me except me. Lexi grabs my collar and tugs my mouth to hers. I don't like missing out on secrets. It's not a secret anymore. I kiss her, then pull away with a smile. But we should take bets on who says the weirdest thing to us. Ethan, she announces without a second thought. You know he's going to be the one who will give us his honest opinion without holding back. We step into the foyer and take off our shoes, walking into the living room where my teammates are spread out on the couches. I rub my thumb over Lexi's knuckles, smiling when she rests her head on my shoulder and surveys the room. Hey, she calls out, and 24 pairs of eyes look our way. Who won the bet? What bet? Grant asks innocently, and I have to hand it to him. His fake surprised face has come a long way. I almost believe that he's caught off guard by us showing up together. Is there something you want to share with us, Lex? Nope. She stands on her toes and kisses my cheek, flipping everyone off when a round of awes echo in the room. Everyone settles in, handing over plates and silverware and water bottles. Hudson doles out the lasagna Madeline made. Ethan helps slice the sourdough loaf he cooked all by himself after he shows Lexi the 47 photos he took of himself with his starter, and I'm not sure I've ever seen him so proud. You know, I've never been the jealous type, but it's pretty unfair that all of you are walking around and showing off how happy and in love you are, Grant says after we all finish our food. Is there any justice for a single people? We're young, Ethan says, shoving a hot dog in his mouth. We can't spend all our time settled down. Where's the fun in that? It's plenty of fun, Hudson says. I have a great relationship, Maverick adds, and Emmy hits him in the face with a pillow. Not tonight you don't, she says, and Lexi bursts out laughing beside me. That is a nice perk, she murmurs to me. Maybe after the playoffs are finished, you can have book club at your place. You can hide me in your room while you and the boys talk about your favorite parts of the novel, and none of them will ever know. Jesus, Lex. I blush and take a long sip of my water. I need some warning before you say those kinds of things. You surprised me last night and smiled while you did it. Me hiding in your room is where you draw the line. When I'm around my nosy teammates who are probably eavesdropping, yes. I put my hand under her thigh and drag her across the couch to me. You know I'm hopeless when it comes to you. Yeah, her grin is sharp and sly. I do. What are we talking about? Ethan asks, leaning on my shoulders from behind the couch. Anything good. Mind your business, Richardson, or I'm going to use the massage gun that hurts when you get on my table tomorrow, Lexi says, and he pulls away. Yes, ma'am, he hurries to say, and I laugh. Great, now you've scared him. He'll be fine. Listen up, Maverick calls out. One of the people in the social media department wants us to take a group photo. She said the fans are requesting more behind-the-scenes access, and since they're not getting into the locker room, a quick snapshot of us all together will appease the masses. Everyone off your butts. They should post a photo of you in your smock when you're painting, Lexi teases, and I pinch her hip. You told me it was cute. It is cute. I have to go in front. I'm short, Grant says, and Piper moves to the first row with him. Who else is a short king? I'm the tallest on the team, Maverick declares. So I'm going front and center. Get in here, Emmy girl. Oh no, not this again, I groan. Is this an ongoing debate? Lexi asks. For years now, no one can make up their minds. I wrap my arm around her and stare at the camera Maverick positioned on the fireplace. Lexi rests her head on my shoulder and I smile. It's funny to hear their reasoning. Can everyone see the camera? Cool, let me press this nifty little button here and perfect. It's counting down, Maverick says. Man. Technology is amazing. Ethan, stop making faces at Grant, Madeline warns. Liam, can you please smile? Hudson asks. You're freaking me out, and we don't need to feed into that conspiracy theory that's floating around about you being a contract killer. How about instead of arguing, Maverick reaches into his pocket and unfolds a piece of paper, handing it off to Emmy. Everyone say guess what? We're going to be aunts and uncles to the coolest baby girl in the whole world who will be here by Christmas. I can't hear myself think. Someone screams. A lamp goes flying off the side table, and Grant climbs onto Connor's back so he can get a better look at the sonogram photos. There's pushing and shoving, and Maverick lifts Emmy up and spins her around. Surprise, Emmy says, her cheeks as red as her hair. Baby Hartwell Miller is on her way. It was impossible to keep a secret from you all, but we wanted to be sure things were looking good before we put it out in the open. Lexi pulls away from me and crashes into her best friend with a hug. I grab Maverick and yank him toward me in a fierce embrace. Congratulations, Mavi, I say, and his shoulders shake with laughter. I'm so happy for you. It's unbelievable, isn't it, me? A dad. I'm going to have 2 beautiful girls in my house, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world. He pats my chest and looks at me. I'm so glad you're here to be a part of it, man. Me too. I nod, and he laughs again, tears on his cheeks. That night in the hospital waiting room after your accident was the worst night of my life. When we go back for baby H's birth, it's going to be the greatest night of my life, and you're going to be by my side. Man. I pull off my glasses and rub my eyes. I'm going to be the best uncle that girl has ever seen. I'll work my butt off to take the top spot. It's going to be a tough competition. I weirdly think Ethan might be the underdog. We exchange another hug, and after a celebratory toast, Lexi sidles up next to me. Wow, how exciting. She fans her face and grins. More babies to spoil. I love being an aunt. The best part is we can hand them back whenever we want. I sit back down and pat the spot next to me. Lexi smiles and joins me, taking a sip of water after another wave of tears roll down her face. Those 2 are going to be the best parents. Tell us the story about baby girl Hartwell, Grant calls out. Baby girl Hartwell Miller, Maverick corrects, and Emmy taps her cheek. You know what? Baby girl Hartwell sounds way better, she teases, and the man is such a sap. He puts his head on her shoulder and buries his face in her hair, not bothering to argue. Well, G-Money, when a man loves a woman, Ethan starts, and Hudson slaps a hand over his mouth. I'm so happy for you, Em, Piper says, and Liam keeps handing her napkins to wipe her eyes. I know you've been trying for so long. Are you going to play next season? Grant asks, bouncing on the balls of his feet. How are you feeling? Do you have any morning sickness? I feel great. I played in our playoff series, but I'm taking next season off. Emmy glances up at Maverick. Mav is undecided about what he wants to do. He has 4 more years on his contract, but he said he'd be fine retiring tomorrow. Retiring? Ethan almost yells. Seriously? We'll see. Maverick shrugs and rubs his hand up and down Emmy's arm. We all love this sport, but when you see what else is out there, he trails off and smiles. I don't know. Being home every night with my girls sounds like a dream. I think I'll know when the time is right. The sonogram photos get passed around again, and when they reach Lexi, she sighs. I can't believe that's a baby. With parents like hers, she's going to have unbelievable genes, she says. I hope she gets Emmy's looks. Maverick's nose is weird, I joke. Her laugh is soft, and she keeps the photos moving down the line. When her hands are free, she touches my cheek and meets my gaze. Have I told you today how much I love you? She has. Once this morning when I handed over a cup of coffee while she was still in bed. Again this afternoon when I woke her up from a nap. When we hopped in the car on our way here, the 3 words slipping out of her like she's been saying them to me for years. I'm still giddy every time I hear them. I have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming, because a year ago I would have laughed in someone's face if they told me this is how things worked out. I'm not sure you did. Could I hear it again? I ask, and she smiles when she kisses me. I love you, Lexi murmurs. So very much, Riley. I love you too, Lexi baby. I move my mouth to her forehead and kiss her there too. Today's been a pretty good day, huh? No. Her arms wrap around my waist, steady and safe. Home. It's been the best day.